I know what it is to hunger. And I know what it takes to keep that hunger under control. He's done that so far, despite his condition. Willing and able. The way one of our own stood in front of a crossbow to prevent a murder. Ludus non factum est. Please, close your eyes a moment. Sol invictus. A little pick-me-up. Is that? Yes! His hallucinations made real. A rather sticky situation. Oh, hells, I'm sorry. Barely awake a moment, and I've already put my foot in it. A vampire? I knew it! It was the teeth! Total giveaway. But as for the rest, well, there can only be one conclusion. You're a vampire. A magic user disguised as a bear. I'd better take a closer look at that corpse. This place is a snake pit in more ways than one. That poor girl. Such sudden madness. Have you ever walked to the very edge of a great precipice and shuddered at how easy it would be to step into the void? So, I say for now, we wait. If I'm right, Raphael will seek us out again, and when he does, there's a mighty bargain to be made. The tadpole stirs. It recognizes its master. I can't quite describe it, the need I sometimes feel to see her to draw the filaments of fantasy into existence. Nonetheless, your finer qualities are remarkably plentiful. In excessus. True soul? Absolute? What did they mean? Not the prettiest of transmutations, is it? I understand your purpose lies here, but I fear if I return to Waterdeep alone, my heart would remain here with you. That smell! Oh, what is it? That could mean any number of things. Don't be so hasty meting out violence. These two seem important. A scrying eye. Better be on our best behavior. Until we're out of sight, that is. Odd. Oh dear. This is going to be a rush. So he's the one who killed all the Dark Justiciars. Alone. Might not want to get on his bad side. Now's not the right time for that. I've been known to trip the light fantastic myself. Mine was a popular hand at the annual Blackstaff's ball. At once, walking freely out of a Githyanki creche. A miracle if ever I've seen one. And trust me, I've seen quite a few. Enchanted? Nice. She deserves more time to enjoy her victory. Still, there's solace to be found in surrendering one's mortality in a blaze of glory. Or so I hear. Some sort of magic blocking the way. Suit yourself. I was merely going to remark that we handled ourselves pretty well. The art of the body. The exploration and acceptance of the self and the other. The art of the night itself. For a spell, when I told you I need powerful magic to keep my condition under control, I didn't tell you why. Well, here's part of the why. The Karsite weave. Within me this whole time. My, a veritable cabinet of creepy curiosities. So what comes now? A bath certainly wouldn't go amiss. Is there a dead tadpole in that jar? Leviatar, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers. Precious, Alia, Pharaoh, to the rescue. It's a kind of love, after all. I've forgotten what it felt like. To greet a sunrise without fear of it being my last. Don't tempt me. No, of course she didn't. Why would I want anyone but you? This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual. Eating and drinking your fill before sacrificing an innocent to Shah. Oh, I've missed these. Quick thinking. At least there's a silver lining to having yourself horribly scarred for life. Did you just bite me, Astarion? I knew it. You're a bloody vampire. That will be covered by the "for reasons that cannot be disclosed" clause. So let's move on. Ha! And you don't? You're wholly without vice or sin, or the occasional lapse in judgment? You're not versed in magic, are you? A mirror that pilfers memories. Seems like a Sharan ploy for sure.
Horribilissimous!
There has to be a way to stop this thing!
There goes my equilibrium. Let us confer.
Aha! I knew it! I knew you'd try something like that eventually. I wish you'd done it with a bit less enthusiasm.
Good find.
If I'm destined to die, I can think of worse ways. At least if I use the orb, I can ensure the brain dies with me. Inside the pouch, you will find a folded letter and a tiny flute. Unfold the letter and note the markings in the top and bottom corners. These are the notes you need to play. There's no getting past those vines. The ritual was thorough. Quite worthless, as it turns out. Must have been a wizard at work. I know a continual flame spell when I see one. Deal with it how? I hate to pull rank, but I was once Mistress Chosen. Destroying magic like this was my bread and butter.
Like a ghost.
We should check it out, but be careful.
On my way.
Those demonic figures we saw were Githyanki then. Barely recognizable. Whatever the absolute is, it certainly seems to command a lot of devotion. Remember how I told you I was in dire need of magical artifacts to absorb? Quite an oddity to behold. But not without beauty either. I'd prefer you didn't do this. If I'm not enough for you, I could always conjure us up some kind of non-sentient companion.
Take heart. I'm here for you.
Kupio Vartos Leichet.
Looks like we're in Eltergard, east of the city of Baldur's Gate. Forget the book, then. Let's be blank slates on blank sheets, delightfully new. If you were to return to the Hells, temporarily would buy us some time. I could put something together. A means of keeping you stable, at least. Please, let me try. Her death will be temporary, but her anger, that will be permanent. Not even an ogre could move this. They say wealth offers a form of magic. Alas, it's one I've rarely dabbled in. What the? Back off! And spit that out if you know what's good for you.
An eye patch.
Well, now you've found me. Perhaps you can share your purpose. Perhaps even wield it. That corpse is tainted by the shadows, no doubt. Best avoided. Sinister chanting, bloodstains, and the unmistakable stench of rotted kelp. Gods, I hate Umberly. I know this design. Shah's faithful wield crossbows like these. My owlbear friend. Time for some of your fabled ferocity. Can't trust one's eyes in the Underdark. Can't trust these mushrooms either. Aelin made short work of Roland. If it's revenge she wants, I'll have to show her some real wizardry. No day, no night. It's as though time itself has abandoned this place.
Oh! Non fit endura.
A pity I did not learn all she had to offer, but the fact that she summoned me to her presence is proof enough that the crown of Karsus is worth pursuing.
It shall be done.
That's it. I won't take more of your time this lovely evening. Rest well. Well, I shan't hesitate. We cannot allow this thing to prevail. If you recall nothing else of my time with you, let it be this. You are most special to me. And it will be your face I picture when the end comes. Well, we're not getting in this way.
May it please, Mistra.
However, the sharpest tongues sometimes make the finest points, and your urgency is not unwarranted. Our circumstances have changed. I speak of what we discovered at the heart of this cursed place. It certainly doesn't seem to have done you any harm, or rather, you've not yet done me any harm. Still, there are undoubtedly risks to such a transformation. There's significantly less dust on the leftmost door. Recently opened and closed, I think.
This should do you some good.
Pronounce the name correctly, and the mephit will breathe on the letter. Stay clear, because the little scamp can melt metal. Drow magic radiates from it, and drows are masters at magic.
Interesting.
Svaira mortis.
Let's get you on your feet.
A little caution may be advised. The power may prove valuable, or it might not. We simply don't know. You stole the words from my mouth. An entire domain ensconced in shadow curse. That's quite the enchantment.
Ve victis.
I can't believe she poisoned you. Tried to put you down like a dying dog without so much as a whisper of consent. Some necromantic magic still lingers, as does Carrion. His hold on this plane is not yet broken. That damn thing could just slow down a moment. Something behind those supplies. Looks like an opening. And here's to your company. This crossbow was exquisitely designed. No Dwergar crafted it, that much is obvious.
Insultos pulcher imperio.
I'm indispensable, aren't I? Excellent. Now repeat my instructions back to me, please. But that's all to come. The day is young, and there are thousands more days ahead of us. I think you might be about to bite off more Dwergar than you can chew. If you did want to repeat it thrice, I can make myself available. As you wish. Take a moment to soak in the view. I doubt you'll be privy to it again.
Nulla salos.
A toll house. Must have collected a tidy sum back in the day. All this horn is good for now is to sound a last farewell for those ogres. Oh, I wouldn't blame you for giving me a wide berth. I thought the orb's ever-present censure had tamed my wilder ambition, but that wasn't the case. Goblins aren't known for their cleanliness, but by Mistress Mantle, this place is rotten. The fewer breaths we take here, the better. I have noticed one adverse side effect. I seem to be losing hair in some unexpected places. As tempting a proposition as that is, our fortunes remain intertwined so long as we're still infected. We have no choice but to stick together. Burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend. Not sure I'll ever truly recover from the embarrassment of falling for her tricks, but physically, I'm absolutely fine. Rather well rested, as a matter of fact. A taste of goblins to come, I fear. There must be a horde nearby. Too late. They're already dead. Whatever lurks in the darkness ahead. I can hardly face it in my present condition. I need my full strength to stand against such shadows.
On it.
No. All I want now is a meal, a rest, and perhaps a nightcap to round it all off. Just look at this place. The evidence speaks for itself. That devil Raphael was telling the truth. There's no doubt. The crown of Carsus is what's controlling the Elder Brain.
Ugh. Ah! Ut ventus.
I would have back everything I lost and 1,000 times more. I would get what I deserved. One might argue. First, move your white queen to the upper right corner. Then, move her 4 squares to the left. Call me greedy, stubborn, old-fashioned. But I cannot change who I am, or how I love.
I think ingenious is the word you're looking for. Now, repeat my instructions back to me, please.
So we're traveling with a vampire, are we? Your confidence is encouraging, but a little premature. Let's keep our eyes on the task ahead. Or I, as the case may be. Ah! What was that?
Resistor accidum.
You- This is a truly disgusting hour to seek a chinwag, you know?
Crescitaiondo!
I regret many things in my life. Choosing to be here, intact and unexploded, is not one of them. No, ours was not a bond of strength, but of convenience. It's outstayed its welcome. That's curious. Doesn't do anything.
Ad maiorium de gloriam! Aya!
Consider yourself lucky you're not. I don't understand. How so on my behalf?
In trouble? Small wonder.
These fungal spores are everywhere. A toll house like this would only be merited in the most prosperous of settlements. This was once a thriving trade route. Please, just one artifact will be enough for now.
Yes, of course.
The orb is not a choice that I relish, but it is not one we can afford to ignore. I do, as a matter of fact. Can't say that it did. I'm not entirely sure we made the right decision there, if I'm being honest with you.
Pearls before swine.
I once wished a most impure demise on a colleague of mine who bought the last remaining copy of Etheril's Enchiridion of Enchanting Easements. It's a first edition, too. Something's missing. I'll need a mold to get this thing running. Opening a book, like the Annals of Carsus, was akin to us shooting a firework spelling, "Look at us, Mistra," directly into the skies of Elysium. She knows.
Fronti nulla fides.
Away, you pox nun.
This should give me an edge.
It's true. For a time, I neglected the physical in favor of celestial euphoria. But our relationship was no less real for it.
You gore-bellied, purulent horse-ass!
Was there anything else you needed of me? We are none of us monsters. We are merely hatcheries for monstrous things.
A favour given is a favour owed. Lady Keen, time to repay your debt.
Wetter than a 10-tongue tarpon.
Let's remedy that, shall we?
Besides, what you saw, you read the opening line of a very big book. No more. But right now, all that matters is the consumption of weave. I think it's best I keep a cool head going into this. Approach it like a particularly high-risk round of 3 Dragon Ante. Blocked. Nothing a quick blast of magic won't clear. All enemies have some chink in their armor, no matter how much they like to believe themselves invulnerable. That's what we must find.
Whatever that was, it looks mightily unpleasant. You really are absolutely heartless, aren't you?
It's our future that I'm thinking of. Can't rely on anyone else to do it for us. Still, don't let his bluster fool you. All that talk of desperation, it merely illustrates his own.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Resistor accidum.
Surely not. Could I have missed some of the signs?
I'll take care of that.
Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques. Well, so long as you were able to indulge yourself, I suppose nothing and nobody else matters. What's that commotion? Fighting? I hope you're right, because if you're wrong, there's no words to describe the opportunity you'll have squandered. A feeling you may have to grow accustomed to while I'm around. My condition is hardly a patient one.
Intactilis sum.
Besides, given my propensity towards verbosity, it surely can't be a surprise that I have a practiced tongue. But if I may be so bold, it's for a very good cause indeed.
The antidote's working. Gods, that was too close a call.
Serves you right. Next time, ask before you bite. Oh, nowhere. Just think it's a rather cruel misnomer. Not at all reflective of the glamour wizarding life affords. I'm glad. It would be more than a touch awkward if you tried and I had to turn on you. As if it wasn't enough to have seen her again. She didn't exactly summon me there for small talk. For me, you shouldn't have. As do you. But I assume we're not here solely to exchange compliments. So why am I here?
As you wish.
Dame Aylin has little to feel sorry about. The Roakan would have inflicted a far worse fate on her given the chance.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can.
Stuck. There's no leaving without a fight. My condition is not overly fussy. So long as there is sufficient power in the item, it will be satisfied.
Thank you. Now repeat my instructions back to me, please.
I wonder, how did the Illithid Empire fall?
Stoltissime!
Well, that'll teach me never to judge an ox by its cover.
All right, let me make myself indispensable.
A cut-rate wizard like the Roakan shouldn't have such treasures. Better they sit in the pockets of a superior wizard. You'll have to excuse me a moment. I've got pondering to do. These must be the people Father Lorgan was trying to help. Stubborn little tyke. Even if she can swing a spell or two, she's going to get herself killed out here. You find yourself in the presence of the renowned wizarding prodigy, Gale of Waterdeep. Please, no need to be intimidated.
He's down! Time to hit him with all I've got.
And we'll start writing the prequel. Should circumstances become that dire, I will not hesitate. I dearly hope that will not be necessary.
Vita mortis scario! Woe upon the unsuspecting.
You know for yourself how hard won such an item was, and it will be no easier when even more are required to assuage my hunger.
I meant to do that.
The highest ambition I harbor now is to see you smile. Always. Of course. We offer the clearest solution to our problem. All I have to do is find the right place and time, close my eyes, and let go. I pray that she'll be in a forgiving mood. If she weren't the one, I'd be praying too. A gift for a loathsome neighbor. There'll be danger involved. Or great cost. Well then, what more is there to discuss? Minsk! The very same Jahira seeks. There seems to be some kind of document protruding from this gentleman's pantaloons.
Quickly now.
Looks like an ambush. A clumsy one.
Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here.
Vietos escientia.
Let me assure you, Carsite Weave has no more inherent evil to it than a child in the womb, or an axe half forged on the blacksmith's anvil. Always another way, yes, but not necessarily a better way.
Efferve.
Anyway, I'm glad we got that boy out of his predicament. This is your quarry, Will. Less devilish than I had anticipated, I'm sure.
Inside the pouch you will find a folded letter and a tiny flute. Unfold the letter and note the markings in the top and bottom corners. These are the notes you will need to play.
I can't help but feel like I've been fumbling in the dark for too long, and I've just had a lit torch thrust into my hands. Looks like they were trying to hide. To no avail. I'll take that comment with the sincerity and goodwill I assume it was intended. Aha. This must be the book that hides a book within. Let's take a closer look. I wanted to see how you felt on Terra Prima. Did our dream survive the waking from it?
That's it. That's what I need.
I'm afraid my condition has worsened to the point I cannot, in good conscience, stay in this company of ours. I need to leave and seek an item to consume before it's too late. The king can only withdraw to one square after the first move, and after the second, has nowhere to retreat. Tyranny offers only two fates for the tyrant, infamy or ignominy. I'm glad we were able to offer Gortash the latter. His corpse. It's Arabella's father. The horror of his end I daren't contemplate. You just don't understand. If what is happening is what I think is happening, and it's because you licked a dead spider, the time might just have come when you and I should split ways. This is sobering news indeed, but there's no use crying over spilt milk. If this is our only option,
To Moonrise Towers we go. Right away, someone else got out. A little discourse. Doesn't seem to trouble you a jot.
Whatever I expected to find lurking in this cursed gloom, it certainly wasn't this. Glimmer of hope amidst the darkness.
Venia chuva me.
What have we here? Adamantine forge, mysterious guardian, mention of a hot hammer. Whole adventure in a nutshell.
What are these for?
Dead drow, publicly displayed. The Dwergar are sending a message.
Veritas. Credo. Oculus.
You clearly have your secrets. I have mine.
On it.
Now, given my magical expertise is of limited use to you, was there something else you wanted to ask me about? I stand at a precipice, but if you do not give up hope, neither shall I. I'll fight. I'll resist as long as I can. Oh, and a quick word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful. Keep your distance. Whatever she has to say, I want to hear it. Only then will we know the truth of what lies ahead. Gaudy thing. Maybe it can be sold for something more useful. Thayan glyphs. I'm a little rusty, but I think they speak of the necromancy of Thay.
Precious aliafero.
Most unhelpful. In that case, I shall have to seek my own salvation. Elsewhere. Tara did her best to keep my spirits up, of course, but there's only so much one Tressum can make up for one's entire social circle. She was often gone, seeking items to treat my condition. If that is what will make you happy. Well, I am not the one who would stand in your way. A Mason's Guild, it seems. No! Not Jaheira! It hardly matters now. Astarion is dead. Permanently. One can only hope. Deep breaths, Gale. Hold it together. You're now in the company of plain old Gale Decarius, a most brilliant wizard of intentionally limited renown. At your service. Oh. I know what nearly happened, and I'm sorry for putting you in that position. But I've stepped back from the precipice now. I've seen what may prove to be another way. A better way. You wouldn't say that. Not if you'd suffered a fraction of what was done to me. By Orin's hand. That's the symbol of the Absolute. Marked in blood. Oh, you truly are testing the patience of a man who could level a city if he wished, you know.
Faccio voco fere.
The Adamantine Forge. We heard of it from the Dwergar. Don't turn on each other. If whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step. A carnage such as this. The shadow within is spreading like poison, corrupting kindness and compassion. I see. I suppose I am asking you to take a leap of faith even the most loyal of companions might struggle to land gracefully. Not to diminish our efforts, but it was rather simple getting here in the end, wasn't it? A situation I suggest we remedy with the utmost urgency. Looking magical, as always. They turned everything they did into an art. The art of conversation, the art of taste, time-honored and newly acquired. Oh, what a tangled weave we web. Do not mistake the crown itself for the actions of its wearer, or rather, those controlling its wearer at present. Day 6. The flesh around the mouth splits to make way for tentacles.
Stupefaccio.
Fine. I'm rather alarmed to say I suddenly feel inexplicably jubilant. How ominously delightful. Poor lad would have been harpy feed if it wasn't for you. Nasty way to go, suffocating slowly under a ton of rubble. Not a fate I'd personally relish. As long as we travel together, what's mine is yours. And if we survive our many ordeals, I'll host you a banquet in Waterdeep the likes of which you have never seen. The Masons here thought they were building something to last. How wrong they were.
One touch of magic coming up.
I suppose I am. Tara would be delighted, not to mention my mother. But I'd be just as happy without such ceremony. So long as we're together. Mouthier than an arse, twice as full of shite. Valid question. If not out of the simple goodness of your heart, then perhaps your own self-interest might be sufficient motivation. Why bother? The dead can't hear my summons. He's tottering! Another drink might knock him out. Resacchio. Voco flagella. She has interfered to the extent she is permitted to. What happens next depends on us, and whether we can destroy the Absolute without using the orb. A doppelganger in our camp? A little redundant of me to say, but that could be anyone. Looks like Zaris's missing shipment, the one she was most insistent we return unopened. If you think you know best, go right ahead. When I pictured this moment, I thought I'd feel more in control. Yet, here I am, with palms sweatier than a bugbear's armpit. Mind you, all I did was call for ale, but one of ours went and stood in front of that crossbow. And what of Karlak? Her heart can surely break, though it burns. Few things in this world leave me speechless, but after what just happened, I'm lost for words. I strike with precision. Are they all like this? I consider myself as open-minded as the next wizard, but I have to say, I think we're beginning to lose the magic a little. Think of all I could achieve. All that I could grant to those whose ambitions are restrained by Mistra's yoke. I could raise a new Netheril, right here in Faerun. It's quite thrilling to fight off such grim creatures as this region throws at us, especially being at your side. Not at all. Why, some of the finest artists and musicians began their career amidst stale beer and sticky floors. Wow, what's a ginormous elder brain once you've grappled with your own crippling anxieties? I've never seen such a concentration of shadow magic. We must forge on, but carefully. It will corrupt any who lack the power to control it. The crown of Karsus, hand in hand. Then let's set the book aside and be blank slates on blank sheets. Delightfully new. Nothing left but rubble. Thank Mistra I'm not buried under it. It's gone. I felt so strong. Where did that come from? Dissolve! For now, at least. Ah! My time is yours. What do you need? As for this one, I think we've still got a world to save. Unless there's anything else. Fate seems determined to make a mind flayer of you. It remains your choice, as the crown remains mine. Careful where you tread here. A hag's magic is not to be trifled with. Carculus mortis. Relinquish the stones, and you place your fate in the hands of a creature whose trustworthiness is hardly guaranteed. Mind you, all I did was call for ale, but you went and stood in front of that crossbow. True soul? Absolute? What were they raving on about? Yes, against her will, without rhyme or reason. This is the worst moment. When the screams of the dying have faded, and the conquering hordes howl and yelp as they come to their vile climax. To end it? To struggle on? It is a grave choice you're making for us both. But if it must be so... Very well. I'll stand down to stand by you. That's... it? She annoyed you? If that was just cause for killing someone, I'd be dead 1,000 times over. Tell me the truth. I'm far beyond ogre ears. Harpers, stand with me. We defeat this evil together. Gobora sana. Oh, well, perhaps, but unbecoming of me to flat out state it. I will make it my mission to prove you made the right choice 1,000 times over. So it is. Our lives depend on it. Now,
Repeat my instructions back to me, please.
Hells, can't just leave them in there. Someone do something.
Diore. How bothersome.
I could no more hate you than I could go without air. A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
May it please, Mistra.
There was talk of your hammer, and Minsk head as the anvil. I agree. And on the plus side, if I get myself into any truly cataclysmic straits during the remainder of our journey, my family name will go untarnished. Orpheus can't help us so long as he's chained. Scab-licking vagrant.
Denecorato.
Take heart. I'm here for you.
You remind me of her somewhat. The same sharp tongue. And sharp teeth. Day 3. Hair loss and blood leaking from all orifices.
What a waste.
I'm afraid that's not going to work on me. Look, I appreciate your curiosity, but don't pursue this path. Carsus, the child who would become a god. He was the most powerful wizard ever known. And he attempted to unseat the goddess of magic herself. Looks like a dictionary, perhaps. Though this ancient tongue has long fallen silent. Were they heading to the Druid's Grove? And I'm impressed once more by your benevolence. Up you go then, Gale. Best make this count. The whole world's watching. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but whatever that was, it was worse.
Dimento te.
If it did, perhaps it would understand the weight of what it's asking of us, and why we might seek an alternative. I'm ready. Are you? Always a pleasure to meet a fellow academic. And what a subject. This place brims with history. A Thean book about necromancy. Not for the faint of heart. All the more for the decayed of heart. I have a bad feeling that dead elf is Halsin.
Veritas. Credo. Oculus.
Oh, you are a very cone of cold.
Well, I'll drink to that. Surely there's a spell for this sort of thing.
She's left some tiny part of herself to watch over me, I think. A boon to help us reach the heart of the Absolute in one piece. Just pondering what I lost. Wine is to wit as meat is to... can't bloody remember it. There I go then, proving your point.
Bad for one's back, this.
Moon Maiden's teachings. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol?
Mutatis mutandis.
If someone, not me, of course, detected a hint of romantic interest in them from another unnamed individual, what might that someone do about it? Ugh. Hint taken. We'll leave that particular fuse unlit for now. What do you need of me? Are those specks of adamantine in this slag? The mind absorbs much while we believe ourselves dormant. To lie beside Gale of Waterdeep is positively educational. Won't know what hit 'em. At least, victory in which we live to tell the tale. Apologies. I am a babbling brook of romantic verbiage. Consider my mouth sealed, until you have use of it, of course. Curious mask? What's it doing here? An ordinary lamp, not a trace of magic on it. They promise things to come. Let's not stand around. I can smell spilled blood a mile away. So we must save the drow first, then sever his head after. Oh, pleasantries like that make me quite homesick.
Aridissimus.
Must have been his simulacrum you bested. He always was a cautious traveller. These must be the secret tunnels Lorgan was using. His name is here. Someone was watching him. A fair point. However, until recently, I was able to rely on a supply of artifacts stored in my tower in Waterdeep. A supply that has now run dry.
Intactilis sum. Learned your lesson yet, Astarion? Some people are best left unbitten.
With silver tongue. All those campfires. There's a whole army of creatures out there. Better keep my distance. You and I have very different definitions of right and wrong. During my time locked away in Waterdeep, I prepared a quite comprehensive speech for her on the subject of our former relationship and the manner in which it ended.
Ferio! I did. But our situation warrants we explore every opportunity presented to us, however grim.
The disc is moving. Shah's trials must continue wherever it leads. In a manner of speaking, yes. I was lost in prayer of all things. These designs are unfinished. Rough drafts, no more.
Already I've allowed myself to go untreated for too long. I fear it's already too late. I've no choice but to depart this company of ours and pray I find something for myself.
An apt metaphor, though I hope it won't lose me some kisses.
What you did for your parents was a profound act of love. I won't dwell on the matter, but know that you showed immense courage. They will be proud.
God damn you. You're right. Few things are more powerful than the will to live.
Ad lapidem! Famously humorless, Illithids. The tyrannical enslavement of all other living creatures hardly lends itself to levity. Should your wit begin to suffer, only then must we worry.
To the rescue, forthwith.
I see. Let me remind you that this is not something that can be ignored forever. Artifacts are of little use if you don't live to enjoy them. I know those Githyanki weren't your kin per se, but I hope you know it gives me no pleasure that our actions condemn them to such a fate. Thou necrotic stump!
No other choice, I suppose. There's an air about that sword. Like a soft mist. Powerful weave, to be sure.
Thank you for your candor and your company. That night was still very special for me.
My word. The lady with the artifact. How very tragic.
Frange! To have one hand on the pulse of divinity. Grateful, mostly. For meeting you. For having someone who cares that I'm here, alive, and not reduced to a cloud of netherese vapor. Alien will soon knock Laroakan off his perch. Better follow, this could be over quickly. The weave.
I'm a wizard, not a cat burglar. I made my promise. I will not fail Gith's son on the basis of groundless fears or fickle whims.
So, Orin's a shapeshifter. That should make things interesting. No matter. What she doesn't know can't hurt her. Not at this distance, anyway.
Spot on.
Ferio!
This must be the forge. And what a feat of engineering it is.
Tormentum! I have a cat, a library, and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry. Sorry, if I'm to engage in banter, I prefer it to be with the leader of our troop.
Not getting back in that thing. Oh, yes. What can I say? She's Mistra. The origin point of the Dryder's caravan, it seems.
Here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Should the worst transpire, and we seem destined to fail, well, the orb remains an option. But I truly hope it does not come to that.
Already gone. What will the amulet make of this?
Thank you.
All right, then. Hopefully there's no more interludes before daybreak.
The site of no ordinary skirmish. This was once a battlefield.
And a bloody one, too, judging by the number of bodies.
But it was handled, and it was handled well.
I suspect any child of Jahira's will share her self-destructive sense of justice. But at least her words give them pause for thought. A fine portrait. Seeing one's face committed to canvas is its own kind of magic. It's reacting to something down here. We should prepare to do the same. To every end you can imagine, and 1,000 more beyond. Nothing more dangerous than an empty throne. Except, perhaps, being the next to sit in it.
What happened?
Kozakuran, if I'm not mistaken. Just like on Tsar's ring. They're after a weapon. Surely they don't mean that strange artifact of ours.
He has a certain charm about him, Astarion. Then again, so does a tiger when it purrs.
Strange. Do you feel that? It's as though the weave itself is rushing past us. Please. I need a moment. Your present condition is that you're the one I love. And your current form is merely a reflection of the depths of your sacrifice. It only makes me love you more. Best not to make promises you can't keep. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but that's all I have to offer.
On the double. Give me some cover. Weapon diagrams. Our friendly neighborhood blacksmith has been busy.
No way to ignite these.
Strange. With haste.
It hardly matters now. Astarion is dead. Permanently. One can only hope. Look at this place. Such horrors defy description. Who knows what tricks he keeps up his rotten sleeve.
You may rest assured that I do not speak out of self-preservation alone. Many lives depend on my return to the living within the span of 2 days. This idol's power is quite phenomenal. Quite perfect for my condition to boot. Someone left a mess on the way out. I wonder if it's one of those adventurer fellows that gave the goblins the slip.
A tainted vintage. Some kind of paralytic poison has been added.
Still, if whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
Omnia mutantur.
The Underdark has a certain menacing beauty to it, though I'll be happier admiring it from a safe distance. Trust me when I say, the loss of the occasional wizard staff or tome of enchantment is a bargain given the cost of allowing me to deteriorate.
Arabella's father. Poor man met a ghoulish end.
Confusio.
Quite so. A jar touched by death itself. Some necromantic power infuses it. I know Mistra. Intimately. And I carry a fragment of the weave itself within my body. Casters achieve many things. But he never managed that. A stirring verse to rouse heroes depleted, but not for us, because we went and cheated. But I had to finally tell you. Silence would have been far worse behavior still. Nevertheless, I am sorry.
Good. Let's focus on the girl first. We can settle with the snake later.
I was hoping you'd spare me a moment. There was something rather magical I wished to show you. So I was. Praying, though perhaps more accurately, pleading.
The red dragon. Gods, it must have followed us from Avernus.
How about you make him kiss your feet next? Pungent poetic justice. Just a trick. Surely. We're being toyed with.
Perhaps I can show you what I mean by reaching into the weave together.
Oh.
I'll take care of that. I thank you for seeking me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening.
I must disagree. It is necessary, and the right thing to do. Every moment I hesitate is costing lives.
Your knight in magic armor.
No boar pursues its prey with such savagery. This was the work of an animal, but of a very different nature.
No! I can't make it out by myself. I'll perish in here. Merely contemplating. I can do that. Please. For too long, I've lived in fear of taking a host of innocents with me when I expired. Now at least I can be assured my demise will be saving them instead. You've got the wrong man for this. But Minsk would be dead. You are heard and understood, Ryan. Without delay. Treme. Precious. Alia. Pharaoh. That was reckless. In a devil's hands, the crown could be as dangerous as any artifact in existence. We need to nullify the terms of that deal. Could be useful. Hells! His mind crumpled like a piece of parchment. What I wouldn't give for some respite. Another letter from Orin. How is she getting so close to us? Sorry. I didn't ask why you sought me out. Do you need anything of me? Oh, nothing. Nothing. I'm just poorly making a point. I can't believe you signed that contract. We'll discuss this later. Let them do their worst. Charged with magic. Perhaps that explains the ease with which these goblins submit to true souls. There! In the cage! Oh! That's a frightful amount of teeth where there shouldn't be any. Nia must be long dead by now. I suppose that makes it slightly more palatable to sever his head from his body. Help's on the way. What interesting tableaus. It's clearly ancient, too. Lolth's violent descent into the Underdark depicted with vivid detail. Propera minimus. A painting like that would fetch a fortune in Waterdeep. Or Baldur's Gate, for that matter. Gone. Ugh. Leaving only the stench of eggs behind her. Just like my Aunt Gilda. Is it too much to ask for these blasted torches to stay lit? Nothing like ridding oneself of a god's unwanted influence to lighten the load on your shoulders. Risas abundat, Kaido, flagilo. Astarion has his many faults, but he's certainly not wasteful. If this was his kill, he'd have cleaned up the mess. I can barely think straight. This place saps the very thoughts from your mind. Life is a tempest of events that sometimes we brace against and sometimes embrace. Suit yourself. I was merely going to remark that you handled yourself pretty well. What happened here? It's hard to make any sense of this mess. She hardly seems a danger to us. Let the girl stay. If she's desperate enough to think our troop good company. I'm almost certain that accomplished something, but what and where? Time to find out. Do you feel that? The heralds themselves tremble to face such a scourge as Will threatens to be. If you're mistaken, this could be the end of everything. We'll be failing right at the last hurdle. When the time comes, I will not hesitate to call on you or the belongings you were generous enough to offer. Gods! This stench of death is overpowering. You would sacrifice what you have with Lae'zel for me. She will not be pleased. A mortal, enchanted by the allures of the divine? Is that not a tale as old as time? I merely happen to be one of its protagonists. What in the hells is that? Another empty pod. How tragic. Well, lucky for you, your master couldn't predict the observational cunning of our troop's resident Waterdavian wizard. Your silence spoke volumes. It's bloated with poison. Better leave it be. Not that I'm one to talk, of course. I have your back. What are you doing? Stop! Best to stay out of its way. It was known to be quite the tipple. A cask or two still exists. If you know the right ale keep. The old man wasn't lying. She's opened the summoning channel. Can't you feel it? Glacius! My. If I'm not mistaken, someone seems to have misplaced their femur. When your sky dims, I will be there.
Waiting. Someone apart from my Tressim, that is.
Voco potentia.
Oh, there is poetry to be found in even the dingiest of holes. Well, well, well. This ring is yielding secrets.
Saira mortis.
Then have me. But have the best possible version of me. Oh, allow me to live dangerously while I still can. But I cannot. You would not be able to either if you knew what I knew. Please, allow me to show you. Just close your eyes a moment. Orin isn't the only shapeshifter we need to be wary of. How many doppelgangers has she called to Baal's bloody purpose? Don't fret, I'm on my way.
Ex textura.
Easy now. That should be everything. Let's see what this thing can do. Ugh, some bloody help. Halsin does not deserve to die on such a craven's altar. I am what I am. I never lied to you. I've merely been economical with the truth. It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but needs must when the devil drives. I have no choice but to speak. I hope your business with me isn't so contentious. I much prefer to settle matters with debate, not daggers. Careful. You don't know what I'm about to ask. Stand down, Will. She may add a little extra spice to her language, but she's no devil.
Invisibilis.
A cruel conclusion to the mercy we showed, but hardly an unpredictable one. As long as it lives, so will its appetite. My, what an angry little pixie. He's practically turning the air blue. The best cure for doubt is study and experimentation, and an experiment must be repeated thrice in order to ensure accuracy, of course. Oh dear. Druid magic. Better tread carefully. It senses something, doesn't it? I'll keep my guard up. I don't know how else I can explain the imperative nature of this issue. You can't simply dismiss it. A pity Shadowheart chose to depart our company. I've grown quite fond of that Sharam wit of hers.
Thou latrine-loving leper!
I wonder where they were going. I don't want to know what that is. If things were different, if we were home, I'd have taken time to do things properly, to say it all better. But time is short.
Espraidae me.
This Halsin sounds like a knowledgeable man. He studied illithid tadpoles in great detail. Filial betrayal, is it? A tale as old as the gods themselves.
Certainly easy and effective.
I don't see one. My opinion on such matters will be an uninformed one, I'm afraid. But is there anything within my expertise you wish to discuss? Another mimic. You'd think I'd get better at spotting the damn things. First, have the White Queen move all the way across and capture the Black Pawn. This leaves Black's king in check, forcing him to retreat a square left. Do not undersell yourself. You may not have the Grand Lair nor loyal swarm, but a vampire spawn is still part of the vampire family, technically. Oh, I didn't realize we had time to read children's stories. A long road lies ahead before the crown comes into our possession. All I ask for now is that you do not dismiss this possibility out of hand. Please, at least think on it. I'm rather a dab hand myself when it comes to a spot of intellectual intrigue. Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy.
Omnia mutantur.
Not necessarily. Arabella? Such promises will have to wait, however. My condition is hardly a patient one.
Shadowheart! Anyone but her!
What I want, perhaps not. But what I need, I believe so. But it may not be the last turn of the page, even if it seems so. The same way as you are, I hope. Determined, focused, a tad impatient. The army of the Absolute is gone, marching west. Sooner or later, the very walls of Baldur's Gate will tremble. Must be the tree from the note to Korga. What's that cleft there? Hells! As if the targets on our backs weren't already plain enough. It's decided. Let's leave it at that. Those beasts still prowl the eternal night. But at least they're afraid of the fire. Whoa! There are a lot of guts to go around in this place. Are you sure you... Never mind. Too late. At once. I'm my own man. Make my own choices. This head's had quite a journey. A devil of the fugue plane, I believe. Those chains don't just bind him, they protect him. He's invulnerable. The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the Grove. Gladdens me to hear you say that. Perhaps I can show you my gratitude another way, by demonstrating exactly what Ascension will mean to me. To us. Quite the pair of legs you've got on you to make that kind of leap. Fine. If you're so against the idea, I suppose we can forge ahead without input from the goddess of magic. Now, much as I enjoy reminiscing about such tomfoolery, I believe we've more pressing matters at hand. Is there anything else? Empty. Evil is a reductive term, too often used to dismiss choices the observer lacks the imagination to understand. I thought I'd awaken feeling, well, drained. But I seem to be quite as well as ever. I think I'll need a drink with the rest of that story.
And so we have gone through the necessary steps again. It is gratifying to see your memory does not fail you.
Good gods, that's disgusting. Do excuse me, please. Frightfully busy.
Resisto.
An untouched stack of hay.
Mustn't be any horses around. So you made a cow drop out of the sky, which presumably killed it, and yet somehow you found out her name was Stephanie.
Duke Will Ravengard.
I'm what one might call a wizard prodigy. Who from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it. Much like a musician or a poet.
Palidamors.
Might as well throw the damn thing at the post house.
No honor among sneaks.
I don't feel too good. What did that druid scratch me with?
Checkmate.
Fine blade. Almost a pity to absorb its magic. But I do so have need of it. The pragmatic in me, however, sees only the silence before the storm. The remains of a great dragon. Clearly, not an immortal one. Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Commotuis in lingua motua.
Elminster?
Ignis!
Yet another scrying eye. They were keeping a close watch on the goblins as well. It's a nice horn, but useless now. So this chest contains a field of transformative weave. Delightful. Then follow my lead. We had a moment, you and I. A moment in which we expressed the possibility of becoming more than friends. From this angle, there's nothing you can't endure. She toys with us like a tressym with a pigeon. But to what end? I admire any who follow their curiosity to novel and unexpected means. This is how the world changes for the better.
Inficio.
Moon Maiden's grace. It's open. Your knight in magic armor. No need to deny it. The bat's out of the bag, so to speak. Treating you to the real deal, that's what. A pity Shadowheart was the price of it. But the Lady of Loss will take her dues. Our loss is our gain, so to speak. There's something ominous about such depths. I wonder how deep it goes. You were in fear of your life at the hands of this unarmed bard. Ah. You're still talking to me then? They're not attacking. Must think I'm one of them. Where am I smelling salts? Fascinating as our surroundings are, we must press on. If our runaway general is down here, the heart of the Absolute will be too. Why should I? So long. It hasn't been a pleasure. Now that we've got something to look forward to, I think it's time we went and saved the world. Don't you? They may not be the safest types to unleash, but their deaths would have weighed heavy on you. I've got the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all. I am terrified. I will not claim otherwise. My face could scarcely conceal it, even if my words sought to deny it. I've already defied Mistra. Had I followed her command, there'd be nothing left of me but a smoking crater. The heart and soul of molten fire. That is a lava elemental. Lae'zel was a formidable addition to our party. Our odds without her are diminished. I'm glad to hear it. And I intend to prove myself worthy of the sentiment. Help's on the way. I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet. Why would you even bring this up? Come, let's go. I'm not in the mood for chatter. Hells! I have better things to do than seek out unsettling little children. An illusory wall. Let's find out what it seeks to hide. It hardly matters now. Astarion is gone and we can only hope for good. Still, let's keep a wary eye out, shall we? So, the Night Song is the source of Ketheric's invulnerability. Perhaps its powers could be turned against him. Extraordinary behavior. There's more to these rats than meets their beady little eyes. Yikes. Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making. Intactilis sum, gustas dulcis. Why does it feel like he's not truly gone? Is his spirit still tied to that helm? Non compos mentis. Wealth is to be shared, I suppose. Barrel sharp, the wit on you. Never. By all means. The source of the curse, no doubt. Now to find a way to reverse its effects. Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. Amid the madness that has befallen us, it seems almost out of place to think of a romantic walk. I'd actually been thinking about introducing the two of you anyway. Over a sumptuous home-cooked meal, if that sounds at all to your taste. Vampiro! Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits. Oh, yes. Locked. Let's find another way in. There's no denying a certain perfume of decay hangs over such dark magic, but that isn't to say it can't be put to good use. Or at the very least, neutral use. Splendid. Bit of boldness will serve us well. Precious little love lost between us, isn't there? Dollar. Neither of us can know what truly may be if we don't at least try. Potential is nothing in itself. Just a fleeting dream unless we drag it into the waking world. Please, at least think on it. You remind me of her somewhat. An expression you both share. When she gives in to her more feline qualities. A mouse trapped beneath her paw. Of course. I would hate for you to think me impatient or ungrateful. I shall persevere. For now. A shame. He will be most disappointed, I fear. Time for us to take a rather literal leap of faith. Platforms covered in rust. Must be older than bone dust. With the power of the crown, any foe would be rendered impotent. Any obstacle would be dwarfed by our might. Further mention of the adamantine forge. The Dwergar were looking for it too. I think your new form rather suits you. It has a certain cephalopodic charm to it. A tentacular tingle. Fiat Vayuntas Day. But where exactly does it lead? Raphael revealed a cruel truth. But believe me when I say, it is one you are more powerful for learning. Odd. I feel better. Out! We come now to the crux of my folly. Shall I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale? Spot a bother. Let's remedy that, shall we? I think I see the madness slipping from your eyes. Looks like I won't be joining Alfira just yet. Perhaps he does. Would you begrudge me the chance to make things right, Elminster?
With ease.
Plenty of them, and all complicated.
He just died on the spot.
If only the curse had taken all of the Absolute's followers, we'd claim 2 birds with 1 stone.
Let's get you on your feet. Where the hells are we?
Surprised this hay hasn't gone up in flames yet.
What?
A choice both efficient and pragmatic. Most unlike you. Still, I'm sensing no signs of any divine retribution incoming. Not quite sure what to make of that. These are territorial markings, and recent ones too. There are hunters around. Day 5. The host personality has disappeared. Fingers and toes and limbs elongate.
No time to lose.
Thankfully, the moment I absorbed the fragment wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning. Perhaps next time we shouldn't poke the mysterious ox.
What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark?
Hey, you!
No, listen. A myconid. It's warning us.
Sword and a hat. Wonder whose? Will! Please, stay with me!
No idea what this says.
I'm surprised you're permitted to choose a partner outside of your own people. Well, that'll teach us never to judge an ox by its cover.
Quadico fake.
Yes, why not?
Then let me say it more plainly.
I'll take care of that.
Magic-eating flowers as a light source. Huh, ingenious. I was certain that this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mistra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains. Now, as the saying goes, what's left undone should be left unspoken. Is there some lighter subject you wish to discuss?
UBS. Faccio voco fere.
Bound with the bedrock of the astral plane itself. No ordinary magic will sever such ties. For you, O horned cheek, comes with the territory. For the best. Death is too good for it. If that is your wish, so be it. But the orb remains an option, and I shall not hesitate if called upon. Terrifying, isn't it? And that is only the beginning. Still, your caution in this instance is well advised. Let's see whether our dream visitors come good on their promises, or if they too were no more than a passing illusion. Rid of the Emperor's influence at last. What comes next? We decide. You can learn a lot about people when you understand the manner of their upbringing. Our time here will shed new light on your little quirks, I'm quite sure.
Fiat lux.
A heart-to-heart. At once.
They spoke of the Absolute, same as that goblin, Sazza. Curious. Your body's a temple to an idiot god.
Together as one.
Vita mortis cario.
One moment they were embracing each other in intimacy. The next they're embracing only death. It hardly has any effect. Oh, Mistra, have mercy on us all. Seems I have to defeat myself, as it was written.
My pleasure. Help's on the way.
Magical access into the Underdark. A shortcut to death, one might call that. Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
The drink. It's turned necrotic.
Oh.
Hell's in a handbasket. I need to get down from here.
Vidgit qui patito.
Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but makes some useful potions.
Quiet.
I had hoped to have a word with you about that, in fact. Our little voyage to the stars. I'm sure he'll take it with grace. Or at least pretend to. The bodies are treated as characters, not corpses. What story are they telling?
Hostio manera.
Oh, Quite well, as a matter of fact. Since it was stabilized, it's been humming along nicely. It's been so long since I've used it. Gale, the Caris, cuts a poor figure next to the wizarding prowess of Gale of Waterdeep.
Damn! By the 9 hells, it worked!
Just so. He was a dangerous ally, to us and our enemies both. That's a scrying eye. Someone's monitoring the place.
Plue.
So, it seems the device was activated by the presence of those Githyanki hunters. Rather handy, that. Act now, and we take out the brain and every foot soldier in the Absolute's army. All their hatred, their bile, their violence. Erased. It would finally be over. Perhaps that is what I deserve. But you deserve no such thing. To kill me is to unleash the orb. Stealing someone's friend and their face? Whew. Boundaries clearly mean little to this lot. It's my spirit draining. Only light drives the shadows away. And so I'm back in the swamp. If only I could pick a destination.
Fronti nulla fides.
If there is a healer here, I hope they don't solve problems with your enthusiasm. There's an aperture in the metal surface. For a mold, I imagine. I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it. I am, after all, the villain of the tale.
Mortem tuum sum.
Looks like a shrine to Seluna over there. In the meantime, my thanks again. I feel much better now, and eager to continue our journey. Didn't take you for a percussionist? Then it will be so. With you and I together, there's not a force in existence that can stop us. I'd say I'd learned to interpret it with a degree of flexibility. In nocte consilium. Let's explore. Very well. I can only hope that there are few innocents within the Absolute's reach when the time comes. And that you will seek safety. Far away from me.
What in the hells? Get back!
The parasite is somehow infused with Netherese magic. More powerful, more sinister than it has any right to be. We must find out how. One step in front of the other, Gale. What's done is done. All we can do now is carry on and maybe be a little more skeptical of those we meet. Strange, though, that she would reward me for such a service now. She's hardly been forthcoming on that front since my banishment. All that scares me in this world is the unknown. Is it brute force that saves you and I each day in battle? No. It's our greater knowledge. Willing and able. I can imagine no finer ceramorph for the job. Not really, no. That's mostly a synonym for yes, by the by. There's no time to waste. Clever. Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar. The corpse's head has been severed. That's one way to stop the dead spilling their secrets. Let's hope the locals are friendly. Something's guarding that forge, and it's weak to this hot hammer. May the dice roll in my favor. No, it shall be done. A perfect ring of mushrooms. That can hardly be a coincidence. That enchanted journal made note of an adamantine forge as well. I must be onto something. Whatever it is, I'm afraid I can't help you. Ever since you were kind enough to free me from that stone, I've seen you demonstrate remarkable guile and courage. Ugh, these Selunite words do nothing. Poor woman. Nothing we can do for her. Excellent. Stuck no longer. A hero of legend. Passing the figurative torch onto us. Quietly does it. No need to attract unwanted attention. No point in debating what's already done. Let's go on ahead. Skewered monk. Delicacy to someone, no doubt.
Faccio voco fere!
But it's a journey I'd rather set out on with a good meal and a rest to my name. And a nightcap wouldn't go amiss. Then let me clear your mind of doubts. It absolutely wasn't. More of those sea devils. Why are they here? Something must have lured them. Shall cure me of my affliction. And I'll finally be free. I don't know. It's been so long since I dared to imagine an end to the orb's hunger. Better start thinking about it, hadn't I?
It's key. The dead shapeshifter back in the tunnels bore one just like it.
With ease.
I don't deserve you, truly. But I will do my utmost to earn the right. My, is that a ring? For us? Ugh, you shouldn't have.
Not this again.
Something's wrong. I feel weak, drained.
I was quite clear about the imperative nature of my request to you, and despite that, I've seen neither hair nor hind of a magic artifact. My lady, I bow to your boundless kindness. A steel mold, used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
That's a Susa tree. These things drain away one's magic. Shouldn't linger here.
The way you diffuse the tension between Zevlor and Aradin.
Grimishkas? They're no lovers of magic. Better watch where I cast.
As rats go, this one seems to be somewhat of an eccentric. I suppose it's time we dealt with the Hollyphant in the room. You have questions for me, and I promise I have answers. I never credited Baal with a sense of humor. This is some sick joke of his. Let's not be part of it. Sorry. I'm feeling bitter. Though I think I'm entitled to, given I know exactly what you came here to say.
Curiosity must be satisfied.
Take me with you. You do plenty for me, more than you realize. But this cannot be remedied. But why? Out with it, Elminster. Please. Trust me when I say you are better off living unshaded by Shah's influence. Such a goddess would take everything from you and still demand more. I know we are. And yet, a few moments more, a few different words spoken. Stabilio. No doubt it will be. Abominably so, as is just about everything we do. But I know we're up to the task. Are you still with me? Your enterprising approach to my problem is most encouraging, but it is a delicate process to keep my condition stable.
It shall be done.
Voco potentia.
I'm cautiously optimistic. Though, with the time left to us and the amount still to be done, it's best we don't take anything for granted.
Esto perpetua.
I still prefer my odds if I don't turn myself into a crater the size of the lower city. A word, if you please? Please. I've better things to do with my time than hoodwink gullible adventurers out of their trinkets. There's the magic word. You need something of me?
You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
For now, to have a few more days in your company, no. I wouldn't change a thing. We're not compatible, you and I, neither in thought nor in temper. Giant mushrooms? I've never seen anything like them. That's an unusual artifact you have there, Shadowheart. A most unlikely protector.
My pleasure.
Oh! Doesn't work. Regardless, you've made your point. I shall put thoughts of the crown aside for the time being.
We should be so lucky.
But being in this place, knowing what lies within poses such a threat. I hope the only heart that's broken here is the Absolute's. I'd never forgive myself for breaking yours.
Seems like it draws power from whoever's in the cradle, which is currently nobody.
Minimus.
How about we go find that chap Halsin, little Miss Poison Ivy mentioned? With a bit of luck, he has the means to offer us a cure rather than a coffin. Devils, dragons, mind flayers. They used to be abstracts. Pictures on a piece of paper. Goblin tracks. And far too many of them, too. To share such a night with you only to tell you of a previous lover the next morning, it wasn't the most gentlemanlike behavior. Shadow druids at work, and this Korga is their newest recruit. With my reflexes, I'd catch you before you so much as stubbed a toe. And if he does, he'll not find you alone. Or worse, trusting a mind flayer to wield the stones and giving it the chance to dominate a netherbrain? A shame. This is a journey I'd like to see through to the end. But I have my own finale to face. It's best I face it alone. My omnipotent, omniscient ex-lover.
Kretskatskientia.
A savvy move recruiting Hals into our cause.
Venustior.
Oh, your breath would kill the dead twice over. A convincing composite, but nothing more. Now, I believe this is the moment where I should get to my point, so to speak.
Tu es nihil.
Where am I? Are those dinosaurs? Not a predator I'm keen to study up close. I do enjoy our conversations. What do you need? I promise we'll make it work. If you'll have me. The lava's erupting. Better watch my step. That's the trouble with being quite clever. You always have to be right. Probe all avenues, consider all possibilities. Impressive specimen. Better off stuffed than stalking me, I dare say. That means there'll be no permanent place in the heavens for us. But we could still visit. And yet another. Hardly the warmest of welcomes. What is this liquid? About damn time. Well, there was an invitation to leave if I ever heard one. Good luck in your endeavors. You shall certainly need it. I know we've been through this before, but our situation has changed since then. And not for the better. 2 left hands, I see. The scene is this. You and I stand in the room that is the center of my universe.
Elminster.
So, a vampire walks among us? Of course, I had my suspicions. The lesson is death. So that's what you're scared of. With the crown of Karsus reforged, I could take control of the Karsite Weave. That's certainly a possibility. We must reach Ketheric. He will lead us to the heart of the Absolute. My favorite spot. Many times, evening turned to night and back to daybreak once more while I sat here, lost in words. Perhaps it's for the best. Freeing them could have unleashed chaos, and the thought of killing them is more than I could stomach. Damn these imps! I need to reach the transponder. Cozy fire.
Obedi me.
And you're quite sure it wasn't a dream? Cheese partaken at a late hour can wreak havoc on the unconscious. Go on. Tell me about it.
In excessus.
Unfinished toys, like the ones from the barn. Better stay on guard. Burn them, I say. Burn them all. I will keep you safe.
Damn this fog.
Oh, but before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered a man, thank you for pulling me out of that stone. She has no choice. She's sworn to hear all magic users. Even me. The bustle here takes some getting used to. Crackling fire and a tressum for company is usually more my speed.
Flagilo.
Hope the forge is close by. I'm sweating from the heat. Please, now's hardly the time. Good show. A shout for help reverberating through the Underdark. That's going to attract the wrong crowd. And he tried. With a spell of his own devising, he endeavored to usurp in one fell swoop the power of the goddess of magic. The truth of the crown, I hope. All that stands between us and enlightenment is the turn of a page. A shame to wizardry, this one. Still, we should exercise caution. I've misjudged the situation. I gave my heart over to you too freely, and now it has been wounded. A mistake I shall not repeat. Long ride down? Is this the Underdark? Ha! Sorcerer's Sundries is no mere trading post. It's been serving the arcane community for centuries. An Aasimar for an ally. Oh, I feel the odds shifting in our favor already. My. A night to remember.
Ugh, I feel rotten.
Oh, it's not so bad once you get used to it. And, on the plus side, my tower in Waterdeep has never been so free of clutter. I think you're rather wonderful. And that's not a word I waste on anyone unworthy of it.
Those claws look sharp. Stay clear, unless you wish to trip on your own entrails.
Interesting. This shape corresponds with the pod controls.
This is hardly the time for idle banter. The annals of Carsus are here, waiting to be read. I can lend you a third left hand if you need one.
Oh! Evanesco.
That disc will lead somewhere, I'll wager. I'm afraid it doesn't quite work like that. Though, of course, I'm immensely grateful for any assistance you provide in times of mortal peril. But I must ask more trust of you still.
Seems like we tied up a loose end for Raphael. Not sure if he'll be grateful, though.
I owe you an apology. Things became quite heated between us before, after I learned of the crown of Carsus. I allowed myself to get carried away, and failed to properly explain myself.
Take me by the hand.
Quack. Maybe someone was cheating at cards. Maybe it was some weird lover's quarrel.
Willing and able.
I promise I will not betray your trust. You kept me by your side despite the menace that I am.
Help's on the way.
Fascinating architecture. Doesn't match the style of any Underdark civilization that I know of.
Mors animae.
Maybe later.
Oh. Iberotipi.
The Adamantine Forge again. Durin, too, was looking to find it.
Immediately.
A Solunite amulet. Perhaps the Lady of Silver has presented me a gift to quell the storm within. At least our conversation needn't come to such an abrupt halt. Unless you'd rather it did, of course. Indeed.
Not this again. Te absolvo.
I'm not normally one to rise with the birds myself. But something disturbed my sleep.
My pleasure.
I wonder if this Inquisitor is as fearsome as his reputation suggests.
The grand piano plays the Lyrian suites all by itself, and as we look out beyond the arches that lead to the terrace, we see the weary sun take its daily dive into the sea. The magic ward. Someone doesn't want this door opened. What's that?
Punge.
Persistent, isn't it? Looks like you made a new friend for life.
While the iron is hot. On my way.
Unfortunately, this is neither the time nor the place to indulge such feelings, so we must be patient and push all such thoughts aside. For now.
Not this again.
Mistra, for indeed it was her image I conjured, commands all magic. Salvation, if such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold.
Yes, lovely.
Besides, it will be quite something to study infernal magic in its natural environs. I say natural in the loosest sense, of course. And there we go. Never knew prayer could be so practical.
Alime.
I grow cold. Numb. I need a damned antidote now. Another shapeshifter who won't be getting an encore. The Chess Zaris sort, if I'm not mistaken. What treasures is it hiding? No crutch. I can stand tall now, thanks to you. You've renewed my taste for living. I'll not be a burden to you. Well, generosity is always a noble virtue, whether it be in the streets, by the charity box, or betwixt the sheets. Oh, you have something more private in mind, no? No, don't tell me. I'll let my imagination fill in the gaps. Welcome back to the land of the lucid, where explanations are owed, if you don't mind. My apologies. Don't get your robes in a ruffle. A petty kingdom undone. Already lost to history. There's no such thing as an absolute certainty.
Kudo.
Is that so? Well, let's hope that continues to be the case. There's no guarantee our cure will be found lurking in the darkness after all. Not a tadpole to be seen. What have they done with them? My continued presence, though. Quite priceless. That's good to know. Although I should say I do what I do out of a sense of utility and pragmatism, not a love of the unsavory. No matter. Far be it from me to impose the majesty of the celestial canvas on those unwilling to partake of its beauty. Easy enough. The elevation device is already in place. All I have to do is hop on.
Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up.
Hang in there, dearest. Farewell.
The cage is burning. There isn't much time to save her. The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one.
I'm glad you can recognize this for the opportunity it is. Nevertheless, not a step to take lightly. Oh, vanished. Strange. Is that sulfur I smell?
I might enjoy watching you tangled up with the drow, as long as I was 5 paces back. Best to stay clear, or be ready for a fight.
Very well. We'll do this the old-fashioned way, then. Swords, spells, and sweat. Adventurous to the end. Whatever form it may take.
No time to lose. More of those wretched things!
Illithid writing. Meaningless to me. Go on, then. State your business with me, from a safe distance. If it's all the same to you.
Macte fortute. I wonder why this one isn't working.
Food and drink, followed by murder in Shah's name.
Barbaric.
You hear him too, don't you? Near is not long for this world unless we get him out of there. So, Astarion, I hear your relationship has taken on a new aspect recently. Flumph mating rituals. It's an odd book for a drow to carry. There was that magma mephit once. Kasitrak Ash, in fact. You met him. It's in a devil's nature to conceal the truth. You can't fault yourself for that. I am involved. I'm taking notes, making observations. Very well. Here goes. Well, you've certainly piqued the interest of the Absolute, though I can think of at least a dozen gods I'd rather meet. I hear shouting up ahead. Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. Dead. By our own kin's hand. Some room, then, if you please. Lava's not supposed to explode, I don't think. Something's igniting it. Listen, I need to speak to you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent. At once. Looks like a hospital. Or the remains of one. Then the Queen takes the other pawn 1 square up and left, while moving in the protection of the bishop. A nautiloid? Could it be? I'm many things, but Koi's not one of them. Oh, now?
Mortalis!
Good. Because even my open mind has limits. You won't like what happens if you cross them.
Maio! Fortio!
Might as well. Surprise, surprise.
Is it me? Or is the ground here particularly sticky? Almost as if...
They won't see this coming.
Oh, I'll be sucked dry of all life if I linger here.
According to these notes, there's an adamantine forge down here. Oh, it will take me some time to get that image out of my head. Named after wizards. Ramazith, Elminster, Silverhand, and Karsus. What secrets of Netheril might lie behind his door, I wonder? Looks like a beast came through here. Big one, too. Not keen on fighting its allies. Should have figured. Whatever that thing was you turned into, I'd rather not see it again. By the gods. Your intellect will be valuable indeed, so long as it remains uncorrupted. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep. He wishes to extend you an invitation for a private conversation in a more suitable locale. The shape feels deliberate, like it might have some sort of purpose. This grove is like a cauldron about to boil over. I say we check in on the child. Make sure she comes to no harm. Whatever Voss might have known about its occupant is lost to us now. Let's hope he and his alliance are aid we can do without. The brain. It's inside my head, sapping my thoughts.
A scrying eye. Wonder who's looking through it. It's time to stop making excuses. Our very souls do echo.
Looks like she's fit as a fiddle again, which might be somewhat dangerous, mind you. Here's your tome back. It proved to be even more valuable than I ever could have imagined, for both of us. The crown. It's somewhere in the Chiontha. That's not a Gale-sized hole.
That was close.
All we need to do is stay focused on the task at hand. Defeating that Elder Brain. After that, you can leave the rest to me.
Rook to Queen 6.
Doubt is a spoil sport. Cast it aside.
I don't fancy their chances.
Magis amica veritas.
My eyes!
How bothersome.
So, all it takes to lift the archive's dome is a few magic words. Excellent. I'm rather good at those. Astarion's fate depends on us. Given our resounding failure to protect him in the first place, I'm not sure I fancy his chances.
On my way.
Yes, but there is so much to live for and so few moments in which to house it all. That's Jurgle, the scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him. So this is Marcus's handiwork. That sick bastard. Glue and optimism are holding this thing together. I'd thank you for bringing me back to life, but your ending it in the first place has me rather in two minds about you.
What madness is this? If you would make light of this butchery, you are a monster, and I will not suffer you to live.
You might be in for an adventure with Karlach. More than you bargained for. With a bit of luck. You're a vampire? Stand back. I'll run a stake through your heart if I must. I can tell you what I don't like. Unwittingly sleeping next to someone with a taste for blood and a tendency to lie about it. What they sell is far more precious than mere sword or shield. They sell knowledge, ingenuity, the wisdom of mages past. This would be the worst time to take a nap. Even you. After the dreams we've shared. He is the prince of a people who have spent eons nursing a hatred of the very creature nestled in our skulls.
Virtus escientia.
Your hide, your choice. Not quite my cup of tea, though. Need to get the child out of here, and sharpish. Well, I think it's safe to say we made quite an impact on that monastery. You're one such event that, one day soon perhaps, I'd like to embrace.
Voscuro.
There's an almost reverent silence that accompanies the peak of darkness, when you'd almost believe the dawn will never break.
Ad vitam aeternam.
A little discourse.
Risum teliatis. Ingende.
A little discourse.
Fate seems determined to make a mind flayer of you, as it would make a cataclysm of me. Make your choice. The orb will be there regardless.
Sio didici pecto.
It would be selfish of me to stay, when in doing so I'll be putting you and everyone else within spitting distance in catastrophic peril. Gems from Thay. Looks like the looters were less than thorough. Scorched ground. Better watch out. Speaks volumes as to the owner of the place. A Githyanki blade, no doubt. You're right. The orb is the only way. All that's left for me to do is spirit you away to safety. Are you ready? Shabby workmanship. Strong push and this wall comes down. The artifact claims a new owner. So much for mourning the last one. Not quite the outcome intended, but I must say the technique was excellent.
Video veritatum.
A pleasant dream gives way to an even more pleasant reality.
Onward.
Only that I find you quite irresistible. Even illuminated by such rotten light as this place produces. Doth thy mirror crack? Apparently not. Getting weaker by the moment. No response? Ogres aren't the types to enjoy a quiet night by the fire, I suppose. With pleasure. Apologies. I got rather lost in the metaphor there. Allow me to provide a map.
Closer. I need to get closer to new horizons.
That being said, I wondered if you might consider accompanying me back to Waterdeep as a new member of the Dakaria's clan. These siege engines. It's like walking into a military history book. A century old, I'd say. If I ever want to be me again. They just keep coming. What powers are protecting it? A true infernal item, tainted by the hells themselves. Looks like she's a diabolist after all.
Ire et dolo!
I'm sorry, but I had to. After all, this is only the beginning.
The history of the city itself is captured in the archives here. A fascinating resource. I will not let you down.
The crown! The one the Elder Brain was wearing.
The one I very nearly destroyed. Regardless, it's the right thing to do. That's good enough for me. I can't deny my curiosity. But, as you say, no harm in delaying it, for now at least.
Curiosity trumps combat, then? Yes, of course.
So the fabled answer is to be found beneath the flagstones of Worm's Rock Prison. I have a spark or two up my sleeve. Could that be enough to light the way? Make the best decision you can. That's all anyone could ask of you. I will stand by your side regardless.
Well now, to see through this mask is to see through different eyes.
Day 4. Excruciating pain as the skeleton and organs reform and reposition.
Don't get too close.
Still, each new dawn with you is a blessing I didn't dare to hope for. Selfish, as I'm no doubt being, I'm grateful for that. These cragged hills make for weary souls. I see why most headed inland prefer the smooth sailing of the Chionthar.
Let's go.
The stench, the filth. Gods, what a horror to be imprisoned in such a place. Left out in plain sight? I'd rate the Harpers too smart for that.
Creator. Destroyer.
By all means. Carry out Mistra's wishes, I suppose. Though that would be a very drastic solution, if you can even call it that.
Let's get you on your feet.
Let's hope the orb remains stable in the face of such explosive power.
It's cold in this grave. The shadows darken. Some horror is at hand.
Resaccio.
Must have belonged to Lenore's pet, I gather.
Of course, in walked the housekeeper, screaming, yelling, panic, and before you know it, fire everywhere.
They won't see this coming.
Hold on! We need an exit from this chamber as well. The weave is still here. All around us. Inside of us, too. As long as the goddess lives, magic is a tangible thing for those who know how to touch.
Thank you. But even if we do find another way, perhaps this is the right way. The end fate wishes for me.
Time to run.
Gods have ascended through far stranger means. A circle drawn on a globe, a walk in a swamp, the destruction of a magical stone. Why not with a symbol of such innate authority? Oh, you know me, ever the optimist. I'm trying to focus on the positives. The currents of weave around these runes are absolutely fascinating. There's so much to explore.
Te adstringo linguam.
It certainly wasn't the reunion I was hoping for. No, if anyone had to deliver such a message, I'm glad it was my old friend. That scent. This wine is poisoned. As luck would have it, we'll soon find ourselves near one of the finest book collections this side of Candlekeep, Sorceress Sundries. I need to go there and learn all I can. Hold your horses. I'm just poorly making a point. I reckon those warriors holding the bridge can be fought off, if it comes to that. My Life, Part 12. The Boring Opponent.
A word.
Clausus.
And next?
Non movere.
Ah. If that's the main criteria, then I shall reset my expectations accordingly. Water it is.
Allow me.
To be so favoured and so blessed. One feels positively riddled with envy. I hope you're here to discuss that contract you just signed. Agreeing to give away our greatest hope of salvation wasn't the wisest of moves.
Where are my smelling salts?
Thank Mistra for that. Can't say I was enamoured with the thought of spending my final moments buried under 1,000 tons of limestone.
Obedi me.
Orin was a monster, whatever her form. I suppose growing up somewhere like this would make a monster of anyone.
Resistum mortem.
Nothing here. I'll just keep this safe.
Voco morus.
This will come in handy.
Play on and soothe my soul. They feed on me instead. I need light. That can't be. It wasn't. It couldn't have been. I only wished to prove myself worthy. I had no idea.
Would you like to experience this?
Very funny. But as we all know, nymphs are sticklers when it comes to their bathing routines. You, my friend, haven't been near a fresh spring in a 10-day or more.
Damn gnolls are everywhere.
We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon, too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once more and look for a healer together?
Aredissimus.
Your wish is my regret.
Yeah. She's not coming back.
You're a bloody vampire. But you bit off more than you can chew.
You seem to be missing a person. Where's Astarion? Then I suppose there is nothing more to be done but find the heart of the Absolute and stop its beating. I'm sure Gortash will be eager to learn of his rival's demise.
You intelligente pauca.
I wonder this shoddy wall hasn't already collapsed. Afraid not. What I have to show you requires us to be its only witness, and our minds to share in the most exquisite concentration. At last, we find a beacon of light amongst the darkness, and not a moment too soon. I'm quite ready for some respite. Thank you for that most considerate reminder.
Parabellum.
Not happening. When I get my hands on that crown, I'm going to wield it. Karsus's powers will be mine. All the hallmarks of a miserable death.
Eacto te.
How long have you been pacted to Mazora, Will? Not your average chest. Whatever's inside is worth a peek, I'd say. This is no passing whim. Trust me. If I can obtain that crown, it will affect us all. It's not a decision I'll take lightly. Traps, eh? I have a feeling I'm not very welcome here.
Devilkin. Am I in the hells? This should give me an edge.
It vexes me to know of you. A religion, or a cult, all influenced by their absolute. The way we handled Nettie when she wanted to poison us. If there's one quality all the denizens of the hells embody, it's ambition. A quality they share with many humans, come to think of it. I know you love me. Perhaps it was too much to expect you to love my cat as well. I mean, Tressim. I assure you it's not. Devils aren't known to aid mortals out of simple kindness. Whatever Raphael wants, we must be the key to getting it, along with our tadpoles.
Ira.
Morbidus. Swords meet sorcery.
Who knows how long the real Minthara has been strapped to Orin's altar? We owe it to her to bring her back safely. She would do no less for you or I.
With silver tongue.
A Wicklaran face veil, worn by powerful witches in the Erlingwood wilds of Rashomon, the adornment of a skilled spellweaver. She has a good heart. You should recognize the same in your actions here. I'm sure she'd approve of me lending myself to your efforts.
Abono disce omnis.
Time to get this thing fired up. These fellas fought to the last.
Between fight or flight, they picked the wrong response.
We know the man, we know the mission. Let's go find him. And did young Will ever catch anything?
What in the name of... What have you done?
That's locked for a reason. Let's not disturb it. One time, my parents denied me a kitten, so I summoned myself a Tressim. Ah, dear old Tara. Beautiful creature. Astra Navigamus. A spell, clearly. Can't say I'm familiar with it. An ancient prayer. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol?
Esto perpetua. Ah!
There's a sign. Is there an abductee in every one of those?
Ugh! He's about to belch.
I can see the truth in that. But you and I aren't most people.
Venenum.
Still nothing. Someone forgot to oil their equipment. Everything here is rusted to hells and back. A wise choice, under the circumstances.
Gods, what are you doing? Take off that mask right bloody now.
My word. This is a place where nightmares come to die. This might unlock those controls next to the pod. So be it. Guarded by some malicious aura. Need to dispel it to get past. I can't tell you how glad I am not to face such an undertaking alone. We will succeed where Carsus failed, I'm sure of it. Damn! Some of these mushrooms are illusions. What did I think about an imaginary blow to the stomach? Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful. Ever since Elminster told me of Mistra's expectations of me, felt like I've been walking along such a cliff face. The great drop to nothingness never out of my sight. In for a surprise. Interesting, of course. We enjoyed each other's company. Body, mind, and soul. But even so, I desired more. No doubt it will be. Abominably so, as is just about everything we do. But I know we're up to the task. What do you say? Looks like Nine Fingers has an ambush planned at the counting house, with the Stone Lord as her prey. The manner of artifacts I need are not often found, waiting patiently on a shopkeep's shelf. One usually has to lift them delicately from trap-filled tombs or prise them from the hands of violent ne'er-do-wells.
Resurges.
My advice would be care and caution. Oh, how bothersome. No matter. After all, a bond like ours hardly needs words to express it. What else is troubling you? The way you followed the protocol and brought me back to life. I have to say, it's one thing to have a parasite in your head, quite another not to know it's there. A little privacy, please. Never knew goblins can't hold their liquor.
Ita mortis scario.
How tedious. Oh, what did you have in mind? A quiet party? Toasting a return with a few good friends?
An earthquake, maybe? I don't remember one ever shaking the city. I was raised better than this.
Take heart, I'm here for you. We should inform her of his delusions. No doubt she'll have great fun in dispelling them. Perhaps she does. Would you begrudge me the chance to make things right, Elminster? It certainly seems that way.
Halsin, no!
The absolute cannot be resisted.
Aye. Feels like something down here has them excited. Or scared.
Study.
Pulcrior.
I don't know what transpired exactly, but the ship broke into pieces and I suddenly found myself in freefall. No time to lose. A fine piece. A dragon and elf surveying the city of Baldur's Gate.
Maledicte es.
I'll perish. Blood spilled. The blacksmith vanished. This can't be good. Your devotion is impressive, but be careful it's not fatal. Gods consider mortals like us a cheap token to trade in for their desired outcomes. At least in my experience. You clearly see something in me that I can't. The wisdom and intelligence required to overcome almost insurmountable odds, perhaps? Or the stupidity required to attempt it. Those symbols show where gnolls and goblins were sighted. Plenty of trouble along the way. A teasing sound, but to what effect? What life is left to you now, I wonder? A slow decline. A sudden, painful extinguishing. Baal does not forgive.
A mason's guild. Nobody's done any stonework here in a while.
Let me play the devil's advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand.
Do it! If he will not help, Boo will make him long for the safety of his prison once more.
Quite something. To hold the cosmos in your hands.
It's that bloody mask. Take it off, now!
Fronti nulla fides.
Interesting mask. Quite like the design.
Out of the fire. Guess that makes me the frying pan.
No use digging with my bare hands.
Be ready. Whoever, or whatever did this, could be close.
Let's give this a try.
Watch my back while I take a look.
Scratch was only ever meat of the lowest grade.
I'm glad you sought me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening.
All that talk of desperation, it merely illustrates his own.
Look at that. Jurgle, the scribe of the dead. This chapel must be ancient. I think it's a mistake to give up so easily, but I cannot force your hand. A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching. Something over there. What are these bloody stumps that used to be such delicate harpists of the weave?
So all it took to get Mistra's attention was to learn how to reforge an artifact that once destroyed her.
Bloodstained collars. Guess I know what happened to all those missing pets.
The real conundrum here is why weren't you honest with me?
New colors, new destinations, perhaps.
Nothing like the stench of human effluence to make you regret any and all prior life decisions.
Cozy, it is not.
Not a problem.
I'd sooner we set our course together and deprive you of my company sooner than the fates might otherwise have decreed. It's really up to you. Most Netherese artifacts contain only the faintest amount of their former power, the ghost of an echo of a memory. That crown was different.
More's the pity you've already found someone else to make merry with. Just the two of you. Of course. I was just practicing an incantation.
That is why I turn to you. I need you to help me find magic items to consume. It is vital. Dare I say it? Critical. It may not be the most savory kind of magic, but it will taste sweet enough if it brings us to the heart of the Absolute in one piece.
What was, Never mind.
I obtained it in Waterdeep. Nothing there comes cheap.
I will keep you safe.
I thought you more ambitious than this. I see I was mistaken.
Pawn to cleric 4, willing and able. This music, to live for, to die for.
Lae'zel. I could scarcely believe it at first. But I've seen the glances you share, the way you lean into each other's whispers. There is something between you two.
There's an air about it, like a soft mist. Weave, to be sure.
Your siblings could use a dose of your cynicism. Anyone cruel enough to pursue such a means to power has no intention of sharing it.
M. Kerwin.
Why, that's the name mentioned on a note the dead courier had all that time ago.
Buried riches, I think.
Mors incerta, vita catissima.
Already, I fear I've left my hunger untreated for too long. I need a magic artifact now.
Danse macabre. Mine for the taking.
Frange!
Magic from the fallen empire of Netheril. Ancient, exceedingly dangerous, and quite unrivaled. 2 dead men. These are recent kills. Those two must have history.
This will suffice as a camp. I could sleep standing up just now.
Oh! With you I forget, my goddess. I love you. Nothing like giving someone a taste of their own medicine. This is a conversation that's long overdue on both sides. I owe it to her to hear her out. Come what may afterwards.
I will keep you safe.
But you handled it. You handled it well. Green blouse, brown hair. That must be Miri. Eltergard. Further from Baldur's Gate than I'd hoped.
Sio ti dici pecto.
You made a good decision refusing that devil's contract.
Could be useful.
It's one thing to be sculpted, another to become the sculpture. That was a close call.
Grooves beneath those statues. Perhaps they can be moved.
Vita mortis cario.
Not sure what the other mushrooms are. Belong to a Maragon. They dissolve upon death, leaving only their masks behind. This must be where he was making them. There's no shortage of evidence.
Next, you must unthread the purple seam that seals it in a counterclockwise fashion. Do not touch any other colored strand.
Now I'm merely a humble wizard on the road to redemption. Unless I can find the path to something greater. From what I can gather from afar, they do seem mighty interesting. Glut's ambition comes full circle. From foolish inception to foolish demise. Good riddance. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Not sure a real mind flayer would accept such punishment.
It must be around here somewhere.
Whoa, easy does it. You really, really don't want to do that. Not a threat, just an observation. No doubt it's quite something to have the heart of one like Karlach. My passion must have seemed damp as a Swahagin's armpit once you felt the fire within her.
To the rescue.
A word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful. Keep your distance. No use sugarcoating it, is there? My word. What? No rest for the dashing? Pish posh. Damn. Completely stuck. I wonder when it was used last. Thou fetid fish. Thou rancid shark. No doubt she needs a moment alone with her thoughts. Who wouldn't, after all she's been through? By the gods, what horror is this? Who would silence the bard so savagely? You know me too well. I'm second-guessing things as usual.
Yes, I'll take care of that.
Veritas credo oculus.
Where the blazes am I?
Oh, look at the thing. A few more tastes of its own medicine and it'll burst. It makes me dangerous. Even in death.
Dub vita est, spes est.
I do trust you. But some things are kept in the dark for good reason. I thought I made my feelings plain. I do not want to take that step. Not anymore. This is a Harper rune. Must be a stockpile nearby.
Surely there's a spell for this sort of thing.
These collars are stained with blood. A gruesome end to the mystery of the missing pets. And deprive them of the pleasure of hearing my nocturnal postulations? I'd never be so cruel. Well, that depends on who you ask, I suppose. I may have summoned things rather more exotic than a winged cat. After I was afflicted with my condition, I locked myself in my tower for an entire year. I was inconsolable, wallowing in my self-inflicted tragedy. I'm living on borrowed time, in more ways than one. Perhaps this is how it must be. Oh, a byproduct of their profession. Few can spend a lifetime inhaling fungal spores without turning out a bit muddled between the ears. Good move, maybe. Few mortals ever glimpse what you're about to see. But don't be alarmed. I'm here with you. Now, open your eyes.
That's it. Go on. Keep pulling.
A lesson. And trust me when I say few have experienced the pleasure I offer to teach. That's a Myconid. And it's warning us.
Perhaps some of its earnings can still be found within.
Diminish my feelings if you wish, but do not expect me to take this lying down. That's more your style, from what I can tell. My trust in you is broken.
What will Voss have to show for himself when we catch up with him, I wonder?
I've got one.
I'm curious enough to make the attempt. All right. An audience with the mother of magic it is.
Do not mistake me. I want to live. But I've been careless enough with my life in the past. I can hardly stand by and watch you sacrifice yours.
That, or deadly nightshade, as you wish.
What's done is done, I suppose. But I'll be loath to cause such destruction again. Not unless the alternative is far, far worse. In the meantime, my thanks again.
Signum arcanum. Incommodum.
If I don't get my beauty sleep soon, I may just get a tad malcontent.
Like I said, I'm dangerous even in death. I'm merely trying to protect those around me.
My, but this sovereign likes to delegate.
Corpora sana.
We might chance upon a king's collection of magical artifacts around the corner. We might cross paths with a miracle round the bend. Then again, we might not. He won't be able to help us, no. Unless he happens to have a cure on his corpse.
With silver tongue.
Occhio.
Oh, hells. Something just woke up.
Let's get out of here.
And to think I couldn't imagine this place could get any more foreboding.
It appears my old friend Tara here has found some objects that might interest us. Care to trade?
Blood. I don't like where this is going.
Better get my hands on that gem.
A real manifestation, perhaps, but not an individual of flesh and blood in the manner you or I would consider to be real. But think what I offer. The vastness of eternity to explore, the weave at our fingertips. You would really prefer me as I am?
Parole.
I cannot die. Please help me. Were I a less considerate man, this is where I'd remind you of the importance of reading the fine print. But fear not. I shall bite my tongue.
Iretio in sphira.
I thought the orb to be the greatest of my sins. But I see now there are darker depths to which I might yet sink. You may be content to sink into that abyss, but I assure you, I am not. When are we not doing something dangerous? Give me a chance. I think I can help you understand.
Bloody mess, this. Something rather unpleasant went down here.
These cultists seek a weapon. Could they mean the artifact that we carry?
A fake devil head? How darling.
Bested by simple vampire spawn. Our companions snatched like a rattle from a babe.
Quite ready for you. To summon those vines. The power's impressive.
Mistra's forgiveness? If you want me to claim the crown of Carsus, you'll hardly be in a forgiving mood after that.
We need not speak of trust. Only using the creature as it no doubt means to use us.
I will not let you down.
Come, let's cut the kid some slack, shall we? She didn't deserve this madcap spectacle as far as I'm concerned. Fireplace isn't real. What's hidden behind it?
Ceramorphosis. What does it make you think of? Held firm. Need to find the release.
Et alibi.
I have power enough to share, if I must.
I hear shouting.
Someone needs help.
Can't blame a fellow for trying. If you're contented as we are, then so am I.
Bah! A lamp without a jinny is like a sphinx without a riddle.
Always a disappointment. An interesting power, indeed, but one that warrants further investigation.
Efferve.
The way you got Korga to release the girl.
Don't give up, Karlak! Please!
Half rust. Whoever owned these weapons has been gone for some time.
This may be my last night alive. I wanted it to be under a canopy of beauty and wonder. I take it as a compliment either way. You don't get to be 13 centuries old without becoming a sound judge of character. And cheese, apparently. A wizard's tower. Familiar territory for you, as it is for me, no doubt. Imposing places, hiding their secrets well. If it should ever come to that, if I ever know I am no longer able to stop it, I will do anything I can to ensure no one but me pays for my mistakes.
Whatever you're doing is working wonders! Now a quick little pull should do the trick.
Oh, this corpse. Dear gods, it's Arabella's mother. So do I. The thought must have crossed your mind, and it's certainly weighed on mine. Her doctrine is more than just a personal opinion. It forms the very essence of wizardry. I'm in no rush to discard it. Strange. The dust on the leftmost door has been wiped clean. Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea.
Ah, my saviour! I'll be in quite a bind if not for your valiant tugging.
This Inquisitor sounds like a real piece of work. Do you think he'll answer our questions? There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here?
Is that Tara? Why, I think it is.
Mortem tuum sum.
Most excellent. Who cares what the Illithid thinks? If we can get Orpheus on our side, we're golden.
Locked. Perhaps by some nearby mechanism. I didn't mean that as a slight. I cherish our adventures, but even if we prevail, you must know the end is in sight, mustn't you?
Let's get this over with.
I'm not a doctor, but I'd say that's terminal. This is no ordinary storage room. This depth, this feeling of incomprehensible abyss, the Underdark. What's happening? Where am I? Once I'd step out of the protective aura of the artifact, it wouldn't be long before the Absolute overtakes me. I'd never let that happen, so I'd aim for a swift end. Yes, it was. I say that with great sincerity. Mere days have passed since our first acquaintance, but you've gained the respect of years. Hunting one devil, allying yourself with another, our journey gets more curious by the second. Hells! I think I woke something up. Then I'm glad to have met your standards, and intend to prove your appraisal more than correct. That drow's seen better days. That much we agree upon. Tonight seems perfectly suited for such endeavors. Direct that elsewhere. Ugh, a nightfall ritual. They likely feasted the night away before killing another. All for Shah. How opportune. The famous Nier. Subject of the Myconid's ire, no? Most dire night visitor to be burdened with, sounds like. My sympathies. Ah, fleeing from battle. I thought desecrating those graves was a low point. Dead drow and some skeletons. Wonder what happened. How lovely. A shortcut into the hag's palace of perversion and pain. Unsurprising, really. Fanatical cultists tend to care more for ambience than aesthetics. It's a curious bottle. Made for a fine liquor, no doubt. Step by step. The owner of this place, the toy maker. He's packing explosives into children's playthings. I'll be in the camp then, idling away the hours. Where did the genie find this crap? This Inquisitor sounds like a daunting chap. But who knows? Perhaps he'll answer our questions. Please, don't be too hasty about this. It would be a pity to reach that conclusion without a true understanding of what this could mean for us.
Feisty little darling, isn't she?
Not this again. Dragon claws. Nothing else could do that, surely. Ketheric Thorm had a daughter. I hope she didn't follow in Daddy's footsteps. Bunch of empty boxes and spider webs. Guess Lolth's cultists haven't been back here in a while. Crates and caravans. Must be where tolls were collected. I think a quick death is the best one could hope for.
My pleasure.
If there is even the slimmest chance of success once we ascend, I wish to pursue it.
Yet another escapee.
I love you too. Much more than myself. More even than Mistra.
Isabel! Some healing, if you please. Watch out, mean locks.
If I must. I am beyond lucky to have you. Sometimes even the power of the weave seems mundane, compared to how you make me feel. Go to hell. An everyday expression. So trivial it's almost meaningless.
Well, this doesn't look foreboding at all.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel. It's lovely.
Very well.
Many a wise man and woman indeed. Waterdeep is the home of myriad scholars. Hold! Give diplomacy a chance to do its job.
Yes, yes. Tonitros!
I'm sorry, but surely we're friends, allies, the best of companions, but no more than that. Must be Arabella's father. Poor man met a ghoulish end. As for myself, I could quite do with a tumbler full of water-deep whiskey. So, a vampire lord walks among us. A powerful ally to have at our side, and a powerful enemy should our intentions diverge. Karlach's fate may be ordained, but her actions are not. She will make each breath count. We can be sure of that. I can almost taste its magic. Yes, just the thing. Still, we must flow with the current we find ourselves in, however tumultuous it may be. If you've need of me, I'm glad to help. Killed by his own nurses. Not a treatment I'd be eager to sign up for. It's time we had a talk with her, don't you think? A second Githyanki disc. Lae'zel will want to see this.
Hells. More tremors.
Truly? I don't know how you could even contemplate taking to the road after the journey we've been on. The ability to walk in broad daylight, for example, with not a burn in sight. Suppose we have your parasite to thank for that. At once, I'll never forget you. That I promise. And if you ever felt differently, there'll be a place waiting for you in the heavens. I'm sure there's better things you could find to read.
Some possessions are naught but a burden.
What is the creature doing to those corpses? I want you to help me.
Pipe down!
Regardless, my offer stands. Should you change your mind, I will not let you down.
Ah!
Hold on. This fellow may deserve it, but I don't think the Dwegar will appreciate you hurting the merchandise.
Morstua vita mea!
I can't imagine anywhere that could turn my heart from you, cursed or otherwise. You'd always be as beautiful and as impressive. I think that's quite bloody obvious. But why? Once, perhaps. But those passions have soured. The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Fiat lux!
Not entirely sure that was a wise decision. Better the devil you know, I suppose. The one Will knows, at least. Much later, if ever. I'm sure Mistra will summon me soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory the mortal way, with a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our hearts. An animal indeed, to inflict so many cruelties on such an innocent. Then we hope our mutual strengths are enough to dominate them. Or we die nobly in the attempt. Whoever inflicted the shadows on this land was no ordinary spellcaster, and certainly had no fear of Mistra's punishment for doing so. What are you doing? Stand back, now! I was supposed to sacrifice myself to stop the Absolute. Yet I don't think I could have gone through with it, in truth. And I'm glad that I didn't, given what has come to light. It's no small thing to be a god's chosen. Whatever life you once claimed to lead, it only follows from now on. Where Baal leads, you will be forced to go. The pleasures I experienced in Mistra's embrace go far beyond the thrill of having one's tummy tickled. I remember once, she took the smallest piece of the weave and made it into... Mystra commands all magic. Salvation, if such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold.
Whatever the outcome of what's just ahead, it will be the stuff of legends.
I'll keep my doubts to myself.
She can give, and she can take away. I'm afraid I'm still very much on her naughty list.
Oh. Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. I'm usually better at this.
You know, Karlak, there are other ways to express love beyond run-of-the-mill physicality.
Major Fortio!
Not the comfiest of dormitories. The Githyanki must consider sleep quite the luxury.
Venenum!
A cap would keep the parasite nice and cozy, but its comfort is hardly my priority. I know Astarion has a hold on your heart. No doubt he quickens your pulse far more than I. What's a humble archmage in the face of such rakish charms?
Let my blood be a warning to you. There's more to me than meets the eye. I am not for eating.
Because you had no right to ask that of me. You cast me out. Remember?
Yes, of course. Not this again. I hoped Moonrise would give me answers. But at every twist of its corridors, I find only more questions.
When she resurrects, she'll have no interest in helping us.
I, thought you would show me the respect of telling me first, but no matter. You can tell me now. Who is it to be? Me or her? It is magic. From another time and another place. It is something that is beyond me, yet inside me.
Will would make for a dashing prince in many a romantic tale. And yet, you turn to the Book of Gale.
Don't blame me for detesting them.
That most beautiful of fantasies.
I was rather more curious to know what benefits the tadpole might have bestowed, but no doubt the benefits of your change in diet will become apparent soon enough. That, or we've just prolonged its misery. None should be forced to make such a choice. If Orpheus is willing to undergo ceramorphosis, then it is his will, and should be respected.
Yes.
Ha!
Netherese. These chosen are powerful indeed to have such magic in their command.
An Aasimar for an ally. I feel the odds shifting in our favor already.
Let's agree on actions first, and explanations later. Yes? Not now, perhaps.
I'm in a spot of bother here.
The stars will be our bed. Come here.
If I really must.
There was nothing friendly about what you just did to me. But I'll humour you. We'll call that a momentary lapse in good sense, shall we?
Umbrai. Where are my smelling salts?
Scratch marks on the floor. Ravengard hasn't given up yet. His true self is still in there and could yet be saved. I must not be doing it right.
Protective charms. Prayers. Left by harpers on the eve of battle.
Obedi me.
What's that over there? Humour me. I need to be absolutely certain you understand.
Invisibilis.
Oh, I can't go on much longer. I need to feel the weave, a magic item, something. I know. This fairy ring looks disappointingly dormant.
The timelessness of lovers.
I'd normally be buoyed by the sight of so many friendly faces. I fear they'd be far less welcoming if they knew of my condition. I used to while away many hours just like these with my companion, though in far comfier surrounds. Ah! Carsus! I believe I mentioned him before. The child who would become a god. He was the most powerful wizard ever known, and he attempted to unseat the goddess of magic herself. I'm quite exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders.
As something of a potential would-be mind flayer myself, couldn't agree more.
Plue. Even hell'd gag on your bedeviled stench.
What's this? Flumph mating rituals. Acquired taste, I'm sure, but not mine. Nor a drow's, I would have thought.
Mistra hasn't seemed inclined to hand out second chances so far. None should have me survive, anyway. I don't care if you eat blood or boiled eggs for breakfast. But if we're to survive this parasitic adventure of ours, we have to trust each other.
Secretium brarum.
Ugh, I don't know what I slept on, but my neck's killing me.
Then thank goodness I have you to keep me in check.
Gale.
Well, that's my chances of a beauty sleep thoroughly ruined for the evening. She put up a fight, at least. Brave effort.
You're right. And broken hearts mend in time. I'm living proof of that.
No. A night like this is unfit to bear witness to such a tale. It's unfit for most things. Now, please, permit me some peace amidst this vile revelry. We'll speak, but another time.
Good back support, but a little too tyrannical for my tastes.
Take that as a no, shall I? Ugh, it's worth a try.
Come, come. These are mere fabled objects of great to enormous value. So do I. Though I'm not sure that's the purpose I'd apply it to.
Certainly. That I have a great respect for privacy, for instance, especially my own.
Killed without a mark. Who the hells does she serve?
That's Tara. Loyal, intelligent, brave, and apparently unwilling to follow even the most basic of instructions when her own safety is at stake.
I hear nothing. A hallucination, perhaps?
That was on purpose.
Even so, I was hardly some naive apprentice at the time. I considered myself an archmage, and yet was fool enough to be mistaken for a common conjurer.
Thrall? No, I think you're mistaken. The name's Gale of Waterdeep. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Incommodum.
Plenty to look forward to. All corpse, no brain. What use has the steel watch of a mindless cadaver? Ketherick will come to regret his abuse of her powers. I'll make sure of that. As you like. Thank you for spending this time with me. If only there was more.
Resaccio.
So that's what the mirror is for.
You and I both. Let's just stay very calm, very serene. The last thing we need is to set this place off.
You see me as I am, and do not find me wanting. With these stars as my witness, I swear, you will always be enough for me. In trouble? Small wonder. A faultless, if annotated version of the facts.
Mario.
So much for the miracle of childbirth.
So, do you agree?
Upon completion of the tune, a magma method will appear, which will pose the following question. Iskcha Chisnaga. Let's give them a hand, shall we? Only decent course of action, if you ask me.
An astute approach.
I really wish I could cast a hold spell on you.
Don't worry. I'm not asking you to surrender anything else on my account. What's called for here is something altogether different. Ugh.
Silks from Cormyr, it says. Empty, though.
Dragons overhead. Stay low.
Apologies. I didn't exactly memorize my cephalopodian banishment spells last night. Wasn't the best prepared for an attack by squid.
Lice-ridden cur.
Mistress soothes all pain.
An admirable choice, if not one that will make achieving our purpose any easier.
There's always one.
We have our orders, from the Queen of the Githyanki herself, no less. Now might be the time to consider obeying them. Listen, you're the one who cried out for us. You must have seen something.
The speckles in this slag. That's adamantine, I'm sure of it. Help's on the way.
I'm sure that will be of small comfort to her. Nothing like a good singeing to teach us the perils of dabbling with magic we don't understand, and the wisdom of stepping aside for those who do.
Something tore right through these people. Didn't stand a chance.
A humble vegetable depicted amongst such adventurous company? That is a turnip for the books. Hark! A dung golem!
Words alone are not enough. Permit me to show you. Please, close your eyes a moment.
Shah, eh? Goddess of blackest night and the most melancholy souls. I suspected there was more to your secrecy than met the eye.
Elminster came, offered solution, turned, Orin, taken.
Huh. Where's Lae'zel?
Tonight, of course, we celebrate. I won't keep you any longer. Tomorrow night, though, you're in for quite the bedtime story. The storyteller's gift.
Not concentrating, my magic, not focused.
I can only hope my tale will live up to your expectations.
Just hurry this along.
Fortunately, the Black Staff himself came to the rescue, hauling me back from the brink and straight into several months of writing lines, or rather, finessing my autograph.
Willing and able.
The size of that thing looks so much bigger when it's flying above you. Faccio voco fere!
Looks like a spider man
Decapitating a mind flayer? Someone got creative.
Ex textura.
A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth. Those scars. Great pain's been visited upon you. I'm sorry.
You can read?
A dead tiefling. The horror of their end I daren't contemplate.
That power isn't worth so many lives. Trust me.
Steady. This thing looks more brittle than Zaztam's bones.
Listen here. We've reached the point of no return.
Ire et dolo.
But you don't need me to tell you this. You'll hear about something else, I'll wager.
As for Elminster, he's saved the realms more times than legend can recount. But to take on a god is no easy feat, even for him. My orb is the best chance we have. And only I can wield it.
Certainly.
We'll prove him wrong.
Did they see me?
Such unrelenting power. Is that what we're up against?
Yes, of course.
Oh, 6 months is a trifle. You barely read through a single bookcase in Candlekeep in such a time.
At least they've herded their last prisoner.
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
As long as I pay, there will be peace. But should I ever stop, along comes a war.
Sio ti dici pecto.
Of course, I couldn't control it. I was mortal. But once I reforge the crown, the power of a god will be mine to command. The orb will answer to me. An interesting power. One that warrants further investigation.
Wonder who was inside.
Seems I need to find the platforms by memory alone if I'm to cross unscathed.
It's inert, if that's what you mean. But it still reeks of the Shadow Weave, and its polluting magic will continue to escape for as long as it lies abandoned here.
Say, where's Will? Bit early to be out hunting, isn't it?
The noblest scion of the Flim dynasty. I'm sure Gortash displays his parents' image just as proudly. It is a tool, ready to be shaped by its wielder. By me. And you know me to be someone of reasonably sound moral judgment, don't you?
I hope I don't deteriorate further. And I'll be delighted to see you try. From a safe distance. The reference to a hot hammer is rather puzzling, though. Whoever wrote these papers must have been rather delirious. This forge again. That drow wizard's notes mention some kind of guardian. Let's remedy that, shall we? Indubitably. How many are there?
Ferve.
Better to be stood here than buried beneath 1,000 tons of Trielta limestone. You have a familiar twinkle in your touch. You're a wizard, aren't you? If anything, I feel more at peace than I have in months. At least now I know my death will have purpose. It won't be a distant bang in the footnotes of history. We should leave this untouched and get out of here.
I could debate you on that.
No special reason, really. I was just practicing an incantation. Standing, side by side, even against such intimidating odds. How could we not?
Eactote! Ah!
Next, you must unthread the purple seam that seals it in a counterclockwise fashion. Do not touch any other colored strand.
There's promise in patience, I assure you. Let the night run its course so that we can run ours as well.
Maybe. But if whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
No ordinary easel. There's a mechanism attached, if I'm not mistaken.
We already know the potential that crown possesses. We read it, written in Carsus's own hand. To cure me of the orb? Yes. But what of the guilt of allowing one of my friends to sacrifice their very soul and become a lithid?
No time to lose.
Finally! Time to make that ginny saw instead.
You wouldn't say that if you felt what I feel.
The purple seam indeed. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Continue.
At best, an ally whose motivations remain shrouded in deceit. We should be wary of what such an alliance may cost us.
Yet another scrying eye. Someone's keeping a close watch on the place. Some strange grooves by the statues. I wonder if they can be moved.
Pus-supping maggot.
Frange!
It's hard to imagine anyone who'd willingly inflict such devastation, be they zealots, marauders, invading armies. A sign of far worse to come, I fear.
Should be proud to see me keeping such fine company. The savior of those poor tieflings, no less. I've given her precious little to be proud of recently.
Well, now where'd he go? Is that Roland? God, his foolishness is enough to give wizards a bad name.
Stupefaccio!
Selûnite drivel. Must be connected with that chest. It bears the same symbol. The reason I make a point of saying this is that I've grown confident enough to tell you something I've yet to tell another living soul, except for my cat. Ugh, a cheap disappearing act. I'm growing rather tired of it. Canopic jars borne by undead vessels. Someone clearly appreciates their irony. Begone, putrid boil.
The Zentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you could afford them. A Thayan book about necromancy. Not for the faint of heart. All the more for the decayed of heart. Much magic to be absorbed indeed.
Fulgor!
It will be my pleasure. There's nothing left. He calls to you, doesn't he? Baal.
Resist him. To rule in his name will be to lose who you truly are. It's a barbarian act to destroy a book. Day 1, fever and memory loss.
Unpowered. I wonder what it's lacking.
Fact 2, a devil offers to take it away.
Part of the netherbrain stem. A bit higher, and we should be able to climb it.
You turn on me? That's another oath broken. Ironic in a way. In that case, I'd very much appreciate it if you could arrange an introduction, should we reach the city.
That's usually followed by, in water there is good sense. No ordinary mirror. It does not reflect, but consumes. How many have fallen prey to its darkness?
The discarded pixie corpses might still contain enough essence. And with one of the broken lantern casements... There's something above.
Moist and organic.
Oh! Once I'm in position, I'll ensure you are removed to a safe vantage point to watch the fireworks. You need not die alongside me, nor surrender your soul in becoming an illithid. Passionate, primal, capable of bestowing the most life-affirming comfort, or inflicting the profoundest damage.
My. The tome on Flumps hid truer words behind its imposter ones. What a clever feat of magic.
Oh, I'm sure she had her reasons.
Sorry, but that book is spoken for. By me.
Perhaps these are the tampered toys that letter spoke of?
So, we're in Eltergard. That means Baldur's Gate lies west. Rather far west, even.
Dangerous secrets are best shared with those who depend on you. I should know. This is a rather high-risk romance we've embarked upon, isn't it? Brings new meaning to the term strange bedfellows. Thou bandy-legged brindlehole!
Whatever they are, Shadowheart will pay dearly for them. Shah will make sure of it.
So, we move forwards. And when the occasion arises, we show our enemies exactly how sharp those teeth of yours can be.
He doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold. I hope.
Brave. Or stupid. I've proved myself the latter too many times where she's concerned. You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee. Aresque. A wise choice. These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited.
That is no ordinary fireplace. There's something there, beyond the flames.
Blast! It'd take 100 mage hands or more to set this thing in motion. Hells! His brews turn to poison!
Find me later, and I will show you something truly divine. I will show you what a crown like this could mean for both of us.
Netherese magic. So pure, so complete, that I didn't even recognize it at first.
Oh dear, these barrel stalks are full of poison, ready to be released by the myconids if they feel threatened.
An exceedingly close shave. The entire place was nearly destroyed. Were I to recite that list, I fear we'd be here at dusk tomorrow. Many things, I assure you, but a conversation better saved for another time.
That's because you've yet to find out what you're missing.
No ordinary protection. I swear I felt my heart stop for a moment.
Oh well, a minor mystery it must remain. Look at that. An unconventional weapon, but it might just be an effective one.
What is that monstrosity?
Lanceboard happens to be a game with which I have more than a passing familiarity. Might I offer a suggestion? If I must, I have your back. I hope you're not here to ask about our recent, activities. Rather, those were consigned to the footnotes of our romance, if it's all the same with you.
Begone, pox-faced loon. All we can give them is a second, final death.
Glad it's not just me. Home and hearth reduced to ruins. The shadow curse stole more than the light from this place. I'd have hoped to introduce you to him in less dire circumstances. But those are hard to come by these days.
Rather cozy, actually, as pocket planes go.
Useless. Like hewing granite with a spoon.
How dare you? This source she referred to, and the heart of the Absolute, might be one and the same.
Wait. Why did my collar just vibrate?
Corellan star! That is grotesque!
One with the weave. That's certainly a word for it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. My condition has shifted somehow. Its hunger for the weave can no longer be satisfied.
There's danger underfoot. Best be on my guard.
Tonitros!
Truly.
Obedi me.
Curious.
Finally! I can think again. The astral plane. Mortals such as we are not meant for this place. We must tread carefully.
I can hardly wait.
A spell a day.
My word. What a feat of engineering. Most impressive indeed.
Leave it, Astarion. The butcher's bill is too steep, no matter what power it grants you.
These aren't statues. These are petrified drow. There's got to be another way in.
So long as our quest leads us to the destruction of the Absolute, I suppose we should continue on together. But I tell you now, I've no interest in serving any god, Baal or otherwise. Moonrise Towers lies ahead. We're nearing the heart of the Absolute. I'm certain of it.
Hope it doesn't see us.
I don't like it. But if it comes to that, I suppose we have it as an option. Oh, I don't feel right. Not even close.
Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here.
No other choice, I suppose. Absolutely not.
A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here. Mind flare machinery. Better watch what I touch.
A key. Looks to be a perfect fit for that chest.
Looks like this was a hasty burial. Clearly, the threat was not extinguished.
It was a fragment of primal weave locked out of time. Locked away from Mistra herself.
Felt like an earthquake. As if I didn't have problems enough already.
Magis amica veritas.
Another mention of this forge. Seems a few drow were searching for it. Quickly now.
Gods. It's like a draught of cool water soothing a parched throat. Welcome and wonderful. The way we diffused the tension between Zevlor and Aradin.
Oh, some kind of tank?
To do that, we'll need to find a diabolist willing to open a back door to the Hells, sneak into Raphael's home, and destroy the contract. Simple.
Oi!
Entirely up to you. What's on your mind?
Dribble's foot. His oversized shoes did little to prevent it sweating. That's quite the stench. I spy with my little eye.
What is it? A curse? Compulsion? Enthrallment? Whatever it is, we're going to free you of it.
The lesson is death. Diminuote!
To the best of my ability.
It's a coy thing, hindsight. Gives you a glimpse of what could have been and nothing more. But this night could have gone very differently. Remember that.
If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it.
That makes sense. She does have a flair for the dramatic.
Resisto!
You brought me back to life, and for that I am in your debt. But we're surrounded by danger. It could happen again. Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted. Only one serving for me, I guess.
Let's remedy that, shall we?
Tracks of some sort. Looks like they lead downwards.
As always, I endeavor to be invigorated by your candor, rather than eviscerated by it.
True, but it's not too late to reconsider. This would all be over in mere moments if I ascend alone.
Why am I doing this?
No one in the grove will suspect their true enemy walks among them.
Occhio!
The mark of the Zentarim. Bound to be more to this place than meets the eye.
Mistra has a shrine within the city, located in the Stormshore Tabernacle, if my memory serves me. I fear I've been rather hasty to judge you, Astarion.
Lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus. Well, after you. Death Dark doesn't sound very inviting. Can't say I fancy our chances without freeing Nier and getting that moon lantern. That staff looks more than intriguing. Much worth obtaining, I say.
Certainly.
A man to be pitied for all the bile he had in life. His was a lonely end, made a monster by these shadows.
You did it! You're channeling the weave. How does it feel?
Let's not throw the murderous baby out with the bathwater. It's not all right, but it's what I'm willing to do. For you.
Espradai me. A little discourse.
Thankfully not. Though she's not been averse to demanding the odd human sacrifice in recent days, has she?
The stone's less warm here. Recently uncovered.
There's more to this chest than it appears. A false bottom. Or the king can retreat up and right, and then your knight can move 2 squares left, and 1 up to mate the king, while the rook covers all escapes. I thought I might take this opportunity to reinvent myself.
Or uninvent myself, to be more accurate.
A Cambion. Do the hells themselves answer the Absolute's call? Ambition is not a sin. To question the powers that rule us is not treason. We must at least try. Why wallow in the dirt when we can reach for the stars?
No matter to worry the unlettered over.
Perhaps they deserve to be challenged. Perhaps you and I deserve better than to live and die as their pawns.
Looks like Halsin's no more. Better see what I can glean from his remains.
This is nothing but junk.
Dissera. If I cannot remain stable, well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'd hate to cut our acquaintance short, shall we say.
You face her already.
UBS! I must tell you, Shadowheart, the bathing waters here leave much to be desired. Suffice it to say, I think rather a lot of you. And there aren't many on this plane who I'd give such high praise.
The 9 hells. Or at least one of them.
No time to lose. Disinterest is such a disheartening condition.
You two have met before, I take it.
Poor souls. They can rest now.
As they say in Waterdeep, in wine there is truth.
It's Astarion, isn't it? I felt the tension between you. I told myself it was casual, not a matter of the heart, but clearly I was wrong.
Few have an unblemished history. You must better yourself, not condemn yourself.
That's one way to silence your critics.
Oh, hells! That essential incantation. Owlbear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price.
Pleasant as that would undoubtedly be, it was no lover's caress I just felt.
The light of life.
Nothing wrong with a bit of friction now and then. You help me keep my mind sharp.
Stop licking the damn thing!
The Annals of Karsus. The preamble to a civilization's downfall, committed to parchment by the very hand that wrought its destruction.
Charming. Hell is truly where we make it.
Blast! I can't lift this!
He almost managed, but not quite, and his entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone. Ha! Well, I'm not sure Will's family would appreciate their heir apparent being forced to share.
Leviatar. Sounds like a violent goddess.
A mind flayer. No intention of letting that happen.
It's the lunar prayer book. We should leave it, unless we need kindling for our campfire. A spot of bother.
Quadico fake. Can't forge without a fire.
No advantage is unfair. Good find.
Ah, I will never forget you. That much I promise. And if one day you feel differently, I will be honored to have you as my chosen. I imagine the vista was more idyllic back then, as were its patrons' chances of surviving the walk home.
A scrying eye. Or whatever's left of it.
An invitation from Gortash himself. Looks like finding him won't be so difficult after all. Let's hope our fee isn't worth less than its contents.
Stoltissime!
Netherese. A portentous word. Combine it with mind flayers and it's unspeakable.
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
Of course.
Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing. Brittle are the foundations upon which the houses of tyrants are built. It seems I judged you to be less brittle than you really are.
Gigans!
Might as well.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. If you trust me enough to confess this, in spite of our disagreements, that's no small thing.
Command it to die! Quickly!
Hag's curse, I guess.
Non movere.
Better yet, soft beds, home-cooked meals, and all the other little luxuries this wilderness so brashly denies us.
At last! How foul it was to have Hag in the head. My apologies. I shouldn't place my own guilt onto your shoulders. That's not mine to open.
Still, you will be taking unnecessary risks by proceeding. This could all be over in mere moments if I ascend alone. I'm placing my bets on a resounding no. An innocent tiefling died by our hands. But you first approached me about the other night. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Quickly now.
Glad to see we all made it through the night intact. A promising sign that we may be able to curb those urges of yours. The solution is clear. If repellent, we must assimilate Orpheus.
Cut down by goblins. How cruel.
That corpse. A tiefling. Not one I recognize. Harper insignia. Druidic markings. They must have fell as allies. Not quite the full clown. One piece missing by my count. Never knew goblins that can't hold their liquor. Spare me a moment, if you please. I've something important to discuss with you. One last gust of weave. One last gale to end them all.
To trust a hag, even when she's at your mercy, would be beyond folly. I say we end this.
What is happening, or rather not happening to us, is entirely undocumented. Mors in carta vita catissima.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Balduran and his scaly comrade gazing on their creation, Baldur's Gate. Couldn't agree more. A hasty burial is still a burial. A small mercy, but one these fallen would have been grateful for. There's nothing that would give me greater pleasure. Ira! These footprints are made of no ordinary muck. They carry the sewer's stink.
The Absolute.
That's the mystery god Saza mentioned. Eerie common ground, if you ask me. He tried to outrun the furies of hell. Looks like he hit a dead end. I'd advise against it, in your case, at least. No disrespect intended, but this is not your typical magic. But we shall try.
Intactilis sum.
Impressive. I don't think even Baldur's Gates is so large. Huzzah! Should this prove embarrassing, just imagine the audience in the nude. Far, far, far too small for me. True. Perhaps my notions lean too optimistic. I would not wish Carsus's past to become my future. Not while I have you.
To the rescue.
Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers. There he goes. Into the Shadowfell. Let's hope his mind and body are up to the challenges that await in that fabled place.
Expello te!
The brain. It's high above the city now, far away from any innocence. I think it's time we reconsider the orb.
Good night.
The ablutions offered at the Temple of Beauty in Waterdeep are far superior. And they have the most excellent soaps. Why would an ordinary painting have such eldritch defenses? Some strange curse is at work here. What's down there? A temple? A palace? What a pity it's so hopelessly out of reach. We should act with extreme caution. Kill the hag, and the child dies with her. Just another crate. Sacrificing myself to destroy it wasn't exactly the form of immortality I hoped for. But perhaps the time for hope has passed altogether. Now we need certainty. A simple movement charm wouldn't be too hard to apply to such an object. I could conjure one up for you if you like. Their collection of rare tomes is unparalleled. Nethery sects are hardly commonplace, but I'm certain they'll have one or two stashed away. Let's see what those harpies were hoarding. Knolls erupting from corpses. I've not seen the likes of it.
Amicus animalis.
Another brain? Ellie May. Passed by her grave earlier. Thanks to the tadpole, we should have developed more than invasive symptoms by now. But we haven't.
Parabellum.
This isn't coin. It's paper. My money's on you, Will.
Silentium.
Truth is, I was living on borrowed time already. Consuming those items would only have kept the orb sated for so long. I can say no more on the matter. Not now, anyway. For Mystra to have sent him, the severity of her bidding could not be clearer, or weigh more heavily on me.
Still hot to the touch. When it comes down to man versus dragon, the result tends to be predictable. Let him chase his prize if he wishes. We know of an even greater one that he is blind to. The crown. This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual. Ambitious, lurking in the undergrowth. Better not give them the upper hand.
Manos potentes paro.
Myconids. Just as I thought.
If this is what the fates have offered to aid our cause, then who am I to refuse? I'll take your tadpole. Let's see what it has to offer. A stab in the dark it is.
Is that truly you? Oh, I thought I might never see you again.
Trust me, unleashing the orb is not something I want to do, but if there's no other way. Head hacked clean off and made to watch. Twisted vision. If you insist. Good craftsmanship wasted on Saluna. Maybe it can be repurposed somehow. I suppose that after all you've done for me, I should be at least a little bit forthcoming.
I understand that I am asking for a lot, but I can't tell you everything. Not yet, anyway.
Sio didicci pecto.
I know there are many things about me that remain shrouded in mystery. You've been very patient with me. I appreciate that. Some pillow talk.
Pulso.
No one's attacking me, eh? This mask is certainly doing the trick.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it. The shadows are coming alive. We've got a fight in our hands. We've been traveling together for a while now, and it's just about time that I shared something with you.
Necromancy. Looks like the victims are being drained of life and put to work.
Karlak? Are you all right? Actually, on second thought, I can't think of it entailing anything particularly enticing at all.
I'd advise against satisfying your hunger on me. Who knows what the orb might do if it realizes its host is the one being drained. After all, this cursed place is not hers, but Shah's. Mystra came here with a purpose. A taste of her own medicine is what she deserves.
Make me proud. This must be what remains of the lady who tried to blackmail the brewer. Put her into a barrel rather than over one, it seems. Can't say I blame the man for seeking vengeance. Can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in. It may not be the best idea. I have your back.
Tempestus.
I've never wanted to kiss you more than I do now.
Sounds like someone's in pain. Beneath the windmill, if my ears don't betray me. What secrets does this Aasimar promise to reveal, I wonder?
I have enough power to share. Ever a dull moment. What if they see me? God spare me. Why did I think eating a second one was a good idea? Afraid? No. I am terrified. But fear, or courage, or reason cannot change the charge I've been given.
Try not to think about what lies ahead, if I'm being honest.
This should do you some good. I won't fail you. The orb. I still have the means to unleash its power and put a stop to all of this from one heartbeat to the next. It would not be without cost. The city and all who remain will be lost. So many dead. We'll never wash this blood from our hands.
So, Carrion has a secret lair in the bowels of the city. What mischief does he pursue there? I admire the vigor with which you uphold your principles, but I would remind you that the evils of the Absolute are far greater than any moral compromise we might make by using our tadpole's full potential. No book or painting could ever do its strange beauty justice. But perhaps our stories might, when we return to the surface.
At once.
I think I've already proven I take my secrets to the grave.
Dollar.
Oh, you've asked the right wizard. My oratory skills have left many a wedding guest weeping in their seat.
Shah is no doubt pleased, though I'm not sure I care for the pleasures of such a goddess.
Not exactly. It was what he did with it that sealed his fate, and, for a time, that of magic itself. The crown was merely the means.
Here it comes. How does it feel to kill a woman still flush with the warmth of your body? All par for the course for you, I suppose.
Time is running short. Seize control of the brain now.
Still, swashbuckling heroics aside, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy. Now, I think it's time we moved on to lighter subjects, before we too are lost to the darkness. Was there anything else? I've often asked myself the same question, but never really found a satisfactory answer. Tara! That can't be you, can it? A grotesque spectacle. What mind would take pleasure from this? But what if we didn't need them? What if we wielded their power instead and helped ourselves in all the ways they refused to? I could make that happen. I could make this illusion a reality, with you by my side.
Pearls before swine.
I wish mine would give up so easily, though without requiring such extreme motivation, of course. If we're to help Thulla, we'll have to breach that wall with explosives and hope the blast doesn't injure anyone. Or worse. Good sense will have to wait till the morrow. Stormy introduction aside, might I suggest a partnership instead? The Blade of Frontiers would make a formidable ally.
What creatures live in waters this dark?
Esto Perpetua. Carsus was perhaps the most powerful wizard that ever lived. The child who would be a god, the elves called him.
Go on, excel.
Godfigo! Perhaps I'm overthinking things. A blessing's a blessing, and this one should come in most useful.
An essential incantation.
The king can only respond by capturing the knight, but in doing so gets trapped by his own pawn and bishop. So the queen can checkmate by moving one more square up and to the right. Out of the flask, and from the looks of it, still into the frying pan. There's murder in those eyes.
If I must.
Secco!
Another one. How unenlightening. We shared a romantic moment of the mind while cloaked in the weave, didn't we? What chances I have, I'll take them. I'd rather roll the dice than deliver all this death.
The Blade of Avernus.
Organs in vials. Is it a requirement of evil to enjoy pickling body parts?
I think Elminster's last message was the one carrying the punishment. Having respectfully declined it, I think she's willing to negotiate. I prefer you not to follow her example, if that's all the same to you. Gale is more than sufficient.
Help's on the way.
A curious device. Certainly not powered by the weave. I wonder, what's its purpose?
With ease. Barrier's already deactivated. Now there's a stroke of luck. How opportune.
Originally, Shadowdale. Lately, the fanciest inns of Waterdeep. And still it gets worse.
Octio!
Feeling more unwell than ever.
Hells! That looked unpleasant.
I'm afraid you can't always have what you want. No matter. The deal is done, and the sacrifice was made.
Damn it all!
Should have known better than to stray so close. By Mistra, what are these accursed flowers? I can feel my magic ebbing away. A rather sticky situation. You need me? Ah, damn knots! Ha! That'll knock the wind out of it. It was intoxicating. An experience beyond expression.
It shall be done. Help's on the way.
Once we ascend, the Netherbrain stem will be in touching distance of the crown, of reclaiming the powers of Carsus himself. White paint and blood on the fingertips. This must be Dribble's hand.
Indubitably.
I thought you would show me the respect of telling me first, but no matter. You can tell me now. Who is it to be? Me or him?
This ritual rings a bell, but its execution is grander somehow. A great flowering in the making.
Detonno!
It'd take an age to hack through all this.
I suppose few enough can. Not exactly a common affliction.
There's the makings of a fine follower of Mystra within you, give or take a few decades of studying the weave.
Go on. Excel.
That could have ended very poorly.
Tread carefully now. Not even a god would survive sacrificing me. It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead.
A fine idea, or at least an idea.
Not the message one hopes to receive from a past lover. But her first love was always the weave. At best, I was a close second.
But this way, we'll know the matter is done, and we'll know exactly what it shall cost. Me. And me alone.
We all have our burdens, one way or the other.
Piss-addled pontificator.
Into the fray. The weave.
I've been threatened with the sharp end of a dagger before, but never with such a monster as Orin holding the blade. Loth-sworn drow passed by here, but it seems they never returned. Finders keepers, I say.
The usurper is dead. So much for Circle Glut.
And which part of me is supposed to fit in there exactly? I can think of more trustworthy accomplices. More than a few, in fact.
My.
Of course, as a warlock, your patron endows you with many such powers, otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift. Your vigilance may have saved us, but its consequences are no easier to stomach for that. Gods. What a pity.
Excellent. Time to uncover some secrets.
I promise you, the power such an item would give us is worth transcending all 9 hells for.
The heavens, too, while we're at it.
Even the Harpers are compromised by the evils preying on the city. We should inform Jaheira. She'll not stand for this.
I confess, in my head, I saw that going a lot less amicably. I hope our newly freed ally proves more reliable than the last. On the Nautiloid, no. This is a different nursery. Similar, but not identical. There's likely one in every colony.
The mailed fist of a paladin of Torm. No doubt many felt the steely grip of its wearer's righteous justice. Right of the timeless body. Is this a ritual Jaheira intends to perform?
That might be worth a look. Hells. This place is a sight to behold.
This is my only opportunity to learn the truth about the crown, the orb, all of it. Why try to keep me from it?
Take me by the hand.
This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it.
Oh dear.
I'll only be gone for a matter of moments. The outer planes experience time quite differently to our own. Be that as it may, my trust is yours.
But I should have known. Indulge me, Lae'zel. As someone unfettered by Faerunian beauty standards, how would you appraise my appearance?
Shadow druids. Korga means to turn the circle.
Sol Invictus!
Fine.
Drew me in. But how?
By circumstance, but not by purpose, I swear. I never intended you any harm.
Manos potentis paro. Parabellum.
As if by magic, the ward is no more. Now to see what it was guarding.
Let's put on a show.
These plates can be rotated. Most likely for a reason.
Can't anyone just be themselves in this blasted city? These bar lists have more faces than a Tridrone's timepiece.
Kaiko te!
Locked so tight, I shouldn't even bother to cast knock.
Still, we best not make too much noise.
Impenetrable. But why would we even bother? What was in that tart? My stomach's doing somersaults.
Of course. Such distractions are hardly the most important thing to discuss at present. Freshly spilled blood. A recent decapitation if I ever saw one.
Kaido!
First druid, and now last druid. Thanks to us. Nice view.
That scamp reminds me of myself when I was a nipper. Always getting into trouble.
Arredissimus!
Yes. Yes, I am. It's just that... Had it been me? Had it been? Not a devil in sight. How disappointing. The way you handled Nettie when she poisoned you.
Its horns bear someone else's blood. Must have put up a fight.
No use digging here. That was a brain rattler. He'll be nursing his head for a 10-day. Oh, right. Did you hear that, Tara? Stop it. A pocket of nature, thriving in the darkness. Just as Halsin predicted. Tape your bottom mouth shut. This isn't giving up. It's securing victory at a price I am willing to pay. And everything we shared can live on. With you. Ingenious use of magic in the tower's floral core, though not ingenious enough to outsmart Gale of Waterdeep. Follow the pigeon entrails, find the postmaster's letters. Gods, from Archmage to this.
Shadowheart, aid us!
Moonrise. We're getting close to the lion's den, and plenty of questions I have for the lion too. It's not right to feel the cold breath of death on your neck, then move on as if it was nothing but a soothing breeze.
Oculus tempestatis!
Some mistakes can't be resolved with an apology. Some mistakes you have to carry with you. Forever.
Pallid amours!
Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother.
Mizora! It's time these creatures paid a devil their dues!
Fear not, Karlak. Sun, moon, and stars will still be there, waiting for us. From the dark to the damp. An improvement, either way. This won't be the last of them.
Tempora mutantur.
I feel the weave growing more distant by the moment. We walk Shah's path now. Best we don't spend too long in her shadow. From the Underdark to a hag's lair. Like jumping from a pot into boiling oil. That was worse than anything it's done before. Its strength is unimaginable. If I understood their script, who knows what secrets their texts would surrender.
Treme!
If the path we tread were easy, there'd be a queue of fools willing to walk it. Alas, it isn't. And such grim choices must fall to us. You worship Shah? Blimey. She and my beloved Mistra are not exactly friends. No thanks. Do not forget, there's a card yet to come into play. The orb. If we do not want to surrender the stones, I could still use it to ensure the brain's destruction. Along with my own, of course. What is this? I say he doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold. That's not abstract. I doubt she's asked many of her followers to blow themselves up. That's a fate she's bequeathed exclusively to me.
Hot, hot, hot!
This is the work of redcaps. Vicious by nature. They could already be hunting us.
A real fiend's skull, judging by the size. A gargatula?
Sorge!
Time seems so infinite when you're young. A month is an age. A year is a lifetime. It is a strange feeling to realize how little of it one might have left. They do seem a bit short-handed. Well, well, come for the words, stay for the wine. The owner of this tome must have been quite the jolly fellow. Seeking another way to fight, to win.
Treme!
Prisoners? This is what lies at the heart of Shah's church?
Mephisto.
Home of the archdevil Mephistopheles. Raphael's brave to sneak around him. Revenge is a dish best served hot, it seems. At least when Karlach's in charge of the menu.
Chubblot.
It does, doesn't it?
Diminuate.
Farewell, Elminster. I'm glad she chose you. Shadowheart's biography, as written by Viconia. Her tutelage, her training, reams of the stuff. That's the rank and file dealt with. Let's hope her commander is more amenable. Behold! Elminster's ball bag. A cruel fate for such a wondrous being. Is there so little room for light in you, Shadowheart? The gnomes should be able to go where they please. They are not the Dwergars to keep. Without delay. Let's give this a try. Nothing.
Amicus animalis.
There's nothing we can't handle. I promise you that.
You worship Shah.
Blimey. She and my beloved Mistra are not exactly friends. Most pleasant, in fact. Most welcome. If the parasite is truly to blame, we must be more vigilant than ever and hope this affliction spreads no further. I'm keeping my eye on you. The need remains debatable, but I recognize your responsibility. Oh, I was surprised, but pleasantly so, just like I said.
Insultus pulchor imperio! Insultus pulchor imperio!
A little more care and attention may stand to help us in future, I think.
Quickly now. Mistra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us cross, yet every time I was with her, I stood on the precipice, gazing into the wonders that lay beyond. Minthara's still locked in the cells below Moonrise. We should go back for her. Should do the same for us. Probably.
Te occludo oculus!
A mind flayer? Not the savior I've been hoping for. What Shadowheart did for her parents was a profound act of love. Her courage is... well, it's quite something to behold. I sense that's not the cause of your disquiet. What's on your mind?
Believe it or not, but I know that stuff, Bear. Darkmoor the Wicked.
The collar stirs. Something must be triggering the rune's magic.
They won't be needing this place again.
This is Shadowheart's business. Best leave her to conduct it.
It felt like a quake fit to topple Ramazeth's tower.
After so long being cared for by someone else, it feels good to have repaid the favor. Not directly to Tara, but to these poor tieflings. I'm sure she would approve.
Stupefacio!
No, if she's remained silent, then it goes without saying that such silence carries import of its own. Halsin's dead. I need to check his corpse for anything important.
Mistra wanted the brain obliterated because of this crown. She fears a world in which such power is beyond her control, ready to be claimed by Karsus's successor.
Mine is the advantage. You aren't here to hear me ramble. What do you need of me?
To choose Minthara over, well, anyone. Certainly a brave decision. One might hazard to say reckless, stupid, fatal. Flying hounds? Come now, you're pulling my leg, aren't you?
UBS!
A casting mold. Could put this to use at the forge. When it comes down to man versus dragon, the result tends to be predictable.
Ever the pragmatist in chief, aren't you?
I have worse failings, I fear. Far worse.
Scarcely crowned and already issuing orders. Hail glut!
Ugh, how rude. Maybe later.
Burgeoning bog botherer!
Someone took offense at what that mirror showed them. Or what it didn't.
Time to loosen the chains of the Githyanki prince, perhaps.
Abono disce omnis.
Go ahead, then. Do your worst.
Oh, she's happy if I'm happy. Morena couldn't care one jot what I call myself. Tara's the real stickler for using it. Has done since I summoned her. Oh, let's get this over with. Another flowery key. Is this one also from the Flophouse?
That vast burning wreckage behind you somewhat contradicts your story, but here you stand, So who am I to argue? Quite something. To have devotees of the Shah herself sworn to our cause.
I will be but an illusion.
Fine, but my reasoning is this. We need a way out, now. So you're still lost for words about the whole thing. No matter. What can I do for you? Oh, it's not so terrible. Smells rather invigorating once you're used to it.
He is not. But it seems that Mistra is.
If you were trying to hide the fact you're a vampire, Astarion, I'm afraid that nibble on my neck was a dead giveaway.
Quad dico facche!
Making myself invulnerable, immortal, or in any other fashion unkillable would render it useless. And gods only know what it might do to the orb itself. No use. It's blocked.
Steady.
Why are you so certain we shouldn't? Amid the madness that has befallen us, it seems almost out of place to think of a kiss.
Help's on the way.
Hells! I felt almost nothing. The flow of the weave was barely a trickle. There must be another solution. I think we'll have plenty of time to do just that. All's well with the world, one might argue. And yet, there's something unsettling about witnessing an execution, no? Burned alive. What a bleak end.
Resisto frigos!
The toys from the barn. He must have made them here. I'll always have you, Karlach. What divine calculus plucked each of us from the ether and thrust us together? A pretty tune, but that's all this horn is good for now. No earthly voice. I think the Lady Shah speaks to us. Whatever Marcus hid beneath, it isn't budging. Free at last. Damn thing could blot out the sun. We can only hope he indeed proves to be an ally. I'm going to make the obvious point that you are covered in blood, friend. Point the finger where you will, but you're the one we've caught red-handed. My head. Another mask. Poor Shadowheart. The gods are nothing if not vindictive in their vengeance. You've barely brain to feed a louse. But if we overcome that obstacle, I will do everything. Magic has no inherent morality. Its effect is entirely down to the inclinations of the wielder. How tedious. I wouldn't have her any other way.
Tempora mutantur.
Well, actually, I was thinking of poetry. Pete oculos, boo! They have their freedom. But what of the city? Have we just unleashed a plague onto the streets? I'm not sure Ketheric Thorm approved the most bounteous of bodies. Timask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination.
Watch it! The acids altered his brew.
Most excellent.
Yes, not exactly subtle about it, are you? A sanguine companion in every sense of the word. I spy with my little eye. Nothing of note, really. Weapon blueprints. They call for Susa bark. Avoiding theromorphosis. Removing tadpole. If you prefer to rely on beginner's luck than my myriad experiences in studying such magics, who am I to judge? Ah, a continual flame. Nothing can douse it, near as I can tell.
Venia chuva me.
Well, whatever you're into. I'm glad to hear it. But you realize we can't just tell him we changed our minds. Rather ruthless of you to just hand her over like that. I know well the pain of seeing your life's hourglass running empty. Grasping at any means of slowing the grains as they slip inexorably through your fingers.
Get off! Hostium manera! Assorio! Silentium!
You look remarkably perky. Nothing like a good night's sleep to restore the senses. This belonged to a Merrigan, one of Hell's foot soldiers. Their corpses dissolve when they die. Who gives a fig? We stopped it. That's all that counts. Something divine lingers here, but I don't recognize this presence. Hells! What are those things? As pungent as they are vicious. I strike with precision.
Bunge!
Perhaps we'd better leave it at that. Mine eloquent tongue isn't worthy of your ear at present.
Not the time.
Easy there. Your mind is your own, as are your limbs. Don't do anything rash.
Something gouged that rock like it was meringue.
Pish posh. One might as well deny one's mother's womb as the cradle of life. Woe upon the unsuspecting.
You are everything to me. And yet our relationship is only a nascent fraction of what it will become. You give me hope. And I've not had that in some time.
The world is full of oddities, but even so, that was unexpected.
They turned everything they did into an art. The art of conversation. The art of taste. Time-honored and newly acquired.
Thank goodness that's all dealt with. The odds are stacked high enough against us already. No need to turn on each other.
Statues. Strange. That orb. It's a scrying eye. Someone's watching.
Macte virtute.
By Mistress' eyelids, stop! Cease, you loon! Ah! Ah!
It will be quite something. To wake up in the morning without regret. And live each day knowing another will follow. Like as not. Bloodshed by day, bloodshed by night. What a jolly bloody life we lead.
I'd offer you some of your favourite meat, but I haven't got any. Beholder jerky is surprisingly hard to come by. Resigned to it, rather. But that is not to say I am without fear. Far from it.
Magical lights. But how to turn them on?
Please, feel free to enjoy yourself elsewhere. No doubt there are others here who offer more welcome company.
Voco avina.
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious.
Mutatis mutandis.
The time has come to paint you the true picture.
Monster. Death is too good for it.
Ex nihilo.
Oh, charming. I hope the Shadow Weave was to blame for that little outburst of unwarranted discourtesy.
You've given me powerful magic to consume when I needed it most.
Let's hope the fruits of this cruel labor are to her advantage. And ours, of course.
Quite right. You start at the bottom right corner and remember to play them clockwise. After that?
Tread carefully now.
He is a good man. I will not hesitate to say so.
And I had hoped I was a good man also. And a worthy one. Perhaps we can share the experience by reaching into the weave together.
So Kulga is involved with the Shadow Druids. That certainly explains things. Up for debate.
Extende.
Useless. These ogres are long gone by now.
We could try to avoid the worst of the mess, or plough ahead, and enjoy the fireworks. I see. You're a dishonest vampire, and that's far worse.
Looks like just any old weapon will suffice.
Vocol nubes.
Blunt, as your summation is. It's correct. I dared to call myself an archmage while acting the apprentice. The hallmarks of a most excellent idiot, unfortunately.
Won't budge.
She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges. But I suppose I could be smooth enough for two.
Keep it up, and she might just take a personal interest in you one of these days.
Don't worry about me. I'm quite content to enjoy the party from here. Go. Enjoy yourself.
What interesting tableaus. Clearly ancient, too. Driders, mind flayers. Must have picked some ancient battle.
The more time we spend together, the less I feel I know you. That's a relief. It would be a shame to spend my final hours making an ass of myself. Sealed shut from the other side. I wonder where it leads.
No, Astarion, do not speak those words. The cost is too great.
Nothing left but ash and bone. A fitting end to the chosen of Merkel.
A weighty-looking chest. What treasures might that be filled with?
With diligence and care.
A bar is only as good as its cellars. Which vintages can we expect to find on their racks? I hope Scratch doesn't miss his ball, wherever he is.
For once. Everything, really. Not to put too fine a point on it.
Majesty of manure, sovereign of shit,
No obstacle too great.
non movere.
Oh, no!
Well then, let's hope you've strength to spare.
Quick, find cover. It's priming for an attack.
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
A mind flayer monarch. Imagine that. Such a thing could shatter worlds.
What do you mean you don't remember? It just happened. I once spent weeks convalescing in the hospice of St. Lorpson after a nasty bout of ruddy pox. For all their kindness, leaving that place behind felt like freedom to me.
Traps. One always has to be on the alert.
The disc is moving. Better see where it leads.
Love limb of a lecherous lich.
Made it out. How the flames always mesmerize the soul. That thing doesn't look too happy to be free.
Similar to the astral plane in some ways. Wouldn't you say, Lae'zel?
Gods! This is pure shadow magic. To be one with the darkness and see.
Vita mortis cario.
Looks like there's a chest buried in that hay.
I have a bad feeling that dead elf is Halsin. He can't help us now. What if I went with you? Well, I suppose that explains why we don't often see eye to eye, or tooth to fang, as is apparently the case. You're about to say something awful, aren't you?
Oh, yes. No, I was glad you sought me out for an entirely different reason. To toast to victory, and to offer you an invitation.
Insultus pulchar imperio.
Was there anything else you wish to discuss?
Oh, it's a relief to be back on beautiful Faerun. The dreariness of the fugue plane oppresses one's soul so very quickly.
Fear not, Minsk. You have a wizard at your side who positively encourages such curiosity. You'll fit right in. We'll need to make the arrangements, of course. The Icarius clan is scattered far and wide, and you'll have invites of your own to send out, I'm sure.
Tell me, Lae'zel, when you say we might be purified at your creche, what does that mean exactly?
Enough campfires for an army. The Absolute's army. That's close enough, I think.
An unusual place to find a shrine of Selûne, but there it is. Fungal spores. Must be myconids nearby.
Vidcit qui patito.
The power to change the world, it may be within our reach. You must have an opinion, surely.
That's all I ever need to hear.
I apologize if that sounds thankless. It's just that some secrets simply cannot be revealed.
Dead. Serves you right for abducting me.
I bet we can work out how to open it.
Perhaps we can circle back to that one once the fires have died and the rubble's settled. I do think we deserve a little rest. The point is, I have hope. Each new sunrise may yet be the one to coax our budding bond to blossom. But I think it's fair to say, it won't be today's.
Nearly had my eye out. Who or what threw that? Voco spicai.
How opportune. Knock, knock.
A brain. Not so miraculous outside of a skull.
That was a sudden exit from the stage. Can't help but wonder where she's gone.
Oh, you must indulge yourself like that. Please do it quietly.
Thou art saucy as gruel.
My, I actually did it.
No ordinary jewels.
Such unusual craftsmanship.
Faccio voco fere.
This must be where Shadowheart sought respite from her training.
Of all the places I expected would find this Minsk, crawling from the broken jaws of a mimic wasn't high on my list. What's life without a few surprises, eh?
What's this? This feeling of power.
It's full.
What are you doing? That's the way to treat a book.
Spent so long feeling inferior. Shut out from my destiny over such a simple act of youthful enthusiasm. If you meet any elder wizards, let me know. There is a matter I'd like to seek advice on from a master. Elminster's library? People will get their thrills in the strangest of places.
Use it wisely.
Not the resounding success we were hoping for. Still, the price of ambition is occasionally catastrophic failure. At least our skulls remain intact. I was but a child, only a few months into my studies, but already I knew I was destined for greatness. No one believed me, of course. So I decided to prove it, to cast a spell with the black staff itself.
Let me work my magic.
Please tell me you don't mean to jump down that esophagus. The thought alone makes my own jump the other way. The architects who built this must have been remarkable. Pity their vision didn't stand the test of time. Someone pinch me, please. I'd really love to wake up from this nightmare. That could have been worse.
Bring me back. Cast the spell. Utmost importance.
Someone made short work of these gnolls. Made it look easy, too. That's someone to be reckoned with. Nothing good can come of it unless it is contained. Why? Threadbare chimp lackey. You do have a bit of a glassy look in your eye to be an apprentice. Will's a good man. He may actually be a tried and true storybook hero. Well, this is quite the mess you've gotten us into.
My pleasure.
Nearly had it. My neck's puncture-free. I've not experienced any overwhelming desire to exsanguinate my nearest and dearest. I can only conclude there's no harm done.
Vivat crescat floriat!
You cyst. You misshapen flesh lump. Tell me, do you always woo your lovers with such patient attention? Perfect. She's taking the long route back to camp. Her time with us is running short. No doubt she's many thoughts to get in order. We're in this together, theoretically. You should have confided in me sooner. Looks like he was investigating the House of Healing. In search of what, I wonder? Her death will be temporary, but her anger, that will be permanent.
No time to lose.
The traditional Baldur's Gate welcome. I wonder what time they serve breakfast. Could the effect be reproduced? Perhaps with the right application of weave.
Feel apologetic already.
No keyhole. Some other mechanism is keeping this locked. Not much use for this slag. Nice speckles, though. The Chess Zaris sort, if I'm not mistaken. She'll pay handsomely to get that back. By Mistress Mantle, what a smell! Something strange is in the air.
Acquitum!
To new horizons.
Diminue!
And she will be grateful for it, I'm sure. Your friendship is a blessing for anyone. Though I'm glad our bond is becoming something more. Right then. I do understand the rule about omelettes and breaking eggs, but when there's more embryo than yolk involved, well... Ooh.
Secreti umbrarum.
As you wish.
You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance, do you? A doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
Fiat voluntas Dei.
A Thayan artifact. Yes, this is very promising.
Volo non fugia.
I'm certain it was merely prudence steering Jahira's hand and not any mistrust as to our heroic abilities. Pernicious, putrefying pissant! Thou gobbling goo gobbler! My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile.
That was easy.
I'm only standing here now because I failed, to put it in rather blunt terms. Mistra is unlikely to let me try again. Yet, even in spite of that, I'm glad to have more time with you. Quite right. So long as the attempt won't leave us similarly dismantled.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran Mistraril Kantrak Eo.
Then you're already wiser than me. That's a lesson I've only recently learned.
I speak, they burn.
Enjoy yourself now, Tara. Looks like you've got yourself set up quite nicely here.
Ita mortis cario.
Dryder's caravan must have come from here.
Hag is the word they used. If that's what she really is, she's beyond dangerous. Spare me the gory details. I know you're still in there. Hold fast.
Oh, oh, ah, mm, oh, ah, ah,
When the time comes for the orb to fulfill its purpose, I will think of only one thing. Your face. Nothing else will matter. Oh, staffs, tomes, cowls. The form doesn't matter, so long as it's brimming with weave. A question for another time. For now, we'd best focus on finding a way out. I hope you're still in one piece after that little reunion. Take it from me. Your taste in company has much improved, if those spawn were anything to go by. Good riddance to them. It's never been that simple before. Don't know why it would be now. And what of Astarion? I fear you are one of the things that keeps his darkest impulses at bay.
Look, you can't fight her. She's too strong. Turn around. I'm done running. I'll buy you what time I can. Et alibi.
I found an empty bottle of venom in camp, Minthara. Safe to assume it was yours? Tools and a climbing rope. This must have been that gnome's escape route.
Resistor ignem.
Thank you for the artifact. A great deal of trouble it was, too. A great deal of trouble indeed. One doesn't become the most powerful archmage in Waterdeep and lover to the goddess of magic herself by having low standards.
I applaud your taste. Step 1 is to retrieve from my person a pouch I wear over my heart. I've got you.
Do you feel as flattered as I do? Fighter to dine with a devil.
Forthwith.
That sight works best in darkness. Stay with light, if you can.
You do realize these things grow, do you not? Teeth and talons first. An unforgivable loss. They'd have made a fine ally. Admittedly, it's an area in which I have a modicum of expertise, and based on the evidence before us, it's hard to imagine any other motivation. I can only imagine what I could do were I to adopt the biology of a mind flayer. I didn't realize you had a fear of wolves, Shadowheart. Understandable, I suppose. No obvious keyhole or mechanism. There must be some other way to unlock this.
Pulso.
On my way. That wasn't a bullet. Was it?
Do you think I had not considered that? I have no intention of repeating his folly. I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there. I did say that, and I did mean it. And I do suppose that after all you've done for me, I should be at least a little bit forthcoming. Up to old tricks again, are we? You and I both know the aid a powerful sage could bring us. The specifics are rather personal, but suffice it to say that it is a malady I've learned to live with. though not without some effort.
I'm feeling rather unsteady.
A passing fancy, one that has lost its luster. No. Unleashing the power within me will be far more magnificent than some crown. Hello, world.
Circulus mortis.
To the rescue.
These papers describe an adamantine forge hidden somewhere deep below. Such a forge is a treasure vault where the treasure's for the making.
Well, praying didn't help.
Mors carta.
Down here in the Underdark, few dangers ever truly die.
An ode for you. Odeur, mayhaps.
My. Well, I'll say this for the bone cloaks. They know their mushrooms.
And worse.
That it does.
There's something I've been trying to tell you. I have a condition that requires me to consume potent magical artifacts. Knowledge your face and shit it out.
Let's hope she doesn't seek revenge. I don't fancy facing an Asamar's wrath.
Nautiloid, steer clear of its missiles. Thank you. I see my trust in you was not misplaced.
She's gone. And Will's been consigned to the hells along with her. Farewell, blade. Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Some monster did this, marking his territory. We'll need a cover story. Forget whatever it was you saw. It's all beyond you now, anyway. The Mind Flayer is gone. That doesn't bode well. Every waking moment. Every dreaming moment, too. But there was no way out. I venture forth. I've never seen anything like it.
Are you certain? There might be danger around the next corner, and a wizard is excellent company to keep.
Let's not stand around. Predators like these can smell spilled blood a mile away. Let's chat. Our orifices remain blissfully unblooded, our heads remain clear, and our blood temperature normal. The ogre must have moved on to new deals.
And gods forbid it should be you who's kept in the dark. Not just clever, rather ingenious. Somehow its construction keeps the shadow curse at bay. I'm sorry. I assure you, you were never at risk. However, the cause of my condition is complicated.
Rather soon I will feel it stir again, like a distant thunder sending tremors through the soul. It'd level a city the size of Waterdeep. What did I think about seeing my head on a spike?
This thing's plummeting fast. Need to write it.
Botanical samples. Why would a mind flayer study such things?
Not that I don't appreciate your musk. Actually rather like it.
Gods, I love your optimism. Contagious in the most endearing way. The path less traveled.
You can't die. Not like this.
Obedi me.
That gas bag is 3 sheets to the wind. Can it even feel pain?
That's not even close. It's kasi trach ash.
You're one to talk. When exactly were you planning on telling me you were a vampire?
You remind me of her somewhat. Something in the way you roll your eyes when I speak.
Given the magnitude of what we're up against, I see no harm in considering the benefit this offer might afford us. Could be the only way to reach this source in one piece.
Pulcrio.
Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must speak with Helsik. Only a Diabolist would know the way.
I told you how I sought to win the favor of Mystra. I did this by trying to control a form of magic only one wizard ever could.
You abandoned me in my hour of greatest need. I had no obligation to help you in yours.
A Githyanki who might turn on us for being infected, and is not someone I'm eager to pin my hopes on. How about you? How did you survive the fall? You are lucky to have left that anger behind. Come here. Please.
Best we save any discussions for later, given the circumstances.
Ketheric's army. I suppose I could end them all with a bang. But my target is the Absolute itself. Oh, to cast on bended knee.
I thought we'd be in Waterdeep. You, curled up before a roaring hearth while I prepared us a ridiculously extravagant meal, served with a batch of my homemade Hundur sauce.
Alas, no.
The charm Elminster granted me requires my death as the spark that will light the orb's fuse.
Maleus!
Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived. The psionic detector's been set off. In a tavern? What would the Gith want here?
Ah, Roland. Not the brightest decision to stride off into such darkness. He'll soon be extinguished. The way we got Korga to release the girl.
But this doesn't feel quite right. I mean, it never feels right, but it relieves. This doesn't relieve. Oh.
Insertus pulcher imperio!
I really think we ought to step in here. Whatever his crime, his punishment is surely an overcorrection.
That's all I ask.
Ah, a continual flame. There's no doubting fire like this. Perhaps Lae'zel gave you permission to be here. I was foolish trying to court you when what you truly desired was to be conquered.
Most excellent. What do you say? Damn thing. Glad to see the back of it.
I see. If it's an audience she desires,
An audience let us provide. Strange inscription on this ring. The same ancient glyphs as that book we found earlier. You'll turn a blind eye for me, won't you?
Orin. She snatched me up from our camp and brought me down here to her temple, a barless enclave.
This belonged to a Merrigan, one of Hell's foot soldiers. Tools and a thick rope. Someone climbed up from down below. Wild shape. That was no ordinary bear. That was a druid. Need to see the corpse. It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway. Mum's the word. The quiet before the storm, if you will. The choice is yours. There's really no good decision to be made here. A waste of... You have interesting priorities.
I've never met a devil, but of course I've read a great deal about them.
My. A mimic. I'm the last one you've tried to ambush, you craven thing. Never fear. According to that letter, the harbour stash should be hidden close by.
You'll have to forgive my eagerness, but if my suspicions prove to hold water, this could be the answer to all our problems.
What I am is a walking shadow of the promise I once held. Struggling more with every moment. Let's tip the scales.
Sadly not. If I'm being entirely honest, my social circle is rather small. More of a dot, or a pinhead.
Precious. Alia. Pharaoh. Stop it. That tickles.
My point is this. Our orifices remain blissfully unblooded, our heads remain clear, and our blood temperature normal. As regards to your own morbid little fantasies, I'm sure they're nothing to worry about. So long as they remain fantasies.
No time to lose.
Where's Karlak?
Not blood.
Oil?
What would leave such a trail?
Coming-of-age rites for children born into worship of Selûne. A touch drastic, no?
Oh, this'll be mean.
You're hard to please, aren't you?
The Viro!
Stars. And the full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about?
I've studied magic for many years, and in as many ways I am still a more than capable wizard.
Voco Glacius!
Likely not. If I've done damage to your opinion of me, then I'm truly sorry. But if this crown amounts to what I suspect it is, then your faith will soon be restored, and then some.
Meaningless.
Stay the course. We can do this as long as the spell is completed.
Now, so many centuries later, I try to follow in the footsteps of Karsus. Not to destroy Mistra, but to prove my love for her. Perhaps you'll understand me better when you know the truth of my condition.
Invenium viam.
Whatever dangers lie ahead. At least the shadow curse is one blight we were able to cure.
Better to act swiftly than stand around and wonder.
I've always been curious to meet a vampire, you know, though preferably not fangs first.
Whatever it is doesn't bode well.
Rope, tools, marks in the rock. Our escaped gnome climbed to freedom here. A key. It might open the toll house vault. More than you could possibly believe. I can do that.
A method?
Cantankerousness ahead. Oh, what is that? Rotting flesh? Your words are those of a dear friend, or a lover even. But this is no time for delusions. Fate threw us together, and mutual survival kept us together.
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
It's good to perceive this constant fear repressed into a quiet scare. Let's hope it'll last a good long while.
Oculus tempestatis.
No. You start at the bottom right corner. And remember to play them clockwise. After that,
It seems you've been paying attention to me, though there is always room for improvement. Something feels off about this tree.
Have you ever read?
Anything on that subject? Flaming Fist letting Zent run free. Situation must be grim. To put my faith in someone else and trust that we will find a better way together. It's a rather new experience for me. One I'm enjoying for the most part. But a new one, nonetheless. Don't group me with the likes of them. A statue of Shah, but it's been vandalized. What is that symbol? I see. Well, at least it was a night to remember for one of us. I'll trouble you no more on the matter.
Sol Invictus.
We'll let the night run its course, and when everything is quieting down, safe in the arms of sleep, I'll come by to find safety in yours. I used to believe Mistra's forgiveness was worth dying for. But I was wrong. You showed me just how much I have to live for. Out of the black and into the wetlands. Quite an improvement. I quite like it. I cherish you. Feathers of the common pigeon variety. Formerly attached to one of the postmaster's flock, I'd guess. Don't mind if I do.
Mutatis mutandis.
All these bone arrangements reek of dark magic afoot. Necromancy, I'll wager. Even if those horns are forgeries, they're mightily impressive forgeries.
I've found love. Surely even you wouldn't begrudge me some happiness.
Manos potentis paro.
There's always one.
Impero mortos.
These were scholars. All that learning. Destroyed.
Video veritatum.
Whoa, I'm not your enemy. Not quite yet, anyway. Might as well take part in this absolute charade if that buys us both time and our lives. My thoughts exactly. Mine is the advantage.
It's time the Zentarim earned their keep. Join me, rower.
My message is intended only for the paramour of Gale of Waterdeep. Please stand aside. In trouble? Small wonder. Well, what have we here?
Gustas dulcis.
First, the White Queen moves up and right, diagonally. 2 squares. This allows her to threaten Black's king while protected by her White Knight.
That's no cure. It's going to kill you. Get out. As I was plummeting to certain death, I spied a glimmer quite near where I estimated my body to impact with less than savory propulsion.
So do I.
Simply follow yonder path, and soon you will find him. Confident, almost to the point of arrogance, I may be, but in this matter I know she'll have wisdom to share. As for whether I choose to act upon it, we shall see.
A bunch of gibberish as far as I can tell.
Yes, yes.
I'm smarter than that, and so are you. It's part of what drew me to you.
Down. And soon to be out.
We're short on options, I fear.
You know me. My gestures can never be grand enough.
More inductilis sum. Mors carta.
I take it you're not inclined to study the wonders of the Underdark? Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live. Intolerable. Curious. That stone there's been pried loose. The Karsite weave could offer more than just power. It could bestow divinity. If I only trust myself to wield it. Looks like the hag made a shortcut. Clever.
Vito excolato.
As such, I do not wish to give you false hope. We're only treating the symptoms, not the cause. I'm glad. To know you enjoy my company is... well, it's rather wonderful. Actually, I'd be loath to waste the time of someone who's become rather important to me. Very fine drow weave indeed, if you'll excuse the pun. I can most certainly use it. Tell me you feel the same way. Tell me you want what I want. Please. A ritual circle. And a complex one at that. I've seen such a construction before in the writings of the Weave Pasha Raven, though his vision was not so... tainted. So, Gortash knows we're on our way. Kind of him to open the door for us, at least. Keep up. Still a battle to be won. To the rescue. Part of me thought it was too good to be true. But the greater part decided to trust my old friend. Should have known it wouldn't be so easy.
Vincere es vivere.
What's going on? Something's amiss. Oh. My, you startled me. I, was miles away.
Yes, yes.
Fairly certain. Prudence was a contributing factor, at the very least.
Cagote.
The right tools for the wrong trade. For the best. They may not be the safest types to unleash, but their deaths would have weighed heavy on you.
More of those fish folk. And just as unfriendly as before.
Well, we all have a monster inside us, of one sort or another. With my condition as volatile as it is, I fear any undue excitement may tip it over the edge, so to speak.
So, it's a weapon they seek. Could they be referring to the artifact?
Neither have I. The closest thing to a deserving canvas on which to place your beauty. But I've also not forgotten why I took you there. I'm happy to draw a line under the matter and move forward. But from here on, no more hiding things from me. Agreed? As viable a plan as any while staring into the maw of perdition. Shall we?
The tighter the security, the juicier the prize.
Collar covered with runes. Belong to a wizard's pet, I gather. Well, if you insist.
Manos potentes paro.
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
I'm sure a summons from Mistra will appear soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory as mortals do best, eh? With a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our hearts.
You mean you want the same as I do?
Let's go.
Apologies, a slip of the tongue from an overjoyed comrade. Not a drop of malice meant.
Let's remedy that, shall we?
That map had marked this spot. I'm not sure what this is, but I am very sure it's not good.
I sense magic. This book's not what it appears.
A spot of bother.
Eating and drinking your fill before a few wicked deeds to Shah. I've missed these.
I sense you don't quite appreciate the urgency of the matter. Dawdling may cost us dearly.
Your desire?
Certainly looks like a crypt. Now to hunt down Shira Clarwan. But even so, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy.
You make me sound like some preening peacock. I'm not that bad.
Shadowheart is one of us. Betray her and you betray us all.
Must have belonged to a wizard's pet, I gather.
Frange!
I see. Thank you. This is most illuminating. I had thought I had the measure of your character, but clearly there is much I have yet to learn. The end may be close. Time to reap what we have sown.
I understand your reluctance, but to ignore my condition is to invite catastrophe.
Tibi dopenas!
For now, let's consider that particular matter settled. Was that the only thing on your mind? Much as I enjoy your company, now's hardly the time for chit-chat.
Gobora sana!
With haste. Perhaps not the best use of my time?
Not sure how much farther I can go.
Ex nihilo! Voco spicai!
Grown none the wiser, I see.
Dimento te!
Missing. Zola? Rascal. Why do those names sound familiar? Oh, the bloodstained collars. I'm no paladin like you are. It's different for a wizard. Ah, you've a moment for me? I was hoping to speak to you. I confess, my thoughts have been somewhat scattered since my audience with Mistra. Indeed.
Ve victis!
A friendly consultation.
Not weak, but subtle. Mistra knows it is a risk to make herself known here, however briefly. Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens.
Sicut gatus!
It's not your fault. I can hardly expect you to understand. But nor will I relinquish the chance of godhood for a love that would only last a mortal lifetime. I'm sorry. I should probably fetch Scratch from the post house.
Not sure I care for the way that ox is looking at me.
No time to lose.
You're right. A heartfelt apology is the surest way to a goddess's heart and her favor.
Cheese from the Dalelands. Oh, the rats must have feasted.
The situation demands more of you than any other, but you would not become an illithid in vain. Your transformation is the missing piece. It must be you.
So, what's on your mind?
Of course, as a sorcerer, these talents come to you quite naturally. I do hope you cherish that gift.
We cannot afford to lose focus now, not when the brain is so close. We press on. Perhaps later, when I'm not in mortal peril.
Help's on the way.
I thank you all. I understand if you stand against me. I'm humbled if you stand with me. Either way, I will do my best not to let you down.
Agilius!
Am I? Perhaps I am. Or perhaps I need another glass of wine. Then we'll start writing the prequel. Better sent to Moonrise than left to rot down here. I hope. Bravo! That is indeed where my mind wanders to, when times are hard. Better let Scratch rest up. It won't move.
What a thrill, to wander the corridors of the Forge of Tyranny itself. Better keep our thoughts to ourselves. Who knows what might be listening to us here? There's no more radiant sight than that of someone who's learned to love themselves anew. You two have grown closer than I thought possible. But it looks like I'm the last to know. Sicarius is their password. I'll hand it to these bar lists. They're definitely subtle. But why weren't you honest with me?
Oh, yes?
If I must.
Looks like something fits in here, but alas, I have nothing.
Perhaps you're overestimating my affection towards you a tad? You'd better seek a partner in embarrassment elsewhere. This is not the time to drop the tadpole. We need it, however vile it may be.
There's always one.
That said, necessity compels me to set aside my reservations. I have no choice but to speak.
He's patriarch of the Tsar family. Nasty fellow, if the histories are accurate.
Yergir, I need an Orthon's might in this battle.
The Legend of Ansur. An epic poem from the looks of it.
And I along with it. Putting two and two together, I see. I have to admit you're right about that. Don't get me wrong, you did well. The somatic component, the vocal component, even the focus on the inner self that invites Mistra in.
Let's take a gander.
Quite the risk to place your faith in the promise of one outside Vlakith's control. I knew there was a rebellious streak in you somewhere. A doppelganger? I'm all for believing people can change, but that's ridiculous. Ah, lily-lunged limpet-luster. I suppose Scratch has had enough fun and games for now.
That thing is about to blow!
Death becomes you.
Approach with extreme caution. An injured mind flayer is still a dangerous one.
That, alas, is where my knowledge fails me.
My virtuosic talents once caught the eye of the goddess of magic herself, Mistra, who named me her chosen, and her lover. Keep your distance. We don't want more trouble than we can handle.
That stench! Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Watch it.
A heart-to-heart.
Not giving an inch. There must be some way to unlock it. Oh, thank goodness that's over. Look at that crown. It radiates with power unlike anything I've ever seen. To have it. To hold. Oh, if only I could. It's heavier than I thought. Must have been strong creatures that wore them.
I feel apologetic already.
So long as none of us are on the pointed end of Astarion's hunger pangs, I think he deserves a chance. I suppose such wicked killers deserve wicked ends. Ceramorphosis is Karlach's only chance of survival. It must be her. Look at that. It transformed. I wonder what else it can change. Beyond that, the choice is yours to make. And I wouldn't dare to impose myself on one faced with making such a sacrifice. If I salvage the stones, I could retrieve it. Baldur's Gate. Raphael's portal. This must be how he goes back and forth to the city.
Diminuate!
Time to give that hag everything she deserves.
Fresh water. Must be a settlement nearby.
This place is even more foreboding than the rest of the creche. I will find the remotest place on the surface of Faerun, or perhaps far below in the depths of the Underdark. But it won't come to that, for I have the means to spirit away those I care about to a safe remove. Before the final curtain. She really oozes charm, this one. Perhaps we should spare a thought for the wretches she's enslaved. I appreciate that, but I can't help how I feel. At once. I've heard that name before. A young man, yes? Lives in Ramesses Tower in the upper city.
Luque sotibi placit.
Don't worry. Your patience will be amply rewarded.
The spell is cast. What's done is done.
Broken, fake, broken, fake. Ah, the rattle of gold coins. This place must turn a reasonable profit.
The magic nearly oozes from this flask.
Gale might be interested.
Oh, well, that's a start. But we need the whole clown before we return to the ringmaster.
Yes, lovely. Don't fret, I'm on my way.
Let's investigate, shall we?
You know of my condition, and you know about my unfortunate efforts to win Mistra's favor. But those are but the broad strokes.
This is a sign to nowhere now. Only scorched earth ahead.
Now, please, go and enjoy your evening. This won't be the first party I've spent moping in self-indulgence with a bottle of wine for company.
We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end.
You are speaking to a mere projection of Gale. His appearance, his voice, and a certain measure of his personality, reconstituted in this case to play as emissary and usher.
There was a lot of magic in this artifact. I can't quite remember a time I felt so peaceful inside.
Seemed like someone made a little hidden reading nook for themselves. I approve.
If this is the end, then we face it together. That at least I can promise you. Without delay.
Wait. Why did that strange dog collar just vibrate?
Not scared, not yet. But she's shaken, if she feels the need to intervene directly. As the leg, you'll end in defeat. Ha! I can end this now. Stop the Absolute and spare the city. The stage is set for my final act. Mistra's bidding and the redemption that lies beyond. This is where we part ways. Viconia, to battle!
Some things are better left buried, like this corpse and the apparently grisly fate it suffered.
Mageske, Ade.
Apples. Not the bloodthirsty fare I expected to see in such a place.
Not bad for a wizard who slept through his Kalashite lessons, eh?
With ease.
I don't think you're quite seeing what I'm seeing. Patched up and pushing on. A sacrifice. There's little to offer here but bones and dust. Let's keep going.
Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot.
Believe me, that was a devil's equivalent of serenades and roses.
Oh, smells like a bugbear's morning breath. Best give this dish a wide berth.
Wonderful. Advantages are a more precious commodity than I'd have hoped, given the nature of our predicament.
Guadico fake.
Always a delight to speak with you. What can I do? No thanks to you. I wasn't expecting a summons, but then you did always prefer things on your terms.
What the? Ugh, this stuff is everywhere. Ugh, Selûnite rubbish. I'm not trying to try your patience. I simply need to be absolutely certain you understand.
An adamantine forge is very much a treasure, and any good treasure is protected by a guardian. Looks like we can defeat it with a so-called hot hammer.
Those bonds will soon break. But you were a worthy ally and could have become much more in other circumstances. Let us enjoy the view together. We will leave the world a better place than it is tonight. I hope Hallister takes good care of Tara while I'm away.
She was always rather fond of pixies. On the Absolute's behalf? Well, there's an alliance I'd have been quite happy without.
I won't fail you.
Peri venenum, cave carculum.
Ugh, Selûnite drivel. What's this symbol on it?
We'll need time to make the arrangements, of course. The catering alone will need to be quite extraordinary. Most, no doubt, but I find myself hoping to be in the presence of the few. You don't happen to be one of them.
Go on, excel.
Have patience a while, and I will return to you, carrying immortality in one hand and offering you ascension with the other. I will be a god. As will you. A valid point. But I think it's safe to assume that were the boot on the other foot, they'd have few regrets. Ruthlessness cuts both ways. And crushes, too.
Forgive me. I seem to be of two minds and two moods. We'll blame the wine and leave it at that. We need to find him before it's too late.
You won't hear a syllable of disagreement from these lips. Thank you.
Mistra's likeness. It's been some time since I stood before her in a place like this.
No time to lose.
I thought you were wise enough to recognize that I am not the man I once was. No, nothing like that. Though if I failed to treat it, then the consequences would not be contained to me alone. I'd rather not, if it's all the same to you. Smart does her a disservice. She's a fine wizard in her own right, though somewhat held back by her lack of opposable thumbs. Oh, joy. Leftovers from Moonrise Towers.
Certainly.
Seems like this mystic carrion offered Oscar his help. Time to find out what exactly that entailed. Listen, I am rapidly coming to the conclusion our joint travels are destined to fail. I could say it's me, not you, but that would be a lie. Come now. Turning on each other will hardly improve our chances of survival. Even the venerable Harpers are compromised by the Absolute's poison. A grim turn of events, but one we must take in our stride. I wanted to talk to you about our night together.
Animating spores. The myconid means to raise the dead.
And handing it over to a devil will be a way to prevent it? Come now. You're many things, but never that naive. That remains ahead of us for now. The heart of the Absolute must be discovered before I can stop its beating.
Manos potentis paro.
I can't help but feel like I'm missing something.
It feels like my magic is getting drained.
A key. Now to find somewhere to insert it.
And give the Absolute free rein to use us as target practice from the banks? I think not.
Mors tua vita mea. Willing and able.
Not all deaths are so laden with import, on this plane or any other. The best we can do is live well and hope the death that comes for us is quick and preferably painless. I think we gave them that, at least. Not quite the outcome we were expecting, is it?
My word, you did it! Oh, it's good to be alive.
I don't think I deserve you at times. I told you of my ambitions, the likes of which many would balk at. And yet you remain at my side. What a question. And now you've left me stranded, without compass nor map.
Gale.
Only fair to warn you I've precious few answers to spare. Oh, a drow, a dragonborn, and a cleric of Cyric walk into a bar. Your standard fare.
My bedside manner is beyond reproach.
The glass feels warm. Just an old prayer.
Cupio vertus laicet. Step by step.
Better save any rescue attempts until dawn. Darkness is no ally in the pursuit of such an enemy.
Who would be proud to join such a warrior in battle?
The blood of Saluna? Sounds like a sacrifice.
Deadly serious. This is the burden we must carry. To condemn the few to save the many, or Baldur's Gate will only be the first city to fall.
Locked from the inside.
We really ought to go speak to Elminster. If not out of curiosity, then at least to make sure he doesn't eat his way through all of our supplies.
Curculus mortis.
This is the one. Time for a reunion.
Perhaps it's some artist trying to make a statement? Wicked magic sleeps in this cowl. Think I'd better consume it for my own good. Whatever you need, you only have to ask. For now, please, enjoy the celebration. When it is done, I will show you all. I'm glad you still think we have the luxury of being picky. Let's just hope another option presents itself.
Intellego.
A fake, and a bloody poor one at that. I'm hardly pining. But a year or more since Mistra cast me aside.
Ah, I have you. Just a shame I don't want you.
A trap. So much for the art of hospitality.
Ex nihilo.
How the mighty have fallen.
A prudent reaction, if somewhat lacking in curiosity.
Nimble fingers, ill intent. That sign above. This must be a brewery. Or distillery.
Gods! This assault on the nostrils should be labelled a war crime. Methods! As if my hands weren't full already.
Since our conversation, I'd resigned myself to my fate. Each day bore the possibility of being my last, and I accepted it.
Enjoy your open relationship. Ideally, far from my view.
I hope we don't plan to destroy any further historic landmarks. One is quite enough for me.
It's a view I would once have shared with my companion, though definitely unaccompanied by such revelry.
Nothing. The activation mechanism must be elsewhere.
But I only made it this far thanks to you. Who am I to question such sterling guidance now?
Nothing's happening, but it doesn't look broken.
A wise suggestion. This corpse. Dear gods. It's Arabella's father.
Oh, did someone pet you a bit too hard, pup? I thought you liked it.
At once.
The way we got that boy out of a harpy's clutches.
I think Scratch is up north. Playing in a goat farm in Icewind Dale, of course.
Not the defenseless jar it seemed. It bears some form of protection.
How can I not?
Really? Sometimes your lack of impetus is quite astonishing.
I know what it is to have an uncontrollable hunger within you. You can hardly be blamed for your desperation in trying to satisfy it.
An ancient prayer. Wonder if Saluna was listening. Oh, I know.
Gondian artificers might lack a certain worldly wisdom, but there's no doubting they're masters of their craft.
A little help from a friend.
I can't forge a weapon without starting a fire.
I quite agree. But I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy.
Doesn't look defective, but its magic aura is too faint for it to operate.
I would not burden anyone other than myself with this were the stakes not so high, and the means of obtaining such artifacts challenging for a humble wizard to face alone.
I'm interested in the procedure, actually. Please, go ahead.
Nor would I expect you to. It is too bleak a task to demand of anyone. Prime spot for an ambush.
Oh, so you were doing her a favor. Well, I'm sure she's very grateful. I can barely see.
To the rescue. Allow me to demonstrate.
You bit me once, you won't fool me twice. This is where we part ways.
By Mistress Silken Tresses.
Hopefully it comes no closer.
Left out in plain sight?
I'd rate the Harpers too smart for that.
With the crown in my hands, I would be unstoppable.
Get out! Get out of my head!
A brave choice. To kill the child of one god at the behest of another. Shadowheart's loyalty plumbs darker depths than I anticipated.
The White Queen moves up and right, diagonally, 2 squares, so that she threatens the Black King and is covered by her White Knight.
Let's put on a show. My need is more urgent than ever. I must consume an item soon. We have exactly what I need in our possession. Please, just give it to me. Mortales.
Now you see me.
Yes.
Oh, aren't we precious? Those undead did not surrender their secrets lightly. Something drove them to resist. We both know the orb I carry inside me is powerful enough to burn away the Absolute's blight in an instant.
I assure you, when I tell someone they're wonderful, I mean it. And you are wonderful. I was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact.
About the night you were kind enough to keep this melancholy wizard company. On it. This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god?
Carsus, that's capitulation, not a solution. Let's search for less drastic means.
I will. But we can't ignore the possibility that I don't make it to the brain. It won't hurt us to have a contingency.
Stabilio.
What? What happened? Where am I?
A mind flayer? No intention of letting that happen.
Would you care to join him? What little I could glean from the portion of his mind that is open to me, it is a matter most urgent.
Mistra's many things, but she's no censor. Her job is not to judge those who use the weave, but to ensure it is protected. A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic.
Chubblot.
A campsite. Nobody's home, though.
Best of luck with the protocol. May my cold, dead hands soon be refilled with the warmth of life so they can shake yours in gratitude. If I can.
That's not my chest.
Ooh, grim thing. You could wrench bone from a socket as easily as you'd pull a wing from a roast fowl.
Looks like there's a little shrine over there.
That fellow had a tadpole in his head, and they consider him blessed? Chosen? What madness is this?
How can I help? Now? I hope it has been made abundantly clear that to kill me is counterproductive.
Well met. I am a magical projection of Gale of Waterdeep, and if you see this manifestation, that means I have prematurely perished.
Wit-light fangs, that much I knew he had. Actual ones I did not suspect. But perhaps saving the day will suffice for now. A better world can always follow, so long as we survive.
With haste.
So what exactly are we supposed to do about it? We have enough enemies outside of our camp. We hardly need one within it. Oh, let's get this over with. I thought you might have been won over by Astarion. His gaudy flourishes no doubt have made many swoon.
Just go for the magic missile and fire away. Never fails.
The crown's secrets are within our grasp at last. All we have to do is turn the page.
Voco Glacius.
If we can seize it and use it, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, you haven't uttered a peep one way or the other about it.
Use it wisely.
Seems a touch underwhelming.
No time to lose.
Orin masquerading as Minthara. That certainly explains her vociferous antipathy towards me. Minthara's something of a closed book, but I suspect a heart of gold lurks beneath that stern countenance. Come, we shouldn't linger here. Oh, pragmatism. Thy name is Shadowheart. You're not wrong, though. Best we keep our sojourn here to a minimum.
Lol's blood, what is in that?
I'd have hoped to spend our final moments together somewhere more romantic, but it seems we won't have much of a say in that matter.
Morbidus. Indeed. These creatures are mightier than they look.
Whoever did it left quite some claw marks. Maybe the missing druid? At the Sky's Journal spoke of this adamantine forge as well. Interesting. Yes, I think I'll be able to craft one more lantern, and with a slight modification of the casting gesture, it might be able to wield the shadows instead of repelling them.
Seeking Carsus's power. Failed.
Sylvanus is an ancient and powerful god. I'm sure the magic in that idol is delicious. An overconfident appraisal. I'll show them the flaws in their design. Remember his Cormyrean rhyme? Down came the claw. Perhaps we should start growing our nails. Dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zent. Then again, he's so full of himself, it's a small miracle he hasn't resorted to self-cannibalism yet. It's a wonderful feeling to care for someone so deeply. Treasure it. The Emperor is silenced here. Oh, peace at last. As did Mistra's home on Elysium. Her ribbed vaults and buttresses created a magic entirely of their own. Not to mention her pleasure domes.
Hardly. Magic words? I'm rather good at those. Time to find the archive and see what speaking them reveals.
Aha! Looks like I found a piece of bone. How riveting.
Cadote!
The light of life.
Alas, we've more important things to worry about. Whatever brought you to me, for example.
With ease.
A remarkable spear. The very one that Shadowheart wishes to claim, no doubt.
Look, a bookseller. She can point us to the tome I need. The very same. You did a good thing back there. I won't dwell on the matter. I know that's not a sentiment you're accustomed to reveling in, but rest assured, your actions have spoken for themselves. So I was, praying she'd aid me.
Vidkit qui patito. Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it.
If it does, bring me back again. You must, for the sake of many. Game marks as faded as the memories of the children that played them. I wonder what became of them. It's over. It's truly over. Won't work from here.
A blast of Iron Hand ingenuity will turn this tide. To me!
I think you're onto something. The air here is rife with fungal spores. Must be myconids nearby.
Yours was an escape narrow enough to defy even the tiniest of measuring sticks. Best to apply a touch more caution when agreeing to ambiguous medical procedures in future. Both of us have been blessed with a new dawn. You should feel no shame at the nature of yours. And mine. On it. Suffice it to say, I obtained an obscure and ancient book that had locked away inside a much coveted prize. A goblin patrol, looks like. The beasts. And why, exactly, should Mistra have any say on what I do with the crown?
Quickly now.
Which warg-up chucked you? Music's a powerful source of memories. We might be able to bring him around if we find what he used to play. Well, let's hope not. If they know we have their weapon, they'll never give up. More's the pity.
I've got you.
This is Lolth's descent into the Underdark. Looks like her Dryada champion's tearing open some mind flayers.
I have power enough to share.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard. Less correct than I hoped. Next time's a charm.
What in the hells? You're a vampire!
And yet even now, more than I fear losing my own self and soul, I fear losing my command of her art. Your fears are misplaced. The crown will lead to a better world for all. I cannot ignore that.
Ostende secretora duorum.
So their reputation suggests, especially among the good folk of Waterdeep. I'm curious to learn how you fell foul of them. These deeds attest to a strong and noble character. They attest to prime leadership qualities as well. Don't get me wrong. I love poetry as much as an ex-wizard, but using it to command an automaton, seems a bit self-indulgent to me. Ha! I might need you to be more specific there. Just one artifact will suffice. Burnt to a cinder. No trace of that jar remains.
His loyalty was as fickle as his temper, apparently. Vanished without a word.
Sometimes. But I imposed it on myself, after all. I set up enough wards to keep an army at bay. Never mind the few colleagues who sought to inquire about my welfare. Nothing in these notes but nonsensical run-on sentences.
Nemesis.
Dollo!
I don't suppose you've any clue where we are in relation to Waterdeep. She wouldn't ask such a thing if it weren't our only means of survival. However much she's annoyed at me. Danthalan's dancing axe. The harper's home from home, according to Jaheira. Come now. Resignation doesn't suit you half as well as optimism. We'll find some other means of fixing up that infernal engine of yours. A match made. Not quite in heaven, but close enough. Yes, I'm getting a distinct whiff of crypt. Undisturbed, too. Until now. This treasure is a pile of junk.
What vile madness is this? If you would make light of this butchery, you are a monster, and I will not suffer you to live.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there. One by one. On my way.
I've the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I just need a forge.
Oh, there's always one.
What?
Look at that.
Of course. There's nothing escapes a wizard's powers of observation. I would think netherese. But that's impossible. And yet,
One touch of magic coming up.
We've already found enough magic to soothe its disquiet. If you'll just give me what I need.
Surprise, surprise.
I take it you have some suggestions? It's been mostly drained, but even now contains a powerful dose of shadow weave.
Quickly now.
We have our orders, from your queen herself, no less. Now might be the time to consider obeying them. No ordinary curio. Such an item would only be found in the collection of a true diabolist. In any case, don't blame yourself. Mistra can be a fickle mistress, as I'm sure you're aware. And by that I mean it's imperative that I find and consume strands of weave at the earliest possible juncture. Poor lad would have been harpy feed if it wasn't for us. Alma, your Gur hunters will turn this tide. Join me.
Not this again.
A third disc. What might this one have to tell us of Orpheus? Isabel. Isn't that the name of the last Light's cleric protector? Hi there, fella. I think I'll call you Giacomo. In a place like the Yawning Portal, the most powerful magic is calling for a round of drinks. Powerful artifacts? Sat here gathering dust? I'm sure there's no harm in borrowing some.
There's always one.
Ire et dolo.
Well, down it is, I suppose. I don't recognize these claw marks, but they're telling enough in their own right. Something's blocking it from the other side. If it wasn't for you, we'd be thralls, dead, or who knows. This is your victory. Hey! Could you please redirect your not-so-friendly fire? I suppose I'll set up a few more magical wards around the camp. This dagger-on-sight praxis isn't the most secure of strategies. This is no typical gloom. You need to stay alert. I don't dare to picture the crown in my hands. Not when there's the small matter of an enormous city-conquering brain beneath it.
Willing and able.
Oh, I can picture it now. Academies, libraries, laboratories. The assembled knowledge of centuries that may just set us free. No! My needs are modest, but the fruits they could be may prove immense. I can only hope you have a change of heart when the time comes.
What a waste.
She who thirsts buys the drinks first.
No, but you do understand, don't you?
Come, Voss, I need you.
I feel the faintest pricklings of hunger from the orb already. It will not remain under the sway of his spell forever.
Umbrai.
That said, should the worst transpire and we seem destined to fail, well, the orb remains an option. But I truly hope it does not come to that. This crossbow was exquisitely designed. No Dwegar crafted this. Its dark grace is most definitely Sharan in origin.
Configo.
If you need advice, I'll do my best. Though I have to say I've not much to draw on in this case. It's rather a unique predicament to have landed yourself with.
I'll end you.
We should make haste. This place is making me feel stupider by the second. I mean, more stupid. Ugh. This seems to have run out of food disappointingly quickly. A list of names, with some struck through. Oh, I suppose there's no harm continuing to entertain the idea. Quietly.
Corruptus.
A pity. He's beyond even the power of the weave to help now.
Volonovugia.
Gnolls and goblins marked on the map. Travel won't be easy.
The torturer worked hard to prise the secrets from this one. Sharans, Githyanki, all desperate for the astral prism's power. Better to be told late than never, I suppose. But in future, I find that honesty is the best policy when it comes to finding allies. And keeping them.
Minimus!
Go to hell.
Now that's a lock that screams, pick me.
So, assuming you're more willing to take my words to heart from now on, what can I do for you?
Cupio vertus laicet.
Memory loss isn't usually a symptom of xeromorphosis. If it is, they've forgotten to write it down in any text I've read on the subject. Empty. Word of warning, if you keep banging on war drums, you might just be drumming up war.
Ah! Villain! But I see you now for what you are. The brew's been chilled.
Are you sure we should be trusting him? The rest of this note is pure gibberish as far as I can tell. Continual flame. An unquenchable light. Oh, costs a queen's crown worth of ruby dust to summon. In nocte concilium. I suppose some help is in order. This next spell should be interesting. Casey verum vidiant. Clever. Give a dog a magical food dispensing collar and I'm sure it will eat. Oh. Weave, save me. I cannot take much more. Quite. Though on the subject of our future plans, there was something I wanted to discuss with you. Fortunately, this need no longer be a concern. Not until I meet the heart of the Absolute, whatever that is. What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions? Most excellent. I can't help but feel like I've been fumbling in the dark for too long, and I've just had a lit torch thrust into my hands. I know what I must do. The crown belongs under Mistress' stewardship, not mine. And I will ensure she gets it. Nothing. It's not really the time for an ogre rampage, anyhow. The witching hour, without delay. A camp. Looks abandoned. A dark lady. Befouled by the Absolute's mark.
Cave curculum.
When we get to Waterdeep, we'll search in my library. It's bound to contain the odd scroll on hellish thermodynamics, or a spell that might diffuse the heat in such a way that... It's decided. Let's go. Come on, then. Don't leave me in suspense. How are you feeling? No errant tentacles? No sudden cravings for a more cerebral diet? Farewell.
Tormentum.
Wonderful. At last, I can see a path ahead that doesn't end with me needing to turn this city into a desolate wasteland. Oh, she'll love you. So long as you don't rub her belly. She hates it when anyone does that. I'd rather stand tall. Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent. Mole's eye patch. But where is Mole? Only a patriarch's loss can open this door. I've never had cause to visit a druid's grove before. Magic weighs heavier here, seeking solace in root and soil. Grounding, one might say. Option 2. Black's king retreats up and right. Your knight can then move 2 squares left and 1 up to mate the king, your rook preventing his escape. Most excellent. Then, without further ado, let's be off. Oh, it's cruel to tease, you know.
Mutatis mutandis.
This is no ordinary cave. No ordinary depth in stone. Good gods. This is the Underdark. They're seeking a weapon. I wonder if they mean that odd artifact.
Behold! Elminster's ball bag.
A murderer with artistic ambitions. Can't say I appreciate their body of work. This is not beyond the remit of what the parasite might command. I suppose if you see it that way, there's little else to be said, is there? Enjoy your evening. Ah, Luskan. The city of sails,
Wrecked by the spell plague. Now best avoided. Even feigning a mortal form, it was easy to detect the whiff of sulphur about him. To spot the flicker of hellfire in his eyes. A pity to leave this land in the Shadow Curse's blighted grip. But the Absolute's threat dwarfs even this.
A word, my dear.
A word of advice. Wizards' towers can be volatile places. They keep their secrets buried and their dangers close to the surface. I thought Lae'zel was sure to lay claim to you. Hazardous, perhaps, to deny her. Or go shopping with a purse of sufficient heft.
Crescitai ondo. Propera.
Thank you. Any particular reason?
No apology required. Take all the time you need.
Anyway, we live. For the moment. Besides, she was always telling me I needed to spread my wings, so to speak. Find mortal friends instead of hanging onto Mistra's coattails. So that's what I'm doing. I hope.
Another broken trap. Who made these things?
What if this is my chance? I'd be a fool not to take it.
That is a great relief. Oh, a great relief indeed. Let's get this over with. Where are my smelling salts?
There, beneath the canvas. Looks like someone stashed a note.
That Zaithisk you mentioned intrigues me. Care to tell me a bit more?
I like the sound of that. The Absolute should be a thing of the past, and I with it. Yet, at the risk of angering Mistra further, I'm glad it didn't come to that. Given what has come to light.
Could be interesting.
Ethel! To me! It's time you made good on our arrangement.
Any forging efforts will be in vain until I add lava into the mix. I made a promise to my goddess. One I will do my best to keep. For the sake of this city, I can only hope that my best will be enough.
Veritas credo oculus. It's planting spores. The myconid means to raise the dead.
You like so many things about me I'd have sooner discarded. Your generosity is quite wonderful.
And so long as it doesn't please you to munch on my cerebellum, I'll be right behind you. The Emperor was clear. Nothing but death waits ahead. No, Mistra wouldn't have issued an order like that if she was content for it to be ignored. She meant it. Perhaps so much so that she's willing to overlook transgressions like this.
No, indeed. But I think she trusts me too.
One of Dribble's limbs. I always knew clowns were armless.
Sicut gatus.
I assume your choice of apparel isn't the subject of the day? What's on your mind? There are many heroes' graves that will need to be dug. Many eulogies to be written. Poor Scratch. I'm lucky to have met you.
Lib-witted slick-licker.
However, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, it is of vital importance that my death be remedied at your earliest convenience.
With haste.
Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here.
Sorry. Sometimes I just can't help being quite insufferable. In seriousness, I'm glad you asked that question.
Let's get you on your feet.
Whether the source is blood or books, magic is hard to master. Do or die indeed.
I do. Because it's through practice that I seek to perfect, to augment.
Bodies upon bodies, long left to rot. A grim sight indeed. Loving them has its side effects as well.
Caveat incantato!
It is! It's Tara! What's she doing all the way out here? I'm just a man. An imperfect one with needs, wants, and flaws by the bushel. Fragile vessel in which to place potentially world-ending power.
Quickly now.
A Githyanki joining our company. Not a collaboration I'd have anticipated, but a welcome one nonetheless.
Ooh, sharp as a pig's testicle.
Haven't seen that game in years.
Of all the things I anticipated our foray into that monastery achieving, bringing the whole thing down around our ears wasn't one of them. Life is just full of surprises.
Let's hope Shadowheart's actions do not return to haunt her. I know they would haunt me. Stars and moons, like that dwarf's poem said. And these plates can be turned.
Easy and effective.
I'm afraid to say I have been holding back. Every single day. It was an act of foresighted kindness, I assure you. For I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return the favour.
Frange!
Don't worry. I have no interest in prizing that artifact from your grip. Your secrets are yours to keep. Yet another unwelcome opportunity to contemplate this ghastly abattoir. I've been known to shuffle a few nights around in my day. Might I offer a suggestion? Is that so? Well, fine. I'm glad you feel the same way. But while I'm eager to enjoy your company on an exclusive basis later this evening, it would be selfish to keep you to myself before then. And there you stand, covered in blood, with no idea how it happened. Merely that if the eyes are the mirror to the soul, yours have dark curtains across the mirror. No offense taken, I hope. Let's honor them, each and all, but preferably with a drink in hand. Better pick my next target wisely.
Well, that's something.
I think it might be time for you to find a shadier spot, my friend. If I'm not mistaken, you're beginning to burn. Not praying. Not quite. I was just practicing an incantation. Quickly now.
Something about taking on the apostle's form. Just what is Ketheric Thorn planning?
The hand that feeds is the hand that's loved. It'll never leave your side now.
What light is that? A barrier to keep the shadows at bay? Better eschew magic with these creatures.
Interesting. Let's find what this fits into. Must have been pretty young when it was killed, this cave bear. Rather sad, really. Is someone singing? So much for the restorative qualities of sleep. I feel positively wretched. What happened, happened. Standing here arguing won't change it. One shouldn't be all gentlemen. Or we certainly wouldn't have done some of the things we did the other night. So much for finding a safe haven. Shadowed in name, but no longer in spirit. It suits her.
Hells! I need to get out of here.
Oh dear. I've had a pupil or two, but never for very long. Their ineptitudes tend to irk me. Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder? They will keep all of this from us. The power, the possibilities. They only want us to serve them, to pray to them, and ultimately to die for them.
There's blood near the bed.
I should leave. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. But you know what? I'm learning to enjoy the taste of chaos. Count me in. It's ready to go. Time to get to work.
Why is this made of paper?
I think he wants something from us. Badly. And in that knowledge lies our opportunity. Armed scribes. But no sign of a struggle. No press like excellent press. The editor's in for quite a shock tomorrow. What's next?
Smells like wanton days as a young scholar.
The cradle of eternity. Get out of my head. No opening this with that lock still on it. Looks like the place the Dark Justicia's letter mentioned. But where's the stash? Oh, I hope there's balls and bones galore wherever you are. Fine. Perhaps it will be better to not shake such a vessel. We've our problems, granted, but there might be some merit in shutting down a local conflict, no? I'm glad, though not envious. Shah speaks. But why to us?
Oh, I feel less than well.
I have your back. Nevertheless, please don't try that again unless I invite you to. Drow slaughtered like chickens in a butcher's shop. Somebody's making a statement.
Waste of my talents, with diligence and care.
The orb is no stray piece of ordinary magic. It is something entirely different. The nascent form of a new divine power.
This has to be frowned upon.
Let us be mindful in the future, at least. There are few fair bargains.
Yes.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Vita mortis cario.
Once she gets to know me, I'm sure she'll open up. She's just waiting for someone ready to listen. Wait. I'm not sure I like the look in your eyes. What's wrong?
Without delay. It's a waste of my talents. Seek and you shall find me.
Yes. Light. Before we are consumed entirely. Fewer than if the absolute goes unchecked. I don't want to kill. And I don't want to die. But inaction will lead to bloodshed all the same. Minsk seems quite the, enthusiastic ally. Would all do well to remain on his good side. And out of the range of his fists. A sorry creature. Just enough wits to be able to serve the absolute. Gale Decarius likes you too. Very, very much. Though let's keep his existence between ourselves for now.
I perform better on my feet. Color me curious.
Torchstalk? Best watch my step. They like to explode. I'm too long in the tooth to play sacrificial lamb. Sacrificial bearded goat, more like. I will not just give in to the orb. Not when I've made it this far. If ceremorphosis takes place, all trace of your former self will be subsumed into the Mind Flayer's hive. So, to still be here, if a mite forgetful, still a win in my book. What did that do? Stop that! How dare you? Again! This ballet of flames invites reflection. But you're right. But I was still your conduit. To perform such a feat alone requires much and arduous study. Not how I would have done it. You're quite spectacular, you know. Certainly would have been a disappointment to spend so long resisting the instructions of my own god, only to die as the plaything of someone else's. As long as it absorbs weave of its own kind, it remains stable. To an extent. The moment it becomes unstable, however.
Tore!
Fascinating structure. Made of living flesh or merely a simulacrum? Not an animal lover. Nobody's perfect, I suppose. The magic mouth spell. Sounds pretty important. Honestly, I think putting trust in anyone but ourselves is foolhardy at this stage. One way or another, I think we amount to the best chance of stopping this. You licked a dead spider. Dead spider. You licked it. That is something that happened. Meet Elminster Ormar, a good friend of mine, but rather more significantly, he's the most famed and respected wizard in the realms. You festering bubo! I trust you'll treat the matter with the appropriate exigency. The moment we find a suitable item, please, give it to me. What the hell's? There was a creature trapped inside. A tad harsh, don't you think? Our fire will be no cooler just for sharing it with a child in need. Someone's moving around in there. Indeed. Most practical of you. I can only hope you did not find it an unpleasant endeavor. What a difference a day makes. I'm afraid that goes for our relationship as well. I'll make my own way from here, alone, again. What a disappointment. If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
The ground's shaking again. What's causing it?
You know what it is to worship her, to respect her, to love her.
Where'd he go?
Orin sends us more of her scratchings. What does our epistolary enemy have to say now?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Some tainted magic coats that door. Can't say I'm inclined to open it.
I've had a solution in mind for a while now. It just took me some time to set it in motion. The disc shifted when I moved something from the altar. Must be connected.
Obedi me.
I'm sorry. But to know I had less than the whole of your heart, I can't do it. Not when I would give all of myself to you.
Fine.
Oh. Where's Shadowheart?
And what might this contraption do?
Quite a bit less than divine for a god, wasn't he? With powers as fleeting as his followers' lives. Before we go on, though, do first let me apologize.
Your father too, if our fortunes are so kind.
You always find a smile where others would soak in their sorrows. And I promise, you'll have reason to smile soon enough.
A distillery. Wonder if any tipples survived.
Where are my smelling salts?
Kaikote.
No! I can't give up. And I don't want this to be how I part from you. Let us at least try.
You saw it too. The fabled adamantine forge is around the bend. We just have a few snags to untangle. That's because I'm full of delights.
There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from.
Catastrophe. By the hells. A lava elemental. No wonder the lake's so volatile.
I hope your confidence proves well-founded. God knows we could use all the help we can get. Oh, pigeon blood. Careful. It's a nightmare to wash out.
In my experience, it's best to pay for the beds before sleeping in them.
A tidy slot, but no rune.
No, no clotting. I like my blood flowing in my veins. Thank you most kindly.
Forbidden knowledge without a doubt. Something's waiting up ahead.
Another mention of the adamantine forge. All that remains is to reach it.
Nothing wrong with a bit of caution, I suppose. Better to sound out friends and enemies alike before revealing that kind of secret. Our Githyanki companion thinks little of killing those who deny her. An admirable quality, so long as her desires align with our own. Goblins and humans worshipping the same god. Eerie common ground, if you ask me. What's on your mind? Apart from finding me an artifact to consume, which I assume you're pursuing with the appropriate urgency. If I live at all, it will be no thanks to her. She didn't even deign to speak to me herself. Let her burn with fury. I choose to live. She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges, but I suppose I can be smooth enough for two. If you're wrong, we'll have squandered the chance for a better world. You understand that, don't you? You may well have prevented me from doing something very rash in the near future. I count myself lucky to call you a friend.
All the way from Thay. Jewels and gems, probably. Ooh, one's still in there.
Look at that idol. Sylvanus is an ancient and powerful god. I'm sure the magic inside it is delicious.
Dum vita est, spes est.
A dark blade. If I'm right, and I usually am, it's the glaive from the Druid's notebook. We've already found something of sufficient potency. Please, give it to me. Not to cast any slight on you, of course. Your form rather suits you.
Won't know what hit him.
A wine bottle. A scholar with good taste, perhaps.
One misplaced spell, and you might find yourself thrown into limbo, fighting off a death slard with a very nasty temper.
Waste of my talents.
Yet again, the adamantine forge is mentioned. Surely I'm on the right track. The Doddering Act is merely an illusion, one he's most adept at maintaining. Elminster is the most formidable wizard in the realms, perhaps in existence. What's on your mind?
Help's on the way.
Quite. And I must say, I'm glad you've taken my plight to heart. I see my trust in you was most excellently placed.
Dissolve.
A stream of pure, undiluted weave. I only have to reach out, and it will carry me to Mystra, wherever she may be.
Vast world out there.
Tu es nihil.
I don't even want to think what gory applications these tools have.
Consider it done.
In my name. Whoa, not so fast. Let's get the lay of the land before we settle on the scorched earth routine. All right, let's go. Then again, keeps you on your toes. I'm surprised you abandoned me for Will, of all people. Had I known you'd a taste for dull blades, I'd have gladly conjured a bouquet of cutlery.
But at what cost? Fugamus, inferni, blandimenta.
Seems this plate is connected to the lights over the door. Some kind of code, perhaps? Then I can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region.
What beautiful music. Not a problem.
I've not felt the presence of the shadow weave like this since we left behind that cursed darkness. We must be on our guard. This won't take long, and when I'm done, I'll be free of Mystra's yoke once and for all.
Chubblot.
The people of Faerun will be well served with Will as their champion. Then again, our case isn't exactly usual. Perhaps whatever's causing our tadpoles to remain in stasis has also affected your mind.
Already dead?
The Black Bishop can take the White Rook, in which case your queen is free to move 3 squares to the right and checkmate the king under cover of your knight.
Sorge. I know you are, and yet, a few moments more, a few different words spoken.
That feeling again. My oath. It's broken.
You know, I can't tell if it's mourning, angry, or just hungry.
Moonrise Towers lies ahead. I must keep going, however bleak the path.
Step by step.
You're adorable, even when you're teasing me. But I must decline. Time was I'd have given my right arm for a chance to speak with Mystra again. The left one, too. Maybe a knee. Mizora, one step ahead of you as always. What chaos will we deal with in her wake, I wonder?
We can't confront the brain without all 3 stones.
That doesn't sound terribly promising.
My word.
A red dragon.
Majestic. And malignant.
In trouble? Small wonder.
By the gods themselves, what kind of nightmare is this?
How tedious.
A long march through dark, unfriendly lands. I don't envy them.
After all, a brief expedition into the bookshelves of sorcerers' sundries is a small price to pay to save an entire city. Even if you aren't a fan of reading.
Te fideo.
Strange. I hear voices. Possibly the most spectacular one ever conceived. But essentially, yes.
That I can relate to.
Precious ali afero.
An eerily chilling scene, this. I suspect many were present at this blighted nightfall feast. The insertee we speak of, this parasite, are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers? Selûnite symbols. They're just like the dwarf's poem described. And from the look of it, they can be rotated. I can't quite describe it. The need I sometimes feel to see her. To draw the filaments of fantasy into existence. I hope that wasn't our last kiss. I'd take 1,000 more if I could. Whenever modicum of reason lurked in that warped mind of hers, let her to spare me rather than skewering my corpse over her temple door. Oh, I do apologize. I meant to ask, are you studied in magic? Namely, are you a wizard? Which you are not. In fact, your tentacular transformation has inspired me to make a little change of my own.
Hells, they've gone crazed. Because of the lever.
Vivat crescat floriat.
Let me make myself indispensable.
I'm sorry, but I had to remind you.
After all, this is only the beginning.
Inficio! Cities teem with life. Rats, pigeons, flies. They count no less, for all their more pestilent qualities. Another of those strange discs. Perhaps Lae'zel can shed some light on their meaning.
No more prayers. Only silence and dust. I'll take care of that.
Not a goddess whose attention I would usually welcome. I had my suspicions, of course, but I'm not entirely pleased to have them confirmed. I suspect we define the word differently, but nonetheless, this is a place where it's best applied. This magic is dangerous.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
Lae'zel! Was that a joke?
A grave error in judgment indeed, which we'll pretend was never spoken.
Wizard. Archmage. Companion.
My. Second time's the charm. Day 2, hallucinations and greying skin. Might I suggest that was a little too easy? Steal this, and we shall brace ourselves for what comes next. I feel the hells will truly let loose. By a Garon's lost nose, no! Mores ingerta, vita certissima.
Said my piece. Now let me dull my tongue with wine.
That cage won't last. Fear is a normal response when one feels one's magic slipping away. No need to lash out. Mistra. I never thought we'd speak again like this. Why am I here? It seems that we've come to an impasse. I stand on the threshold of divine ascension, and you would try to keep me grounded. So long as none of us are on the pointed end of his hunger pangs, I think he deserves a chance.
Consider it done.
The artifact is protecting us. Oh, not a moment too soon. When I indulge impulsivity, as you know, the results can be quite catastrophic. But any path we walk together is the right one. I'm sure of that. Looks like someone's not a fan of Shah. Smeared the absolute symbol all over her. Glut's ambition comes full circle, from foolish inception to foolish demise. There's mention here of an adamantine forge. Such would be a rare and valuable find indeed. Debatable, but our common goals remain common, so I see no point in depriving each other of an ally. There's nothing more to be said, but a final goodbye. We should drink. Perhaps there's an inn still standing. Every drop will be well deserved. Tara is not any cat. She's a Tressum. And given your confusion, I'm guessing you've never met one. They're brilliant creatures. Fine company for any self-respecting wizard. None would relish such a fate, nor return from it. A dark day indeed. Sio dedici pecto! Your queen then takes the other pawn. One square up and left, always under the protection of her faithful bishop. You are right. And your heart should not be the price of his redemption. He must earn that for himself. There's a task afoot. Not sure what's needed of me, unfortunately. Ah! Oh, my finger! Can't keep anything lit in this curse. Dimento te! The dead drow spoke of a forge. Must be the same one. Don't let his bluster fool you. All that talk of desperation merely illustrates his own. This isn't what I expected. This is much more. The crown of Carsus. The owlbear. Man's best friend. Until it goes hungry. Hardly the right moment for that. Ah, to hold the world in the palm of one's hand. Nor should we have signed any contracts with him, though that particular ship has already hoisted anchor and set sail with full crew and cargo. Peruere! You know, I think there's a little something more to Ethel than meets the eye. Collier, Capri, and Nadia.
So many worlds still to travel. One day. When all this is over, we'll have time enough to unpick the specifics of your new condition. Psionics alone could take months to thoroughly evaluate, not to mention the matter of your diet. With the crown, our fates will be in our own hands at last, so long as we don't let go of each other.
Voco areniai!
Doubt me if you like, but I'd swear I saw that ship docked at Moonrise Towers.
With haste.
Entirely. No ordinary warhammer, carved with the Lyric symbol for the number 3. I wonder why. You're kind to say so, but this is hardly my first time in Mystra's presence. It's more the matter of what I'm going to say to her. And I would die in the process, just to win the favor of a goddess who scarcely cares for me. We discussed this at length. I thought you and I were of a similar mind. There's no sharper foe than an ambitious student. Keep eyes on teacher and pupils alike.
Next blow's gonna hurt.
Work of the hag. No doubt about it. These bones speak of some old, long-forgotten tragedy. This adamantine forge, the same the Drow's corpse spoke of? I hope we never see Orin's like again. Mind flayers and absolutists I can handle, but she was nothing but cruelty and carnage. Another whose god should go unworshipped. Better to illuminate one's darkest depths early on in any promising relationship. Less chance of drowning in them later on. Thank you for telling me. A few choice cuts and sweet meats. Nothing fatal. Not with my knife work. But perhaps a tad. Diminishing. Cages. Shackles. All prepare to march captives off to their fate. Disturbing, you mean? No time to lose. You louse. You might.
Venia chuva me.
No obstacle too great.
Poor beast. They didn't deserve to die in fear.
Because it was the truth. And the truth is a great motivator. I hope, though we've only known each other for a short time, I might be able to count you among that number.
Vis medicatrix.
A privilege to witness such a reunion. Shadowheart deserves to have her family restored, when Shah has taken so much from her already. We all missed the clues, and in return, Astarion tried to open our necks like bottles of Thayan Red. On it.
Best not to touch the chest of offerings other mortals have left to their gods. But I can use the altar to pray.
No other choice, I suppose.
Gods, I'm alive. Thought that mind flayer would kill me. No. That's all yours.
I insist.
Horribilissimus.
With haste. Expect anything. He's been cursed to the hells and back. That was unnecessary. Mystra? What does she want of me? Looks like that's going to bruise, if I must. Day 7, a mind flayer is born. Your knight in magic armor. The tadpoles? The absolute? It was because of you? I think you've said and done more than enough. Leave me be. Make no mistake. Souls are sold for coins up here as well. All too cheaply in most cases. A dead tiefling. Arabella's father, no doubt. The horror of his end I daren't contemplate. Every day we spend inching our way towards our enemies is a day we choose to let countless die in the Absolute's path.
Gigans.
What are you saying? Or rather, what are you not saying?
Best not linger here.
No advantage is unfair.
That book mentioned Lathander statues that could be moved.
Marvelous. But why hide such splendor away where none can admire it? I can't even see a lock to pick.
She'd put a sailor to shame with that mouth. That slippery little parasite is important. We mustn't lose it.
So, what did you wish to speak about? I'm grateful that you did. Most would have abandoned me to my fate. rather than take on a chosen of the god of murder. He's finally at peace. Doubtful the same can be said for whoever's waiting on the other side.
They won't see this coming.
It's no use.
There isn't.
How flaccid is my foolish foe?
Hells! We're attracting too much attention.
He had wit as sharp as his fangs. Can't say I'll miss him. I can't say I won't either. Very well. Enjoy your feast, Tara.
Consider it done.
It's a simple question, isn't it? What gives you pause?
Wait. This looks familiar. Lux in tenebra.
I was mistaken. Menzoberranzan. City of spiders. Who's caught in Raphael's web there, I wonder?
Most excellent.
Mayrina is free, but we pay dearly for it.
She's not breathing.
Getting rather tired of how often those I care about seem to reach the same conclusion.
Sword-carrying scribes. What was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection?
Ow! Oh, that stung.
This Netherese blight, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest, and it needs to be fed.
These shadows will be the death of me.
Ah, the fruit of scholars. How I long to have a troop of loyal students grace me with apples by the orchardful in exchange for wisdoms imparted.
Indeed. This is all a little too shop-worn for their tastes.
She snatched me up from our camp and brought me down here to her temple. Barlist enclave. Why, I've shared my heart with you. And I'd truly rather you didn't skewer it. All the more blood. I do feel like a new man. I was going to speak to you about that, as a matter of fact. Fine. I'm not sure I'll be brave enough for such a dream without you by my side, so thank you for believing in me. These flowers, what is this feeling? Well, this is new. It won't budge. There must be some way to open it. That lava lake boils like a good stew. Lovely. Apologies. I was foolish enough to convince myself that I was enough for you. With a bit of luck, I'd managed to make it to a mind-flared colony so that when the orb erupts, one loud, last song of vengeance would reverberate through the dark. Need to go on? That was a phase spider. Better watch out, it might come back. Sounds like we're not the only ones tracking down this Minsk fellow. Let's hope Nine Fingers' bounty doesn't attract too much competition. Would you consider yourself particularly well-read? The aid of someone learned would be of great use to me. Balthazar, Ketheric Thorm's necromancer of choice. He must be close. It's taken me long enough to find you. I'll be damned if I'm letting you go. Even Mystra herself abstains from passing judgment on those who use the weave. Her job is to ensure magic exists, not to dictate the purposes to which it is applied. It's a gnome's life for me. I'll just put my feelings to one side. I think that's best for everyone. Certainly the best thing for me.
What's that ghastly sound? Almost sounds like weeping.
Let's get you on your feet, if you insist.
His chests are empty.
But what of Will? He's a born romantic just as I am. To lose you could kill him. Oh, well. Do let me know if I should send in a search party.
Moonrise Towers, under its original stewardship.
You remind me of her somewhat. There's a steeliness in you, an unwavering tenacity, even in the face of, to be frank, quite dire odds. It belonged to American, infernal soldiers. I conjured this illusion often during my confinement in Waterdeep. An escape for the mind, where there was none for the body. Come now. I can see there's something on your mind. I suppose that's a bad thing? No, don't answer that.
Though our time together will be exceptionally brief. Farewell, and happy landing. Need I remind you that he tried to open one of our necks like a Therian Red? That does lead me to a more pressing matter. Exactly how large is your library?
Clearly the matter has hardly been a priority of yours, but even so, you can consider it closed.
I stand corrected.
Our souls.
But I suspect that's but his opening offer.
Not a trick, my friend. Magic.
Vita mortis cario.
Oh, come on, let us stay. We have room to spare.
Dialino.
A ritual circle. Looks like it was used in the crafting of moon lanterns.
Dead goblins. Dead travelers.
Blood, tracks, broken shackles. The story of an escape told in telltale paraphernalia. Ambiguity does not come naturally to you, does it, Lae'zel? Your life must be far simpler for it. I can't see any way to disarm it.
Could this be behind the curse? Better find a way to reverse its effects.
Seems a watertight vessel to me, though I'm no shipwright. Don't get too comfortable. We shouldn't overstay our welcome in such a place.
Notes on the shadow curse. I sincerely hope its effects haven't spread past this region.
One wrong move and I'd have been a statue, imprisoned for eternity.
So ends Halcyon.
Can't blame the man for seeking vengeance. Adventure awaits.
Whatever door this key opens, it's a heavy one. One in the counting house's vaults, perhaps. I see. Well, I suppose he does have a certain charm about him, if you're into that sort of thing.
At least they won't drag any more poor souls along in chains.
It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It is time. She sent me to die.
A fleet of nautiloids. I dread to think how many true souls that equates to.
Mors tua vita mea.
If they move freely, they must have some kind of magic that protects them. I'm not averse to claiming that magic indeed.
So it was Ethel all along. Where has she gone to now?
Volo non fugia.
What then? You intend to die here? Now?
As am I. Let's remedy that, shall we?
If you think iron bars will be enough to contain you, I fear you'll be in for a rather nasty shock. It's your mind that is your greatest asset. Always has been. That's the one I'd watch.
I don't think it was.
Those who draw breath embrace death. A warning these corpses clearly failed to heed. Still, I can hardly blame a vampire for being true to its nature. You are a vampire, are you not?
There's something underneath here. They unsettle somehow. As if they harbour a lingering presence. No, I would not presume that. I know quality when I see it.
I was wondering about your queen, Vlaakith. What tales of her reach us are terrifying.
But I suppose that's not how you would describe her.
Oh, not even an ogre can move this.
What are you hiding, Marcus?
There'll be no gorging of any sort until breakfast. Understood? Stay with me. Always bringing such candor to our conversations. Some would think twice about mocking Gale of Waterdeep, but you just go straight for the gut.
Intactilis sum.
Ah, I see something else preoccupies you. Care to talk about it? I knew you were a graceful man, Will, but I hear you're quite the dancer, too. Now, let's drop the matter, before I feel obliged to detonate the orb just to put an end to the bloody business altogether.
Oh.
It's my own fault. Somehow I never found the right moment. Now it's far too late.
Intactilis sum.
I wonder how many more newborns are around.
Be that as it may.
Vocomoros.
These killings were deliberately brutal. There's something near that relishes in carnage.
I'm just playing fetch with myself, unless I go back for scratch. An inn in Waterdeep. Oh, never a dull moment there. Adventurers come from all over Faerun to try their luck down the well.
It's the same for me.
We're sitting ducks among Sousa flowers, you and I. I needed Mistra's intervention. She offered me a path to redemption at last, and it might yet leave my mind and body intact. Then my sore arms thank you. I can finally stop pinching myself. Good gods. The poison is overtaking me. Bring me back. I must be brought back. I feel I should warn you that the average goblin foot is host to some 24 toe-curling diseases. I think we need to get you some air, and perhaps have a long talk about unresolved childhood issues. Yes! Now we're talking. Risas abundat! Ketherick Thorn won't go down so easily. Best we ready ourselves. We're about to have quite the fight on our hands. Is this the Underdark? Gods take me. Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West, Baldur's Gate. East, Elturel. Time. Or rather, the absence of it. In the astral plane, everything is eternal. Not if I have any say in the matter. A devil wielding the might of Karsus? It would be the end of everything. Yes, you have. But I want more than your support. I want your heart. I can feel it work. The magic, it's like a lullaby that sings to sleep the demon inside. Dissera. You, for example. You're always wiser than me when it mattered most. Oh, that hit the spot.
I trust I've made myself clear.
Very well, then. Once the city is saved, Karlach's kinetic cleaver will be first on my list. If there is a way, any way, to save all that's grown dear to me, I want to seize it. I just cannot fathom what that might be, other than to fail Mistra and condemn the world. Perhaps that's the best place for it. Away from the meddling of mortals and Mistra alike. Unpleasant, certainly. Gut-wrenching, too. Heart-rending, even, if pinched for an adjective. She has a heart made of stone, this one, that only smoke powder can break. Better be careful around here. I sense the difference in you already. You seem sharper, leaner, hungrier. Listen here. Snatch beneath our very noses. Astarian's bound for Cazador's palace, no doubt. Right. Understood. You shall hear no more on the subject from me. What can I say? Mother always taught me to be a gracious host. Can't say I grasp what I need to do here. Oh. Well, in that case, I suppose we'll just move on. I think it's a mistake to give up on the brink of success, but I cannot force your hand. Whatever it was that killed them, if it managed to murder a group of Sharans, we had better watch our step. Ad vitam aeternam. It will be my pleasure. Intellego. Where to next? We need to escape these shadows while we still have the strength. What have we here? In a word? Yes. At once. Broken bones. Must have fallen. Another scrying eye. Best to keep my distance. Nothing like a brisk stroll through the forest to invigorate the spirit. Those claws look deadly. Best be on my guard. A word. So it is. But a very fine one. Elminster? Thank you for letting me read this. At least we can face our enemy armed with the knowledge of its true nature, and of the stakes, should we fail to defeat it.
In any case, know that I harbor no ill will. I would rather see you happy with another than not happy at all.
Planting explosives in toys? Is Arthur intent on maiming children?
A pretty bauble.
Quite.
You'll soon have far greater things to be glad of. I promise you that. A map of the celestial bodies. Beautiful. But not a patch on the real thing.
The forge is not working as it should. I must be missing some crucial ingredient.
Resisto venenum!
I made my promise. I will not fail my queen on the basis of groundless fears or fickle whims.
But do you not expect something in return for your devotion? Some favor? Some stir of courage? Some response?
Arde!
Gale's folly, one might call it. History, repetition. It's the way things go. I'll gladly talk to you about such matters when the time comes. But for now, let's speak of other things. It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
Orin the Red.
That door reeks of necrotic magic. Perhaps it's best left closed for now. That day cannot come soon enough. But first, I must retrieve the crown. The way you got that boy out of a harpy's clutches.
In sanctus pulcher imperio!
Oh, it's the stairs I'm dreading. I shall close my eyes and pretend I'm climbing my own far superior tower in Waterdeep. Vanished to mist. I never heard of a vampire spawn doing that before.
Devils. Either this ship has an impressive menagerie, or I'm in the hells.
A lone cub isn't much of a threat.
The elf is seabound. The dragon stays with Baldur's Gate.
I have your back. I've always felt flames to be a rather perfect expression of love, Karlach. I'll say one thing for our troop. We're not short on drama. I'm glad Shadowheart and Lae'zel settled their differences peacefully. Eventually. A sound idea. It shouldn't take long to find him either. A wizard who cannot refrain from imparting his wisdom to the world. Well, you know yourself how easy it is to find one of those. It's one thing for us to actually pursue the crown. I'm not entirely sure I want to threaten Mystra with the prospect on her own turf, so to speak.
Ut ventus!
In Baal's name. An eruption the size of Waterdeep, I think my exact words were.
Stultissime!
I think it's about time we imposed ourselves on Raphael's hospitality for a change. Since you still have me, was there anything else on your mind? That wall's barely holding together. Thank you. But I owe you more than that. I need to help you understand just what this could mean for us. This is no fun at all. Brine. That's what they use for those parasites. The ring must be Ellie May's. Better in my hands than those of some grave robber, I say. You're being rather philosophical about all this, Karlach? I was expecting a more heated response. Civilization beckons at last. It's no Waterdeep, but Baldur's Gate is a respectable runner-up. Or at least a close third.
I'll admit it. I'm at a loss.
Grand Duke Ravengard.
That way. Smoke. Something's burning.
Please, reconsider.
Such a long way down. We should try to get some rest. Hard to save the world if you're stifling yawns. Minsk! Boo! A mighty river. There's bound to be settlements along its shores. Believe it or not, but I witnessed a similar standoff back at the Yawning Portal. I sense the leadership of your troop lies elsewhere. I'd be most grateful for an introduction. Illusory bricks? Someone's got something juicy to hide. The risk will be well worth the gain. We need only to hold our nerve through these final tribulations, and the crown will be ours.
everything will be ours.
In such environs, their efficiency is to be admired. Nothing goes to waste.
Well, this is a novel use for familiars.
A vampire spawn? I'd hazard that's an attribute you're well justified in keeping to yourself. I'm glad you felt you could trust me with it.
Very well. I'll take care of that.
I would consume some midnight tears and venture as deep into the Underdark as I possibly could, till they cloud my eyes forever. I'd rather tangle with a dragon than get tangled in all those limbs. A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide.
In case you were wondering, it's calling the rest of its pack.
I still lack the necessary Sousa bark.
No time to lose.
This corpse. It's Arabella's mother. The horror of her end I dare contemplate.
Checkmate.
Now you.
A bullet.
Best brace for a vicious battle.
Get back!
Zarel won't be pleased about this. She strikes me as the type to enjoy a little bloodshed. The circle will fall into darkness if we don't intervene. There you go, cutting right through the ephemera to the heart of the matter. Your finest quality, I think. Or maybe a bit of a drinking problem. Seems to be stuck. Oh, to have but a thimbleful of your confidence at my disposal.
You infect mine eyes and nostrils.
How thoroughly invigorating it is to stand by one's friend in the face of danger. Beggars can't be choosers. Such a powerful form should serve us well in the chaos to come.
To the rescue.
Chair, Nautiloid, Mind Flayers, they're deeply interconnected. You're hearing what they hear.
Shadowheart doesn't seem the type to share her toys. Never mind her lovers. Neither am I. My condition requires a delicate touch. Just one item will suffice to keep it in check.
Te execro.
How bothersome.
My. Took quite the workout to get this moving. Must have been ages since someone last used it. That orb's about to explode, and I speak from some experience. Does the astral sea come with an equally irritable goddess?
A rather sticky situation. What? What was that?
Seek, and I shall find.
Obedi me.
I'd say the swamp is a breath of fresh air compared to the hag, but not really. Some thoughts are best left unfinished. Now, please tell me there's some other subject you wish to occupy my mind with. Looks like these plaques make for a mechanism of sorts. Ooh, I sense a secret. Dame Aelin, your light must shatter this darkness. Tanks. But no tanks. A lot of blood. And some pink stains?
Hells! This place is on the verge of collapse.
Another survivor. Go. Indulge in the frivolities. They're good for the heart. And mine will be all the lighter to see you enjoying yourself. Well, now that we know what it is, I suggest we leave it well alone.
To the rescue.
But I'm ready, if that's the word you need to hear. If you call on me, I will not let you down. A perfect fit. Now to feed the forge with the right materials. Glad to be alive. But mostly frustrated we came so close to the source of our strife, that brain, and left it intact. I don't think she's the type who hears no very often. Good gods! What on earth made you picture that? How about the perfect night in Waterdeep? Yes? Let's imagine how it would be.
How tedious.
Horribilissimus.
Oh.
Oh. I see. That's disappointing. Did you need something? Too bad. One should never be afraid to live life to the fullest.
If I must.
Mundos volte cipi.
I think you should. Yes. No harm in trying the diplomatic route. At least Shadowheart is armed with the truth now. May its keen edge draw forth whatever vengeance she desires.
Kupiovotos leichet.
What was that watchword? Lux Splendor.
A rather sticky situation.
Hello. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep to participate in this evening's activities. He would like me to assure you all that I am anatomically accurate. Blink and you'll miss me.
The limited time for reading that undergoing ceramorphosis leaves pains me so. I pity this pool wasn't destroyed, and its occupants with it.
Lord Astarion, the armies of the Undying must join this fight.
No, I was glad you sought me out for an entirely different reason. I've known a few warlocks in my time. Talented, of course, though sometimes too eager to listen to the devils on their shoulders. Comes with the territory, unfortunately. Ugh, the scraps of a nightfall feast.
I'd need a ream of parchment longer than an elderbrain's stem to capture the tumult I feel at that particular prospect. Well, there goes my appetite.
Straight and narrow is a boring road to walk, my friend.
You served your goddess well. Not as well as I might have, but the end cares not for the means, and the work was done.
Your prowess in battle is remarkable, as is your battle stance itself. An entire domain wrapped in shadow. This feels more like a god's work than man's. I'm not sure I want to step in there. This fairy ring isn't glowing like the rest.
Indeed. More than simple craft. It's a way of life for some of them. How generous of you, but perhaps you've forgotten we need it ourselves? That thing's keeping us safe.
Oh!
Never fear. I hope you learned your lesson, young man. This should burn going down.
I can't believe Mistra granted me an audience and I failed to hear her out.
At magic, we were warned about the curse. Can't say I fancy our chances without a moon lantern.
If only your mind had been so set last night. But alas, that bell cannot be unrung.
My condition's only getting worse. Indeed. This place makes my skin crawl. No, makes it run full pelt. Wear this and you'll only ever be a knight in rusted armor.
Thanks to a slight miscalculation on my part, that relationship eventually soured, as did the greatest of my powers.
Still warm to the touch, if you can believe it.
Ignore it! Nothing but a vile death rattle!
What kind of contraption is this? We'll have to disagree on that score. Competing against a Githyanki warrior would be very poor for my health. Arsehole.
Baldur's Gate trembles. City Watch, come to her aid.
Ah! A screech to shred the strongest eardrum. It's calling for help.
Do not be lured in by the astral plane's beauty. It is a lethal expanse, one we should be careful in attempting to cross. You know what? That is not the easiest of questions for me to answer.
The brain will succumb, and these halls will echo with our deeds for generations. Greatness awaits.
I say we take a page from their book. Don't apologize. You must not deny your heart's desire. I would not want you to. Oh, and as far as that tadpole trickery goes, I really do trust you'll not be so untoward again. The aura of Netheril hangs heavy in this place. The brain is close, as is the crown, as is victory. Dare we begin to hope? Might be on to something there. Though Mistra's intelligent enough not to resort to such overt manipulation.
Enemies popping up like weeds. Halcyon better conclude his search very soon.
Very hard thing to predict. We've already witnessed the myriad forms its corruption has inflicted on this land and its inhabitants.
Extende!
Balthazar's dead. Luckily, he can't use his necromancy on himself.
Let's remedy that, shall we? Where are my smelling salts?
Oh, for the love of...
Did I say interesting? Oh, I meant terrible, of course. Terrible strategy. Mystic carrion. That miserable pile of bandages gave rotten meat a bad name.
Flagra!
Sharp, deep, and still fresh.
Not sure now is the time for chatter. There's a raging inferno surrounding us.
Ostende secretorem tuorum. My knees are starting to ache.
It's back. Voss is headed to Sharess's caress. Something more than the company draws him there. When we reach the city, we should find out what. It's just that I am no longer able to perform those feats even arch-wizards would marvel at. Don't worry. I'll handle matters from here. And God's willing, there'll be plenty of folk left to tell our tale after we've gone.
That bridge has long been collapsed. If only we'd arrived a few centuries earlier.
Selûnite symbols. They're just like the dwarf's poem described. No. Have you lost your wits? You must not do this.
You know what? I think I've clearly had far too much wine. And you've had nowhere near enough. I think this is a conversation best held back on. For now.
Yes, of course.
Really? Then I go where you go. Waterdeep wouldn't be home without you anyway.
I've heard rumors about Loroakan's teaching, or lack of it. His students are no more than glorified shopkeepers.
Let's be optimistic and assume he's still among the living.
The air is ripe with magic.
Say, but I know you, don't I? In a manner of speaking. You were on the Norse Lloyd as well. A cruel fate for such a wondrous being. Is there so little room for light in you, Shadowheart?
Oh, not this again.
Dark Justiciars. No doubt they served General Ketherick in another life. I thought perhaps Karlach had won your heart. To say she is a strong woman is an understatement for the ages.
Without delay, at once. Quickly! Don't let me down.
You think so little of me? At least you didn't compare me to a spotted dick.
I'm sure. But you might have learned from my experience. The gods demand more than vows when calling followers to the altar. You've quite the knack for finding the bright side of things, haven't you?
Dollo!
Let me take away the pain.
Those claws look sharp. Better stay clear. I much prefer to keep my insides on the inside.
Da mihi facta! Resisto venenum!
These fellas fought to the last. Between fight or flight, they picked the wrong response.
Look at that. We're channeling the weave. How does it feel? Without delay.
Moonrise Towers lies ahead. We must venture on, however bleak the path.
But what stays my hand? Obstinacy? Misplaced morals? Simple fear of dying? You?
To know you're not frightened by my ambition, that you would nurture it and meld it with your own. I cannot imagine a better partner on any plane of existence.
Feculent beast.
That was uncalled for.
Gladly. A ritual circle, chalked in the manner of the Hells. What infernal purpose did it serve?
A venerated leader stands out among the Sharan warriors. Must have been a champion of Shar. Perhaps a chosen, even.
Worthless. You'd find more value in an adolescent boy's spent handkerchief.
That's a bell you can't unring. Perhaps you should reconsider. And what you felt was but the slightest drop, drawn from the rushing torrent that is the weave. I confess, without my former prowess, even I struggle to stand her presence.
Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry. Enjoy the night. It seems to me full of opportunities.
The Karsite weave. I had no idea. Do you realize what this means?
A marked tree. Could be the one Korga mentioned in her correspondence. Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you.
Nocturnus! Boss! I call on your might!
Archduke Gortash? He does have a high opinion of himself. Better head for Worm's Rock. We must trust one another, apprentice. You know as well as I, a powerful sage could help us with our plight.
It is a kind of love, after all. At the very least, the most deep-seated passion.
These shadows were drawn from another source, created by another goddess. Shah.
I doubt we'll get much in the way of gratitude. Only one way to find out.
Alas, our fledgling acquaintanceship has not yet taken flight. Such intimacy will have to wait. I'm not imagining it, am I? These rats' grasp of language seems to be improving. Of course, if I succeed in wielding the crown, she'll have no say on the matter. But first, we must find a way to claim it. A valid point. As survival strategies go, raising your young in a building rigged to self-destruct is a rather poor one. No doubt they'll have found that out for themselves eventually. I'd have appreciated your honesty a lot more had it been offered prior to us setting off on this adventure together.
No time to lose. Drow craft armor.
No magic left, though. Sun's too bright.
There. Parore.
Don't stop singing.
I trust you speak of the bonds of love, not the shackles of servitude.
It's done all that and more at plenty of soiree, I can tell you.
Not working.
Huh. The weapon stopped glowing. How odd.
Don't fret, I'm on my way.
Nothing like a secret door to pique one's interest.
Didn't that paint enough of a picture? Have you noticed any attachments of the more romantic variety flourishing in our camp, Will? It is Will, yes? The connection is palpable. No tadpole required. What do you need? Fear not. The orb is quite safe for the time being. I've a window in which to consider my options. The only kind I have? I imagine Will thought he'd have longer to enjoy the perks of his powers.
Voss, to battle!
Espredai me.
Peculiar shape. Oddly familiar somehow.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Shadow druids? This Korga is not to be trusted.
Athkatla, capital of Arm. Not a city overly fond of wizards. Their loss. An all too familiar tale. I refuse to believe we cannot alter the ending.
The moment has come. End the Netherbrain. Missing Rascal, Brown Puppy, Jagoda, Black and White Cat, Zola. That is a lot of missing pets.
Perhaps with this offering she'll finally cure me of the affliction of the orb. As Carsus aimed his spell at her, she began to unravel, and with her, the entire weave.
A loose stone. Perhaps a secret about to be unhidden.
Ground's coming up, fast! Need to do something.
Another one of Auntie's victims.
Yes, lovely.
Strange things are happening to us. What festers in our minds may well impel our bodies.
Something didn't like that.
Ugh. You're smarter than that. It's part of what drew me to you.
Manos potenti sparo.
This is the seat of the Absolute's power. Whatever the heart is, it's connected to this place somehow. We must find out.
Yes. That will probably do it.
If so, they'll hunt us to the far ends of this cursed land. Now we have tadpoles slithering through our heads like carnivorous feti.
Where are my smelling salts?
Vis medicatrix. Voco flagella. Gigans.
Use it wisely.
Starting from the bottom right, play the notes in correct order. Clockwise this time.
Your knight in magic armor.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. What's the subject of the day? My hands are still cold, so that handshake will have to wait, but in the meantime... Thank you.
The Gith Knight's device is activated. What is it trying to tell us? I said exactly what I meant. I love you. You should never, never doubt that. So cold. There's something coming. I can feel it in the shadows.
So much hidden away beneath Moonrise Towers. How deep does this warren go? Gods, it's horrifying! And a touch fascinating.
Nothing but dirt.
Oh, yes.
The heat's going from balmy to sweltering. The forge must be nearby.
Such an undignified position to find oneself in.
Voco Avina!
I'm sure you're perfectly delightful, but I can't talk right now.
The debtor's attire is the only thing preventing a hostile reception. I need to put it back on. Most foolish. Wanton violence against your dear Gale. After all, the man has a budding apocalypse tucked beside his heart. You would provoke it. No sense dwelling on it. We made our choice, and we'll live with the nightmares.
But I can't. This is it. I must do as Mistra commands.
No time to spare. A rift. Go inside its mind and destroy it from within.
Morbidus.
Oh no, quite the opposite, actually. She mostly preferred our interactions to be abstract and incorporeal. Most invigorating.
Things look different.
The Rohirrim's finally gained power worthy of his reputation. Not that he earned it. A spell to turn one into many. Could come in handy, especially when I get back to my reading list.
Ad vitam aeternam.
It's a perfectly legitimate architectural feature. No treasure here. Only a simulacrum of it.
Could be useful.
A gem. Doesn't strike me as purely decorative.
With that crown, Carsus almost toppled the gods themselves. We cannot hand such power over to Raphael. We must take it for ourselves.
My pleasure.
Yes, of course.
This will come in handy.
And the waste it might have been.
This one's made of paper. Really?
Tell me, what have you learned?
That voice. Ambrosia. Sing on.
No lock? No handle? How does it open?
A broken moon lantern. They say that's 10 years of bad luck.
A small gesture towards your comfort.
The whispered weave.
We must discuss this further, but quietly, privately.
And I seem to recall a fond allusion to that moment afterwards.
Look at that beast. Seems almost too big to take flight.
The magic's been dispelled from that book on flumps. Let's see what's inside.
Not all wizards are made the same, nor do we wield the same powers. Another unique quality of our predicament, perhaps. Are you inclined to take these visitors at their word?
Vito excolato.
A giant nest. Let's see what we can find.
That's Mistra's power for you. Where there's even a trace of magic, she will be there to bring it to life.
On my way.
Yes, yes.
A lucky escape, given Lorroakan's reputation. He'd have little of value to teach you. The real question is, do you trust me? Fine apparatus, though not as beautiful as my own.
Which way to the nearest library?
There's a hag pit stench about you.
I really shouldn't have.
And what kind of god would I be?
There's the matter of the gnomes, too. It wouldn't do to stand by and keep them enslaved.
Then let my blood be a warning to you. There's more to me than meets the eye. I am not for eating.
More or less. I was lost in prayer, of all things.
Ad maiorem de gloriam.
Yes. Yes, we do. And perhaps the sooner it's done, the better. Soon I'll deliver the crown to Mistra and be rid of the orb at long last. I'll be free. That woman has more venom in her heart than a snake in its fangs. But at least the child is safe. Once we acquire it, your ambitions will be dwarfed. I'll be able to stand against Mistra and wrest her powers from her for the betterment of all. There's a book that circulates in Ulm, detailing the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen. Obedi me, willing and able.
Cantote!
Made into a mouthpiece by the elder brain itself. The merest taste of its manipulations, I fear.
Right. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Go on.
Strange place for a button, especially one that doesn't work.
We can't beat them, and I sure as hell don't want to join them. Let's fall back.
Hook horrors. Classification, monstrosity, social behavior, kills on sight.
Your optimism is inspirational, as always, but I think convincing the general population to place their fates in the hands of a devil, however well-meaning, might prove challenging.
Imagine being trapped here, faced with eternal torment. I think I'd rather just die.
Commune with her as you see fit. She's your goddess. And I've no wish to stand between you and any blessing she might deign to offer. Sordid? I lay with the mother of magic herself. What we had was transcendent, euphoric, incandescent. Not sordid. Mistra would consider forgiveness steel mold, used for weapons and armor, I reckon. Must be a forge somewhere it could be paired with.
Hardly. I'm more than glad to leave that place behind.
Tu es nihil!
Ah! That's hot!
It's Shadowheart, isn't it? For one who guards her secrets so closely, she's made no attempt at hiding how much she wants you.
Mutatis mutandis.
If I wasn't surrounded on all sides by the darkness of the Shadow-cursed lands, I'd think it was Mistra herself brushing against my skin.
A token of my appreciation. At once. This is my chance to get back everything that was taken from me. Everything Mistra denied me. And once I have it, I can forge a better world. Be a better god. A hag's magic is nothing to be scoffed at. This staff is exactly the kind of artifact I'm looking for. The king will have no choice but to take the knight, ensnaring himself between his own pawn and bishop. The White Queen can then checkmate by moving one more square up and to the right.
You're plotting something, aren't you?
Come on, then. Out with it. I'd rather know before we take on that cerebral monstrosity.
It has become my sustenance. Without it, well, I hardly need to tell you.
Now to make use of that lantern. I have one endeavour too many to conduct tonight, although catching up would be a fine thing.
Then I suggest you look closer.
There remains only one matter to be resolved. For me, at least.
The shape is odd. Feels strangely familiar.
The hag's doing. It has to be.
I can't. Your opinion matters greatly to me.
Give me a chance. I think I can help you understand.
Strolling these streets together would have been quite magical in other circumstances. This is all a tad apocalyptic for my liking.
Not the matter, but there is a matter I wanted to speak to you about.
Yes, of course.
No time for stargazing. More's the pity. The abandoned plumage of some Baldurian bird or other. Whatever dropped these is long gone. Only one way to find out. Unless we plan to ask the Zentarim for a shipping manifest. That was close. No doubt there'll be others. Oh, lovely little pick-me-up. I know the allure magic artifacts hold. I understand their value and their power. All this to say, I understand the sacrifice I ask of you.
2 left hands, I see.
What's done is done. No sense delaying further.
That disc will lead somewhere, I'll wager.
I shouldn't speculate on such matters. We'll find out in due course, I'm sure.
Pulso!
I can keep this condition under control, as indeed I've done for a significant amount of time, but that was under different circumstances altogether. Home, in Waterdeep.
My. I'd better be careful not to trigger that thing.
And it would take one wizard to unleash a cataclysm powerful enough to tear apart the brain's very being. We have no choice but to consider using the orb.
No. This isn't right.
Ready to go, but not quite. Something else is needed.
Oh, I have power enough to share.
There you are. I was worried you might have second thoughts after my little confrontation with Mistra.
Nothing wrong with maintaining a healthy suspicion in such matters.
I do not yet need to consume an item, but keep it close by. It will not be too much longer. I'd reconsider. He's not exactly open to attack just now.
Mine for the taking.
A protector is guarding it, if I'm reading this right. And this hot hammer is key to its downfall.
I need to navigate this labyrinth unseen, it seems.
We should pay a visit to Sorcerer's Sundries. Their book collection is the envy of the Sword Coast. I'm certain the truth lurks somewhere on their shelves.
Not in so many words. No.
No ogres. Stands to reason the sound of this primitive tool doesn't carry very far. Of course, as a paladin, your patron deity endows you with many such powers otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift.
Voco potentia!
On the contrary, no one is lonely when they have books. Except perhaps the illiterate.
Is that Darkmoor the Wicked? I don't believe it.
I didn't take these refugees for killers. Maybe I've misjudged them.
Toenail-tasting trout hole!
Easy as that, is it? Hope you wouldn't give the rest of us up so easily.
This map shows a temple of Shah. Seems to highlight some great danger within.
Oh, you know, filled with the bottomless dread that can only come from your own impending and self-inflicted death. You have to know who I was. You have to know who I really am. Nemesis.
And it looks like we're both starved for answers.
If this priestess is indeed a master of the arts of Booyog, it's not inconceivable she could be of help to us.
Faccio voco fere.
I suggest we admire it from afar.
Deocludo oculus!
Willing and able.
Gods, it's refreshing to share the company of someone who sees things the same way I do.
A prayer sheet. What's this symbol on it?
The vero!
Or perhaps more than you bargained for, full stop.
Oh.
That's that settled.
Look around you. Indulge your curiosity. Sorcerer's Sundries is the finest purveyor of magical miscellany for miles around.
An earthquake, perhaps? Strong enough to rouse the dead, too.
Da mihi facta!
No hope of clearing this without a shovel.
Look at that. In this light there is shelter from the shadows.
Quite a door.
Though what's behind it is a touch underwhelming. Divination is a skill few can master. The rest of us must simply muddle along, content to view the past with a clarity the future rarely offers.
Looks like I'm not the only live cargo on the loose.
We've got Auntie on the run, but I'm sure she still has a few tricks up her sleeve. Don't worry. I know Minthara insisted on you abandoning me. Or at least I assume I'm the wizard she was referring to.
These shadows will be the death of me. We need light.
No time to lose. Fascinating. I think the Archmage Tasha described a spell with similar effect. Really must look that up.
Pulcrio!
No! I'm slipping away! I'll perish in here!
The magic isn't having the effect it should have. It's not like the last time, like a rainstorm that quells a forest fire. Take heart. I'm here for you. These bones speak of some old tragedy. Harper insignia. Druidic markings. They must have fell as allies.
Ah! Oh, sharper than Malar's fangs, these thorns. The book states that the crown and netherstones were originally one construct, seemingly sundered at the moment of Carsus's downfall.
I see the art of eloquence is alive and well. I'm awed, impressed, and a little bit scared of you right now. Wait for me. Please.
Without knowing, without feeling, choking on darkness.
Done. Easy as anything.
The curse that afflicts the land appears to be a manifestation of an incredible amount of dark magic. The sword manifested through the shadow weave.
The crown.
Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled.
I fear our unwillingness to make difficult decisions is doing more harm than good.
Can't say I blame you.
She says that will be all.
Oribus tenio lupum.
Perhaps you could not. But Netherill's power is in my blood. And Mistra? I know her in ways that most mortals can only dream of.
I think it's safe.
Ah, so you're susceptible to the tragedy of a broken home. Maybe you've more in common with us weaker beings than you thought. A cracked wall. It could be broken through with the right encouragement.
Must I?
You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly.
It's huge.
Wit, like fangs, that much I knew he had. Actual ones I did not suspect.
Wonderful.
All that's missing now is the mold. Let's keep sharp. At least we can face our enemy armed with the knowledge of its true nature. Let's see. The White Queen moves all the way across and captures the Black Pawn. The Black King is in check, so he has to retreat a square left.
Precisely. What better person to wield Carsus's magic than one who is unafraid to pursue his ambition? Gods and mortals be damned.
My sympathies for your wearied souls. Care to explain what you're doing?
Inexpugnabilis.
I suppose one might say I'm rather adrift, to be honest. The goblin may yet prove her worth. Necessity has bred stranger bedfellows.
Yes. Vocol nubes. Gala.
And so we have gone through the necessary steps again? Let's hope practice makes perfect in the end.
Orin clearly takes comfort in such vile surrounds. Can't say I feel the same.
The figure from my dreams.
Let her rot. The Absolute's allies deserve no better.
Is that not the very nature of chasing divinity?
Lae'zel, blade like a razor, wit like a razor, tongue like a razor.
Tenebra. Propra.
Intriguing. Quite a collection of art. A shame to keep them from the public eye. I sense magic. But where?
Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must find the Diabolist. Only one well-versed in devilry will know the way. The crown of Carsus cannot be handed over to this devil. Agree to nothing.
This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. In time, she became my muse. And later, even my lover. Mr. knows I've read Carsus's designs. I'm certain of that. And it clearly has her shaken. Dribble's head. Severed at the neck. No covering that up with face paint. No harm reflecting on one's appearance.
Dress thy face, the hags are hiring.
You can't summon a dead ogre, it turns out.
Omnia mutantur.
I can't explain now. But it's very important we get hold of that book. Very very important. Over here!
Veritas. Credo. Oculus.
You will? Oh, thank goodness for that. This night song is the source of Ketheric's invulnerability. I'm quite open-minded. It's one of my finer qualities. And there's some stiff competition in that department.
Looks like Father Lorgan's aid couldn't save them.
Lae'zel is still back there. Should I just abandon her?
It appears Orin sent us a message. What glad tidings will she have to offer? Oh, you know, still alive and kicking, despite being surrounded on all sides by an endless manifestation of darkness and decay.
I'm surprised you spotted me. So be it. I will be ready. Whatever you decide.
Good. You're still capable of showing that much sense, at least. Too bad the rest of the note is pure gibberish. You don't know. Not really. But after all you've done for me, I do suppose I should be at least a little bit forthcoming.
Not quite, but this is the easy part. Should we try again?
They're not mutually exclusive. The weave is served best with a dash of eloquence.
Impero te.
Better not disturb these webs. Whatever wove them would be much too large for my liking.
It felt like a bloody earthquake.
Please, continue to believe in me. I want to show you the wizard I am capable of being, rather than the poor excuse for a man who's kept you company thus far. For your reference, bites hurt. Consider that a given.
I can't linger in this darkness. I'm weakening by the moment.
Why don't we take a little break, Allow ourselves a few moments of rest? Gives me a chance to talk to you about something, well, rather important.
Help's on the way.
I'd pick those netherstones back up if I were you. I don't fancy our chances without them.
This place wasn't built for the living.
The depth of your commitment to your cause truly knows no bounds. For him to have survived a nether brain only to have ended by your hand, well, it is an end, I suppose.
What is this place?
Fudge-fondling Fustelarian.
Deocludo oculus.
Dead. They're only good for kindling now.
I'd rather not. It would.
Not to my taste, but I'll take a clown over some hack magician pulling peonies from his breeches.
Death is but a word away.
Not just altered, but magnified.
There's powerful magic budding here.
Not a morning person, I take it. I can scratch that from the list of wonderfully ordinary things I've still to learn about you.
Ooh, fancy. How rude.
Unless there's something more pressing you wish to discuss.
She'd be most impressed by our efforts saving these tieflings. Proud, even. And I've given her little to be proud of recently.
A hidden shrine, dedicated to the Moon Maiden herself. Even amidst this darkness, Selûnites are stubborn enough to cling on. Grateful as I am, the course of our camaraderie is much better served by not taking that particular detour. Not just yet.
Ketheric has the wrath of the heavens upon him now, and no hope of resurrection. You remind me of her somewhat. You share a certain nobility of spirit.
Hag can't have gone far.
Perhaps that's a moment we ought to further explore.
If there was, I'm sure the goddess of magic and the greatest wizard who ever lived would have identified it. But alas, only one solution is offered. No. I've never been more sure of anything. I knew it was powerful, of course, but I could hardly analyze something trapped within my own body.
How bothersome.
I've been pondering something, Lae'zel. Why is it the Githyanki have belly buttons? When they hatch from eggs?
She'll tear me in two for touching her egg. That thing could swallow each of us whole.
She told me she was watching over me, protecting me, and that our tadpoles could prove beneficial if we embrace what powers they have to offer.
These webs are everywhere.
omnia mutantur?
Ah, a fascinating question. One that boils down to which criteria we choose to apply. Are we speaking about the physiological, theological, etymological?
You can count on me.
Allow me to apologize on Lae'zel's behalf, sir. A lack of tact is a burden to us all. This crossbow is too well designed to be made by Duergar.
It strikes me that for a mind flayer colony, there are remarkably few mind flayers about the place.
We need to get out of here, now!
That's a Githyanki blade if ever I saw one. Wouldn't be a heroic end, but coarsely poetic enough in its justice. Without you, I'd likely be long dead. Count me extremely grateful you're still here.
Gone. And where he goes, death is soon to follow. Though Mistress' eyes may be upon me, and she'd forbid me dabbling with such magic. She'd want it destroyed. Wasted, arguably.
Risas abundat!
I will erupt.
Shall I compare thee to a sow's fart? If you're looking for fun, I can recommend several excellent novels, and very few of them will try and kill you in your sleep. If it can strike us like that, we're close. Almost close enough to strike back. Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. It fractured, then shattered, and all magic was lost to the mortal realms, until the day Mistra returned.
Te execro! Kitius!
Oh, he terrorized everyone and everything between the woods of Cloak and Sharpteeth. It's an odd place for him to end up, this.
Do you?
Ha! You're a good sport.
Oh, I think that's another Tressum. I challenged my goddess, defied her will, and promised her destruction. An uncanny apparition. Not entirely sure what to make of it. You make it sound like such a small thing. No, I do not wish to die.
Cruelty and cleverness are all too common bedfellows. Let's side with cleverness alone, shall we? See what we can do to save this verse-loving pixie. On my honor.
Thou art a hairy-hearted whoreson. You remembered where to find me then.
What do we have here?
Let's save such certainty for the moment such a decision is upon us. You may feel differently once we know what we're truly up against.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
That was too close a call for comfort. The sooner I see this place on the horizon, the better.
Ah, say no more. I'll find the perfect book for you. I might even lend it to you from my library in Waterdeep. Ooh.
In my name.
My brain is bursting from my temples.
Conspicuous absence of Susabark in these particular diagrams, though.
Perhaps. But enticements beyond the perimeters of mortality are powerful motivators.
That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
And don't think I've forgotten.
Dolo, incende.
Mephits. Now it really is a party. I cannot keep throwing myself headlong into such danger while I am so unstable. If my condition is not treated soon, I will be compelled to leave. Even in such fraught times as these, there's peace to be found in the stillness as evening draws in.
A mouse couldn't squeeze through those vines.
I read about myconids and the manifold properties of their spores. That Duergar is about to rise. Undead. A vampire in our midst this whole time? Of course, I had my suspicions. I speak of Tara, my Tressum, assistant, my constant companion through all the ills and tribulations my hubris has thrust upon me. Truly, I might as well go mount the gallows.
Say, where's Karlag? She didn't abandon us, did she?
Precious alia ferro.
Over there, a shrine to Seluna,
By Moon Maiden's grace.
and please don't try that again unless I invite you to.
I can hardly wait. A little help from a friend.
I don't discredit my reasoning. Alas, that my execution was rather less sound.
Now let's get back into the fight. Hardly the noblest conflict we've encountered, but criminals will have their squabbles, even in the looming shadow of utter annihilation.
Goblins ahead. Evanesco.
I'm not sure what I was expecting, but whatever that was, it was worse. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much. I think our relationship needs a bit of work. Or else I might need a bit of space.
Oh, nothing, friend. Just a little trapped wind.
Sure you understand.
My lord, I bow to your boundless kindness.
Needs a key.
Now's no time to die. You must get up.
A chained-up book in a long-abandoned temple. Ooh, temptation, old friend. We meet again.
But what does this revelation of yours mean for us going forward?
Gods! That is not a pretty sight.
Voco ereniai.
Whatever you decide, do not delay for too long. Every moment we hesitate, the crown may slip further out of reach.
Expello te.
Movement on the roofs. I sense a classic ambush in the making.
Not to cast any slight on you, of course. Your present form is but a sign of your gallantry.
Impero mortos.
But a necessary one. Scrolls of true resurrection don't grow on trees, you know.
You look comfortable? A mite overexposed, given the perils of our adventure, but I suppose it adds a thrilling edge to leave oneself open to danger and other things.
That odor's left me feeling decidedly wobbly.
No. Yours truly diffused the situation. Please. This will be so much easier knowing that my memory lives on with you.
Now, I believe adventure awaits. Or misadventure, perhaps.
Shall we? This book. I can almost taste its magic. Yes. Just the thing.
Yeah.
That mad drow was searching for this forge too. Seems he wasn't the only one.
Voco spicai.
A key. Wonder what it opens.
To seek some goblin priestess's help would be unconventional, to say the least.
The druid's return is imminent. Have to keep foes at bay until then.
A fine job you did back there. Not exactly how I would have approached it, but we all have our quirks when it comes to using magic. Some more than others. Well, this seems as good a time as any for me to stop babbling on.
That, my friend, must remain a secret, for now. Or rather, for as long as you've eyes only for someone else among our troop. Buried in the Saloonite manor, with great haste, by all appearances. Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
And so, if you're at all amenable to the idea, I thought I could, perhaps, stay. There might even be room for 2 Dacariuses in Baldur's Gate. A wizard's tower is his sanctum, a private place for research and respite. But as this wizard's not home, I say we take a peek. But they didn't. I always thought it was a miracle that I survived, but I'm starting to wonder if there was more to it.
Guess it's mine now.
Faccio voco fere.
No time to lose.
Why is it always a method? I know what it is to have a closer connection than most with the gods. But with Baal, that's not a bond I'd like to be bound with. You should be careful. Very, very careful. Ah, indeed. The journey awaits. One foot in front of the other is tried and true, I find.
Ugh! I can't.
Have fun, gorging yourself on my neck, Astarion.
Alien flora of some kind.
From the astral plane, perhaps? Another joins our merry band. We'll need to keep our wits sharp around him, I think.
Mold and metal. But something's still missing. Look at those boots. I sense magic. In droves.
It was a risk that nearly cost you your neck. God, you're distracting, aren't you?
I don't like that I'm so good at this. On it. Those screams.
Someone's trapped in that mirror.
Your duty, perhaps. Mine was quite the opposite. Every breath I take, however gratefully, is proof of my dereliction. Not at all. Just some gallows humor for you. I assure you, you were never in any danger. Let me explain. Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep, city of splendors. I am a wizard of considerable acclaim and scholar of exceptional accomplishment.
That key from the shapeshifter. Looks like it fits right here.
Quite so. The weave is a sensitive conduit.
Where are we? Oh, we're in trouble. Time to get out of it.
A perfect score.
Seems you know me better than I know myself.
Look at all those vines spread like vices over the grove. A sour harvest in the making.
Copio vertus laicet. Il vocote.
This portrait's warded with some kind of necrotic magic. Rudimentary, but effective. Forgive me. These were already trying times before Elminster delivered his missive. Now, for me at least, they are potentially end times.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I know we have other things on our mind, but please, do not neglect my request. It is most urgent. If you seek my input, you've only to ask.
That is not what it seems. I see you, shapeshifter.
I'm glad to know you have a softer side, Minthara. I was beginning to think you rather heartless.
At once.
Crescat scientia.
A battleground. There are Dwergar and Myconids among the dead.
I hope you don't think less of me. Great ambition should not come at the expense of what you already hold dear. I see that now. Still, it is magic in its purest, most essential rapture that I'm trying to impart. I assume you didn't come here to seek my blessing, though. Was there something else you needed?
Ludus non factum est.
More of the same.
I can't fathom how such a wonder survived.
Surely everything of its ilk was destroyed along with Netheril itself, but no matter. It exists. I must learn more of it. The Underdark. Not exactly on the top of my list, but I think I understand why the idea appeals to you. We should rest these weary bones of ours.
To the rescue.
Dribble's leg, still bearing scraps of tattered fabric. Once bright and jovial, now bloody and joyless.
Another gem. Better get hold of it.
Ludus non factum est.
At least now I'm armed with the truth. And Mistra's expectations. Looks like that dragon destroyed the road.
Must be drawing close.
This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
I've got acquaintances, certainly. Plenty of colleagues. Friends? Those are precious indeed. Gods, I'd pay a king's ransom for a hot, lavender-scented bath. Minstrels serenading as I close my eyes and let the water's warmth dissolve all woes.
If you insist.
Your new lease of life suits you rather well. What do you and your newborn vitality require of me?
I have enough power to share.
Insulta sporcher imperio.
I hope you're right. I truly do. Godly power, perhaps I can live without, but you? You're everything.
Dollo.
Hail your party leader, would you? I'd like to join, if deemed amenable. Safer to be out here than trapped in there. But if I could remain in there safely...
Moon Maiden's magic. Both beautiful and powerful indeed. She needs sleep, and she needs to be closely guarded. Let me make myself indispensable. That way, if I must. Do the rescue.
Wonder who abandoned it. And why?
Worried, if I'm being honest. I have so much to live for. More than I thought I'd have again, after Mistra.
True enough. She'd certainly not want to jeopardize the completion of this little mission she and Elminster have concocted. Tunnels beneath the open-hand temple and a dead priest's name here. Not suspicious at all. Let's go. The dignified thing for me to say is, no, of course not. Forthrightness before all. But honestly, yes. I would have rather you lied.
Snatched beneath my very nose. Astarians bound for Cazador's palace, no doubt. I don't suppose you can imagine what it's like to have your god as your lover.
I doubt they'll have any books on breaking contracts with devils, though. We'll have to figure that one out for ourselves. Listen up. You wouldn't be the first, I'd wager. It's been some time since these walkways felt the carpenter's hammer. Inexborgnabilis.
The more I find, the more curious I get.
A water Davian delicacy, spiced to leave exactly the right amount of heat lingering on the tongue, and served with that most sharp tooth of Aquarian residents, the quipperfish.
Not a sound. There's no illusion without a reason to elude. Now, to find the reason. Water deep. Gods, I wish I could go home. A cave beneath the tavern. Wonder how deep it runs. Your knight in magic armor.
Whatever comes next, I must consider with a rational mind, not an emotional one. There are more important things out there than you and I. You made that quite clear.
Your wish is my regret.
Only when the occasion suits. A rogue might call it luck, a priest might call it fate. Looks like the Drider's caravan came from here. Looks like he's not all there. In more ways than one.
He doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold. To the rescue.
The Blade of Frontiers.
Though the orb still seems to offer our best hope of destroying the brain, I retain some hope that another, less costly solution can be found. Loss holds hands with grief, even among goblins. A word. No wonder such violent beginnings lead to violent ends.
Parchment-pallid villain.
My. Not only is this chair comfortable, it imbues its sitter with power. Whoever built it, they've let it rot for ages. But inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess, and yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead.
Oh. Then for your purposes, they are exactly the same.
Telibra.
Please, do not dredge that up. My unhappiness has only just settled to the bottom. And this is no mere journal. It contains Carsus's original plans for the crown's construction. His designs for godhood.
I'm the foggiest.
But, based on the evidence before us, we can make certain deductions as to why he sought out our merry band.
Ambitious wizards and vast power can be a dangerous mix. Careful what you share with him. Their equipment doesn't seem to be worse for wear, though. Even after all this time. I thought you might drown in Shadowheart's dark eyes. Yet you swam to the shores of Gale. I'll see that there is indeed more to come.
Won't betide anyone who tries to stop me. Oh, if the child's desperate enough to seek safety in our company, who are we to turn her away?
Until we wake, my love. Must have been fishing when these monsters came. Bad luck. Plenty more were looking for the forge, it seems. The drow had competition.
A wise choice. Better to indulge your curiosity than Elminster's appetite.
Dum vide est, spes est.
Is that Duke Ravengard? Then he lives. But barely.
Please, think on the matter. I trust that during our travels you'll navigate ample leagues of progressive insight.
Flagilo!
Very well, then. I will try my utmost to share in your optimism. Nothing wrong with a little hope, after all.
Diminue.
Please, there is little more to be said on the subject. The best thing you and I can do is march on towards whatever awaits us. You're dung pretty and scented to wit. You had a taste for tentacles? Seems it's guarded by a protector of some sort. Something weak to this hot hammer. I can't hold it any longer. There's no sense dwelling on such a future if it is locked behind the looming shadow of the Netherbrain. First, we must fight. Then we deal with the crown. Tenacity might be a kinder word for it.
With glee.
Do not insult our intelligence. You'd erase her, make a blank vellum of her mind, her memories, and inscribe it with your poison. I'll pass, thank you. I prefer abjuration over acrobatics. Oh, look at it. This must be the place where sanity comes to drown. There's worse ways to travel, I guess. That was most of them. Time to press on.
Mortem tuum sum.
An earthquake down in the Underdark. The stuff of nightmares. With diligence and care. Oh, or did you wish to use it? I assure you, it's pointless. You'll have nothing more than a sore head and a very dissatisfied wizard to show for it. Rotten food and dried blood. A wild party, or something more sinister. I take it you get the picture? I have all the required materials, but I need to fire up the forge first.
My tadpole's growing restless. Feels like it's excited. Or terrified.
A gentleman's only as dashing as his least-groomed locus. The same wine. The same paralyzing poison. Lae'zel's devotion is impressive, but if she's not careful, it will be fatal. Gods consider mortals like us a cheap token to trade in for their desired outcomes. At least in my experience. Oh, that stench! Body must have been here a good while. Now, to see what this portrait's gaze is truly focused on. Teleported right into the Underdark. Lovely. Feel a presence here. A power. The patron god of this place. Blasted fog is everywhere.
Tenebra.
Such packs always collect their dues in the end. His suffering has only just begun.
Mistra Rill.
It was wonderful, wasn't it? No, don't feel disheartened. Very few are capable of attuning themselves to what I just experienced. A state of affairs Mistra prefers, in all honesty.
An essential incantation. An excellent choice.
Dialino.
To the rescue.
Diore.
This is all a bit much for me. Back home in Waterdeep, I prefer to have Tara leave the room before I undress.
If I must,
My turn.
his necromancy is shattered at last. He'll not trouble this plane again.
I could listen to this forever.
Whew. I don't think I'll ever look at an ox quite the same. It's still bereft of power.
Tormentum.
At once.
Luque sutibi placit.
So Isabel is Isabel Thorm? Such a thing should not be possible. Quite the feat of magical engineering. Sorcerer's Sundries likes to keep its secrets well hidden.
A box that simply refuses to be toyed with. Happens to the best of us.
Anything you ask, I'll answer as honestly as I can. I'm an open book, requiring only your gentle hands to turn my pages.
Is it the same for you?
Then we ought to make time. This could be the answer to everything.
Resisto ignum.
At least the cub has a fighting chance now. Note this trunk of lies.
On my way.
Yes, you are. Trust me, I would know. Let's do it your way, then. So long as it's with you.
It's obvious when you stop to think about it.
Yes, it's a good thing we were here.
Cave curriculum!
Very well. You're clearly in no mood to be receptive to my request at present.
I'll wake you bright and early. We'll need to find a healer before the wee one gets hungry.
Now, without wishing to cause undue alarm, might I suggest we find some shade? I think the sun is reneging on that truce of yours.
Ah, yes. The good old days. A spell a day.
Something ripped off Flaming Fist armor like you might peel an orange.
A word, my dear.
Oh, there it goes. How easily things slip away from us, no matter how hard they were in the obtaining.
Ah!
Healed. But she doesn't look much happier. Quickly now.
When the true danger posed by my condition became apparent, I had no choice but to sequester myself away from civilized society. A reclusive wizard. Who'd have thought?
Still missing the Sousa bark.
I've heard of paintings bringing things to life, but this is ridiculous.
Yes, of course.
I thought we shared something special. I truly did. Clearly, I'm nothing but a smitten fool.
Ready and willing.
The bark is in place. Now for a great sword, dagger, or sickle. We stand no chance against such a foe. We should get out of sight.
I have your back.
Tunnels beneath the open-hand temple. Why is Father Lorgan scribbled on top?
Te ad stringo linguam!
A word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful.
Corruptus!
Methinks I spotted something. Now with added bite.
Nasty case of brain freeze. That dagger's frozen solid.
At what cost? Are our lives truly worth so many others? You have my attention.
I'm surprised you would risk making contact here, however briefly. A wizard doesn't reach Elminster's age without enjoying their home comforts. Those who seek danger over cheese don't tend to live as long.
It's like music, poetry, physical beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses.
Sage and timely counsel, as always. And I intend to heed it.
Just think of it. The power of the gods in mortal hands at last.
Would be free of doctrine and dogma, confined only by the limits of our imaginations. I assure you, it remains stable as ever in spite of our encounter with the Netherbrain.
Looks like an ambush. Certainly.
Perhaps I got carried away with the thought this crown could give me back what Mistra took. Cure me, even. Of course. Kind of you to stop by. Oh, ignore him. Astarion envies the depth of our bond because he's of a shallower inclination. That flower isn't agreeing with you, is it? Doesn't sit well with me either.
Ad maiorium de gloriam!
Our backs are very much prone to stabbing in this environment, so by all means, let's.
This blasted hammer has no effect. But it has to. Somehow. Mistra's elbow.
We truly are doomed. A natural impulse to try and shield one's loved ones from danger, especially when you feel a moral compunction to run headfirst towards it. I'm many things to many people, but I'm never a man to throw the L word around lightly.
Malaios!
Time is a precious gift. With time, we may even reach Baldur's Gate, a city rife with magic, wizards, scholars, and perhaps solutions. Kozakuran, if I'm not mistaken. The same language inscribed on the ballroom door. That said, this newfound calm I'm experiencing gives me reason to accept without prejudice a certain degree of optimism. You'll have to do more to earn the people's trust than to be your father's son. But I know you to be a duke worthy of the title. They will see it too, in time. You read too much into it. I was merely indulging in my passion.
There. A mind flare. And it's hurt.
Oh, Perry!
And he will be grateful for it, I'm sure. Your friendship is a blessing for anyone. Though I'm glad our bond is becoming something more.
It will be my pleasure.
That was not what I expected to see today.
At least you were never in want of pajamas.
I do hope you know what you're doing.
You'd be dying in vain. I don't need company to sacrifice myself.
Listen to your friend. It's Kasi Trach Ash.
I knew I should have attended the Blackstaff's lectures on Githyanki Tirsu.
Pizzled rancor. A bile spawn.
Gosh. Protected by a magic ward. In here, I'd expect nothing less. The only way a priest could help them now is with burial rites.
What's that? I promise you, whatever outcomes we're hoping for in this world-ending endeavor of ours, letting that devil get hold of the crown must not be one of them.
There's clearly some magic in you if you were able to sense her presence. But I think I felt something stronger. To be rid of the orb. Perhaps claim back what it took. To be me again. You like to make an entrance, don't you?
Brine. But for tadpoles, not for pickling.
The magic that was unleashed that day was phenomenal. Roiling like the prime chaos that outdates creation.
Given the length of my time away, I feared she might have given up on me. Oh, I should have known better. Should never do such a thing.
Quite right. We all have our hungers to sate. Some just happen to hunger for blood. Hag-shouldered scum vestige.
If you're feeling faint after your bout with Cazador, Astarion, I don't mind donating some blood.
Where Ketheric leads, we've no choice but to follow.
A pressure plate. But unarmed. Why is that?
Quite the welcome. So, Lae'zel, have you ever been tempted to use psionics in your, romantic endeavors?
Drow magic radiates from that cowl. And Drow are masters at magic.
Is that why you keep your head shaved? I assumed it was a custom of some sort. Was there another matter you wish to discuss?
Word in Waterdeep has it he's a bit of a cad. But you say he's an accomplished wizard.
Stabilio.
They're dead. Zarel will want to hear of this. My tadpole's growing restless. Does anyone else feel that?
I venture forth immediately. In that case, this will be an easy exercise. Step 1.
Help's on the way.
Get me up, would you?
These little markings look like goblins and gnolls, right in our path. Spurious prune tart. Looks like someone escaped from this place. Rather messily, I might add. Could have returned to the Grove, if it was one of the adventurers.
De bestos.
Always a pity when opportunities slip us by.
De tonno.
My ring lit up. Must have been linked to that button. My liege, I bow to your boundless kindness.
Omnia mutantur. Viam sapientiae.
Beneath her forbidding countenance, I sense this cleric will prove quite the companion. A wise decision to let her join us.
Impulsive wreck? God, you make me sound like something a drunk fisherman scuppered on the banks of the Chiontha.
Oh,
Then, my overly incautious friend, I urge you to find some other means of restoring my vitality. Our very lives depend on it.
I hesitate to say it, but I think it's satisfied. I won't fail you. No time to lose. I don't think this is strictly legal.
Long before my time, thank goodness.
That's not an image I care to dwell on. Hot to the touch. The dragon's breath still lingers on this shield.
No, you need to leave. You put as much distance as you can between yourself and that monster.
So unless an honest effort is made on your part, I don't think we'll be traveling together much longer. How could I not crave this? But I don't want it for myself alone. I want you at my side, willing and wholehearted. Timusks, known to cause confusion. Best not get too close.
Unusual bottle. And an even more unusual scent. People pay to drink this.
Oh, ahead of us, I hope. I've a feeling we've many more adventures to come.
Their worst nightmare. More of the Mind Flayer's pets.
Odd necklace. Might sell for a few coppers.
Glad to have met you, though. At least I'm going out on a high.
Pretty, but it doesn't do much. Aggression.
Are those brains?
Shame it's so dank and decayed down here. I suspect there's a wealth of history to be uncovered. If any could hold their breath long enough to find it.
Pearls before swine?
Warg-rutting wrong, Wrinkler. There's no end to them. This is futile. We need to move.
Certainly.
Whatever for? Look at him. Never too much of a good thing, I say.
Cuckold courting curmudgeon.
Someone cut these men to pieces. I doubt they had time to scream.
No one will mourn this goblin, I suppose. Let's leave it at that. Dollar. Oh, but I've just come to realize you're not the leader of this little troop. My joining your ranks is not your call to make, I'm afraid. As for whether it's truly the Crown Caster's Forge, well, I think it's safe to assume we shouldn't take anything Raphael utters at face value. Forgive me. I was lost in my thoughts, as usual. The past is the past, Elminster, and the future is, well, still to be decided. By me, not by Mistra. The stones have failed us. What in nature's realm could possibly best a netherbrain? Filled to the brim. Eat this! With pleasure. It's not often one has the chance to threaten a goddess and make good on it. Not sure I've got the energy for any vigorous adventuring after all that excitement. I'll be back at camp, counting my blessings.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
No need for such a grim assumption. Halcyon helped many to escape these shadows before the town was consumed.
Selûnite shrine over there. Left to rot by the looks of it. Good.
I hope Shadowheart's parents are a welcome balm for her wounds. There will be pain in defying such a malicious goddess, but perhaps no more than in obeying her. Yes, yes, this is our chance. Close your eyes. You'll be wherever you want to be in but a moment.
To the rescue.
We've been on the road together for a while now, haven't we? Survived some perils, overcame some obstacles. Intellego. I have a very disciplined mind. Those tricks won't work on me. Yes, yes, yes. Be that as it may, you said you came all this way on my behalf, did you not? For what purpose? Alas, recent events have rendered the majority of it moot, so I'm going to have to improvise. Unless you have any words of wisdom to impart before I go. Your father owes you his gratitude. I hope for your sake he is gracious enough to offer it, given what it cost.
I'm going to bed. Perhaps this was all a mistake.
We must find a suitable artifact urgently. When we met, Shadowheart, your gaze seemed to linger in the distance on some unseen goal, some insubstantial purpose. I see. Well, I've no desire to stand in the way of the future you've chosen. You say all the right words, but I'm not so sure you mean the right things. Still, I will respect the decision that was made. Vis medicatrix. That pin. She was a harper. Strange place for her to be, even if a drow. I wanted to thank you. I was sinking into a dark place. But you reminded me there is still light in the world, if I should care to look for it. But I could be so much more to you. There's still life left in this old thing. Help's on the way. The goddess of magic is all magic. By dying, the entire weave was lost, and the spell that challenged a god failed. To the rescue. Still, what harms Ketheric helps us. And to deny him the source of his invulnerability would be a very efficient way of harming him indeed. Ah! That is most gratifying to hear. May I? Dollar.
Oh, bother. The bark's in place. Now to add a great sword, sickle, or dagger. Allow me to apologize on Shadowheart's behalf, sir. Her lack of tact is a burden to us all. Forthwith. What's that? The crowd cheered! The tension drained into 6 tankards, and soon all was well again. You're here on a different matter, I suspect. No other choice, I suppose. I'd love to know the full story. Soluna's personal blessing infuses this amulet. Let it bless me, I say. I'd happily accept. But you're not the leader of your little troop, are you? Not your call to make, I'm afraid. It would have been quite something in its heyday. But even now, it has much to teach us. I suppose there are worse surprises to be found inside some books. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next, powerful as he was, Carsters lacked some advantages I can lay claim to.
Venia chuva me.
A kinder fate than to live as one's sworn enemy. Though no less a pity for it. At least in legend, the Prince of the Comet will live forever. No doubt in the context of eons of torture, it seems a small ask. But, of course, he does not realize what else we might have to offer. I had no doubt I could rely on you. So, Astarion, when exactly are you planning to tell us you're a vampire? You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. My apologies. Not quite myself just yet. I had the strangest dream last night. A visitor came to me. A vision of unparalleled beauty and power.
Aqua pura.
Something here is disturbing the weave. Magic might be unreliable. No obstacle too great. Needless to say, I've work ahead of me before I feel myself truly redeemed of the damage I caused. But I intend to try. Hearing it said out loud? Yes, I fear it is true. Fate seems determined to make a sacrifice of me. No time to lose. An astral projection. Seems she's taking no chances with us. Shah may punish you, but she does not have a claim on you any longer. Resisting her is a triumph in itself, however much it hurts. What, like a child? I'm not sure I consider myself father material. Plus, our current lifestyle isn't exactly what I'd call settled. If we could restore its former glory, it would no longer be a mere leash and collar used to subjugate friend or foe. It would be something greater. Something divine.
No time to lose. On the double.
If so, they might have returned to the grove. No matter. All you see is what I want you to see. We have our first victory, but we'll need more before this day is through. The momentum is with us. We must keep moving. But let me play the devil's advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand. She who declines gets the worst of the wines. Not the kind of excitement I usually enjoy being woken up for. Still, better than not waking up at all. Or waking up as something else entirely. What right had I to go about declaring myself an archmage when I was as foolish as a common apprentice in setting such an entity loose? Less rules, more doctrine. Hard to disobey such a stern mandate. Tara remains as willful as ever. I'm glad you finally made her acquaintance. Am I to understand that you are in love now, Karlach? We've tried our very best, but it seems victory is beyond our grasp. I'm sad to say. By all means, carry on. I'll come running if you need me.
Ut ventus.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Just a man who's been living with the consequences of his actions for a tad too long. Might be other survivors.
Da mihi facta. intactilis sum. Unleash me. Non compos mentis. Long days. Yes.
Indulging in a spot of vanity. Handsome devil, aren't I?
Selûnite piece. Not magical, but charming enough.
Just your average traveller stuck between realms. Pull me out, and we'll get properly introduced.
I see. Well, perhaps this is for the best. Should my time be short, you will not be wounded too deeply by my absence. I failed to control it. Instead, it infested me.
Let me make myself indispensable. In trouble. Small wonder.
That I still looked as handsome as ever, that's what. To know you love me for the man I am and not the magic I command. None have loved me so purely before.
A rather sticky situation.
It's hard to predict the effect any given artifact has. But my condition is hardly a patient one.
Huh. Go on.
Well done. I doubt anyone will mourn this wicked mouthpiece of the Absolute. I sought to cross her boundaries. Crates and caravans. The town toll house, surely. Intellect of ours. A thinking man's worst nightmare. I'd be rather enjoying this journey. Were I not racked with pain. What are these? Costumes? Disguises? A hag's magic is nothing to be scoffed at. Yes, this will suit perfectly. Wait, are you saying... A wizard sealed this chest. Wasn't an amateur either. I tried to convince her. I pouted. I pleaded. I swore my ambition was only to serve her better. But she only smiled and told me to be contented. 10 years of bad luck if you kill a wizard. Why take the risk? Whatever advantage I can gain for us, I will. And I refuse to feel guilty for it. No matter how much Mistress Chidings might echo in my skull. Nathaniel. That's the very lad, or spirit, that Alcyn needs to find.
Damn! Nearly had it.
What have we here? Cover me.
Blast scars. Spell and sword alike were used to ravage this battlefield. I always wondered what a vampire's lair would look like. Can't say I pictured it being quite this... theatrical.
Palidamors!
This place runs rife with gnolls. Easy enough.
Ale me!
At once.
Obedi me!
How unseemly. As existential evils go, the Absolute certainly seems an adversary worth halting in its tracks. Barrels of tadpoles. I suspect there's a lot more of their vintage already in the city. Ah. Well, there's no faulting that logic. At least you didn't tell me to be myself.
Invoco te!
I must admit, the crown of Carsus has occupied my every thought since I learned of it. If I can seize it and use it, the possibilities for us are infinite. That didn't work out the way you imagined, I reckon. Oh, nigh on 13 centuries old and he still thinks with his stomach. We'd best follow and see if he's more disposed to speak plainly once it's stopped its grumbling. But before you go... Perhaps facing down an army wasn't my wisest choice.
Oh, might as well.
Who knew Vlaakith and Mystra would have so much in common? Both set on flinging their followers towards destruction without so much as deigning to justify it. She gave us the secret of the orb's power. I call that extremely useful knowledge to have. Of course. I've had ample time to think on it. We may yet prevail by other means, but the option remains. And I shall not hesitate if called upon. I'm not sure I ever considered the Emperor an ally exactly, but even so, it's strange to know we're on our own at last.
anything I can do for you, consider it most enthusiastically done.
Oribus teneo lupum.
What a charming place. Not at all grim and perturbing.
Mistress soothes all pain.
The gloves are off, I see.
Well done. The world's better off without it.
Time.
Gratitude can wait. You're not out of the woods yet. Stay focused.
Yes, of course.
Where has she gone, I wonder?
I stood up and yelled, "Shadow Dark Ale for everyone!"
Mistress soothes all pain. This is a Harper emblem. What was she doing here?
That is why I asked you to seek me out, to offer you a taste of such wonders. Would you like me to show you? No. What we should be pursuing is knowledge. We need to learn more about that crown. One source of lethal explosive power in our party is quite enough. It seems ill-advised to one another. At a loss, really. People have always commented on my confidence, sometimes my overconfidence. And in one particularly cutthroat assessment at university, my abject and incorrigible self-delusion. Have fun, gorging yourself on my neck, Astarion. Duke Ravengard. Need to get him out of there.
Cantote.
Of course, he was quite a character. Can't say I'll miss him. But I can't say I won't either.
And just like that, it's gone.
If the errors of youth deserve an early grave, none of us would live to see a dozen summers. There is no justification for this tragedy.
I need to get to that transponder.
What I proposed to you was something bolder than most mortals ever have to contend with. And yet, your resolve was firm. If that's the case, we've got more problems than just the worms in our heads.
Look at those uniforms. They must have belonged to some kind of sect.
Salutations.
Much obliged. Besides, I suspect the real villain here is one we have in common.
Invenium viam.
Such crushing pressure. Feels like my skull's about to cave in.
You're right. I am a strong, capable wizard, and this is no more than a casual reunion with an ex-lover. Another Githyanki disc. Another tale of the Githyanki's lost prince? A stolen glance. That sudden heartbeat. Sometimes the little things are worth more than kingdoms. More where this came from. You do seem to be a precocious talent, though. I can always tell when I meet a keen mind, receptive to Mystra.
Weapon blueprints that use Sousa bark. Rare find.
The tower's defenses are powerless now. Quite literally.
On cat's paws.
Without your words, your touch, I fear I would have sought purpose and solace in that void. You reminded me what living can feel like.
And long, lonesome nights.
No boar pursues its prey with such unrelenting cruelty. This was the work of an animal, but of a very different nature.
A lucky gamble. Please. Time is of the essence.
Keep your guard up. When the stench of death hangs in the air, a killer is near.
It brims with weave.
It is quite remarkable. Such oppressive silence. Must be lonesome to be a forgotten god. Not at all.
As it stands, I see no option free of sacrifice in one form or another. So the question becomes, what are you willing to give up?
Easy and effective.
It seems you found your heart's desire, but with someone else. And who would I be to stand in the way of such a union?
Well now, this torch seems to be in strict opposition to being doused.
Yes, they offer you an apple, but they're the worm that lurks within. Anything you'd like to pass on to a strapping, love-struck wizard such as myself? Refusing to compromise my morals would be a rather selfish thing, given how many lives are at stake.
Lux in tenebra.
I haven't the foggiest, unfortunately.
Veria chuva me.
Perhaps my reaction was a tad volatile, the irony of which is not lost on me, though it needs remain so on you for the time being.
That's it?
You'd leave him, filleted and afraid to fend for himself. So cold. So cruel. Say yes. But if words fail you, I'll accept a kiss. It's called The Art of the Night, and it details the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen. Grand Duke Ravengard. Seems Moonrise Towers has acquired a high-value asset. It's all right, Elminster. If ever gallows humour were appropriate, this is its grim, smiling hour. So we're in Eltergard. That means Baldur's Gate lies west. Rather far west, even. Disappointing.
Won't know what hit him.
Githyanki armor. Not much left of the warrior inside.
Sure. In silence.
Far be it from me to judge others for their choice of goddess. Though I hope there's some light for you, amongst all that darkness. Those who give Shah too much purchase can find themselves snuffed out completely. Don't worry too much. A handful of powerful spells goes a long way. Heartening words. If only they came from the lips of another. This is no time for delusion. We are not close, you and I. Well, I doubt it's an apology for asking me to die on her behalf. Only one way to find out. Time to indulge our curiosity. All gone. Just like that. I hope it was worth it. Just because we do not like the alternative does not mean we are not free to choose our course. Kudo! Shah's domain is a far cry from Mistress. The Weave's light is truly extinguished by such darkness. I no longer require assistance, neither yours nor that of artifacts. Looks like the ritual worked. The whole grove is walled in.
Sorry. I wasn't expecting... But it is a pleasant image, to be sure.
With haste, the mad monk's passed on at last. At least he went with a smile on his face. This one here is called The Art of the Night. It details the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen. Honestly, I didn't know you had it in you. A dark destroyer in our midst.
Vivat crescat floriat!
That's what was in there. Those little privy rags were tormenting it.
I can't use this at the moment. Still, I should take the compliment with the same generosity it was given, so... Thank you. Always laid a fine trap for you, Mole. It looks to me like his Cyric could be dethroned.
No use.
No, thank you. Sounds as appealing as milking cottage cheese directly from a geriatric cow. The Adamantine Forge. The memory shard already revealed its location. A dragon and elf, apparently befriended. One day I'll share a bond with a dragon of my own. Beautiful night, don't you think? Nothing like a brush with destruction to make one appreciate the majesty of the celestial canvas. We may cling to hope a while longer if you wish, but should that fail us, I'll be ready to act.
There's always one. Some healing for a wizard in need.
I urge you to reconsider. There could be consequences beyond our ken.
Powerful-looking piece of armament. Used on those Githyanki, perhaps?
These corpses are arranged with some artistic flair. If you're a madman, that is.
May it please, Mistra.
Replete with ribaldry as always. Well, you could provide no better proof that you are not, in fact, about to turn into a mind flare.
Te fideo!
I'm sorry. It's not easy living for more than just yourself. And for so long, just staying alive was accomplishment enough.
Impressive-looking gem, but surely a fake. Hells! What gruesome creatures assailing me now? Willing and able.
No sense eavesdropping further. We should go.
and keep our heads down.
Invocote!
It's fair to say her intimacy is not easily won. Nevertheless, I did. There aren't many I'd trust to stand beside me on such a journey. Fewer still who would do so because they believed I deserved such a chance.
It won't. I swear to you. It's merely a tool, a means to an end.
An essential incantation.
Well, well. A symbolic triumph of the Absolute over the darkness of Shah. Petty vandalism, in my opinion. I can't work without a blueprint.
I can feel the intestines delicately parting from my prying fingers. The supple kidneys greeting my inquisitive claws. I think this is my work for months past.
Mine for the taking.
I'm afraid it remains mine. But there is still time yet. Just remember what I ask. It's a small price for what I hope I bring to our company. A devil and devil hunter standing shoulder to shoulder against a common enemy. It's rather poetic, I think.
Remember to play them clockwise. And after that?
I knew any artifact that could command an Elder Brain must be close to omnipotent. But for it to be the very crown Carcer's forged, it verges on unbelievable.
Colour me curious. Notice the tadpole too? In that jar over there. I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to make merry. Just the two of us.
And once I have, I'll return it to Mistra.
One can't always be a gentleman.
What in the name of Azuth is that? A monster in a flask?
Those are footprints. Let's see where they lead. Up to tricks, are we?
Then the slate will be clean. Wrongs will be righted. The Absolute will be gone. If you'd had your way, our number will be one fewer by now. We're fortunate you were caught red-fanged.
How tedious.
I've always been curious to meet one, though preferably not fangs first.
Something's off. Pure shadow. Around me. Inside me.
Mithril added, but something is still missing.
No. I'm sorry. But it looks like magic's not on the cards tonight. Perhaps I'm not quite the teacher I fancy myself to be.
So, Shadowheart. Such a name implies yours is a difficult heart to find.
By all means, into the fray. The shield is still warm to the touch. A dragon is not to be trifled with.
Precious alia ferro! Blackius!
He was quite a character. Can't say I'll miss him. But I can't say I won't either. Back on the ship, you two were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region, were you not?
A mind flayer? The blazes is going on here?
Good show. This Halcyon sounds like a knowledgeable man. He may just be able to cure us.
Disarmed. A little less of a cheek clencher once you've done it already.
Quite.
Get thee gone, custardous discharge.
Quickly now.
A poor illusion. An apprentice could do better.
A token of my appreciation.
Mistra will consider forgiveness.
Ha ha!
At once.
Beating thee would soil my hands.
Oh, with glee.
Lead on, then. I shall stay my hand as long as I can. But if the tide of battle turns against us, remember I have the means to bring a swift end to this.
Allow me.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Do you? That is, would you consider returning to Waterdeep with me?
To the rescue. Your knight in magic armor.
Damn! The curse has snuffed my light.
Another night, perhaps. In my mind, you are quite blind. I have power enough to share, if I must.
Mistra has dictated the terms of my potential for long enough. The crown would grant me control of my own destiny at last. Baldur sets sail and leaves the dragon guarding the city.
A casting mold. Made for the forge, no doubt.
Resisto ignum!
If they move freely, they must have a moon lantern.
Let's have a little war with that convoy and claim the spoils.
A powerful asset. Just what are their intentions, I wonder?
Safety's within reach. Just a little further.
Sculptures, the paintings, the walls, enlivened by the spines of 1,000 books.
There's only one place I'm finding a Susa tree. The Underdark.
There's a tension between us, no doubt, but it's not the chemistry I took it for. I just don't like you very much. So, if you'll excuse me, I've better places to be.
We need to get out of here, before it's our turn. This must be where the gnolls attacked.
Mors animi.
Stuck. Nothing for it but to stand my ground in battle. Help's on the way. It's beautiful.
Do you feel that?
A darkness, pulling at the strands of the weave.
The road to Baldur's Gate is a long one. Who knows how long it'll take these folks to get there on foot.
At once.
Ad lapidem.
I always wonder what being nervous would feel like. I hate it. Over far too soon. I was rather enjoying that.
I'll be there soon, my lady.
Curious. A wealthy person's loss? The loss of valuables, surely.
On it. Another mystery.
Tunnels beneath the open-hand temple, and a name. Father Lorgan. Works here, perhaps?
To the rescue.
The shadows. Feels like they're gnawing at my very being.
Tempting, but I think we might already have the maximum number of theatrical titles.
I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure. The orb, the Karsite weave.
What in the hell are you doing?
On it.
Long story short, then. It's clear Crown and Brain are intrinsically connected. And given the pressing urgency of us smiting the latter, understanding the former could make all the difference. So you admit you found love? Oh, how delightful. I'm happy for you both.
Astarion!
As you wish.
Quite the choice you're faced with. Surrender the Netherstones to a mind flare, or surrender your soul and become one.
All right. Might fit that chest.
Most excellent. A parasite shared is a parasite halved, or something to that effect. The ring's inscription is familiar. That ancient door bore similar glyphs. If only I understood it. If that's true, it's thanks to you and the trust you show in me at every turn of this strange adventure of ours. Lathander, I do believe. God of the dawning sun. The truth, Elminster. How Karsus's crown could yet be reforged or destroyed, as the case may be.
That song.
So the demonic figures we saw were Githyanki all along. I assure you, were you to meet Tara, you would see the comparison for the flattery it is. But perhaps that's not a point worth labouring further.
Well, I suppose it would do no good to back out now. Let us begin this little anthropological study, if we must. I suspect many a Sharan was present at this blighted nightfall feast. An evening of merriment before the real prize. Murder. At once.
When the time comes, Astarion will have his revenge, I'm sure. And it will be richly deserved. But not yet. So, what can I do for you?
Detonno!
I'm far too big to get through there.
Thank you.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. We've a nether brain to defeat. Then we get to the fun stuff. Whatever it is. If it's important enough to send Elminster, we can be damn sure she's serious.
Tempestus! Veritas credo oculus!
Rank, malodorous pustule.
Insultus pulcher imperio!
Not for me to interfere in someone else's quarrel.
Words fail me. With haste. Wherever we are is falling apart.
Talking, right. I'm good at that. Ah, glad you've a moment for me. To seek the heart of a Githyanki warrior takes a good deal of courage.
I can only think what you share must be quite serious to brave such a task.
If it was up to her, I'd be a pile of ash along with the rest of the shadow-cursed lands by now. Can't imagine what she has to say to me. Sorry, perhaps?
I would have thought the Gith to be too proud to squat in someone else's ruins.
All of this. It must feel like a betrayal. Say the word, and we'll part ways.
The orb? Why ever would we need to talk about that?
Another lick of the cane, and those Rothays are going on a rampage. These melodies. An exquisite blade. Although its magic is a little darker than I'd like.
Feathers of the common pigeon variety. Alas, nothing left of the common pigeon they were attached to.
Not a problem.
Meanlocks! Not everyone approaches the raising of their young with such militaristic vigor.
Mistress soothes all pain. Let's chat.
She does? She's Mistra. As much as I enjoy your company, I'm not willing to kill you just to wring out a few last moments.
An elder brain. That was the heart of the Absolute?
No time to lose.
An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
For your sake, I hope they are secrets worth their price. I wouldn't care to have Shah's wrath at my back.
Looks like we're in Eltergard, some distance from the city of Baldur's Gate. The forge at the blacksmith's house should do.
Huh. I'd rather get them from my florist in Waterdeep. It's all the same to you.
I will now explain the protocol.
Now, let's have a look at the loot. Isn't for your pockets only. If that charlatan Leroican thinks he can best Dame Aelin, he's even more clueless than I believed. So you didn't fancy sharpening up the old moniker? I'd have thought the Blade of Frontiers might be feeling a bit dull after all you've been through.
It's hopeless. Sylvanus's will holds these vines in place.
Eacto te!
The hammer we claimed is of incredible arcane craftsmanship. No wonder it was so fiercely protected. In the wrong hands, who knows what it might shatter? Behold! The consequences of your actions.
On my way.
Likely I should not drink this.
I can hardly hold you responsible for what you do while unconscious. But still, I'll sleep with one eye open. Better safe than, well, dead. Quite the opposite. Some monastic orders celebrated their pungency as proof of their devotion. To think is to stink, was the motto of one ill-fated brotherhood near Arm.
God, that smell! Abattoir crossed with privy.
Barely awake a moment, and the Prince of the Githyanki demands you surrender your soul. The Absolute. That's the mystery god Sazza mentioned. Eerie common ground, if you ask me. An astute approach. I'm glad we're of one mind.
Ade.
Fair enough. But even so, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy.
Let them do their worst.
My life for yours. Intriguing. What manner of device could this be? Tight fit. Won't be getting back in that way.
Ah!
This Orphic hammer sounds like quite the artifact. One I'll have no desire to consume, if that's your concern.
Impero te!
Tell me, Lae'zel, what is it like on the astral plane? I mean, your home realm intrigues me.
Commotuis in lingua motua.
Spot on. Hells. I wouldn't want to get hit by that.
Resisto mortem.
If only I knew where to find some. A waste of my talents.
That dragon won't stop until the ship's destroyed. Me with it if I don't hurry up.
Compose 1,000 stanzas ode titled A Gale of Thanks and Adulation? Easiest thing in the world. Though I'd do it the other way around.
Words will now appear on the letter's surface, effectively turning the letter into a scroll of true resurrection. Use it to bring me back to life.
Try to keep up.
A hand? Anyone? With its power, I could put an end to this whole thing. Crown, Netherbrain, Absolute. Everything.
What are those?
I hope I can count on you. So, speaking about divine intervention, you don't happen to be a cleric, by any chance, do you? Doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle? At least there's no shortage of enemies out there for you to kill. A veritable feast for the violent at heart. A replica devil skull. A little large for most parlours, I think. A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance. A blooded ring. Safe to say the killer isn't motivated by riches. The living may not be prevented from crossing a vampire's threshold, but that doesn't make us any more welcome. Tread carefully. Something's burrowed in there. Something big. Here's hoping we come across a powerful healer and a powerful wizard both. All that glitters is most definitely not gold. Do you feel that? The heralds themselves tremble to face such a scourge as you threaten to be.
Might fetch a copper or two.
In any case, out came the crossbow, and a hush fell over the entire room. Stay with me, will you? I don't want to think of it anymore, but I don't want to be alone either. Then I will hold my peace. But if the time comes when even her sacrifice is not enough, call on me, and I will be ready. Booyarg, the goblin word for magic. Primitive to a fault, but not entirely without merit. By the weave, you're practically rabid. This is not good, if I may state the obvious. Stay out of my head. Merkel's holy symbol. He must have had a follower come to this place. I doubt anything's been chiseled here in a long time. Until we wake, my friend. Vocul nubes! I'd rather be alone than spend another moment in the presence of someone inclined to such unjustified invasions of privacy. I can smell the alcohol on their breath from here. Drunk and flammable. What a combination. Your interventions are more timely than those of the gods themselves. I owe you my thanks. And my life. I never thought this journey of ours would see us knocking on a devil's door. Can't say I'm relishing the experience, but needs must. That blood rings a bell. Still to be found somewhere, perhaps. Incredible. Waterdeep. My life for yours. If I recall correctly, the Waterdavian Dictionary of the Common Tongue of Faerun defines it as an adverb that conveys the meaning of, it may be that, or possibly. You'd have to be a fool to pick a fight with that lot. Best to keep away for now. I feel my bedroll calling. Time for some well-earned sleep. Dreamless, preferably. Don't let me drag you away. Enjoy yourself. You've earned a night of revelry. Oh, she's agreed. Just about. Blessings of the Moon Maiden. Praise her. Cinemetu.
A little discourse.
Locked tight. Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot. There's a pressure plate in the chair. But I'm missing something. Nothing at all, friend. I was merely admiring your ambition. Vigere es vivere.
What have we here?
Someone I miss and lost, I suppose. A fair assessment. I wish we had more time to practice together. I do believe I saw a key with the very same markings. One moment with you could sate me for a lifetime and prize the fear from my heart. I'm so very glad you came to share this with me. A pity. I thought I sensed rapport, the promise of adventure, flutter of excitement right here in my breadbasket. Perhaps it was merely indigestion. Intactilis sum! So much blood. I wonder will I ever get the stink out of it from my nostrils. By the hells! Is that A lava elemental.
We'll have no more deep water adventures on that thing. Broken beyond repair. The people of Faerun will be well served with you as their champion. I'm sure she has nothing pertinent to share whatsoever. Your head must be spinning to learn such a truth. Dame Aylin's revelations can't have been easier to stomach, but know that you will not be alone when the time comes to act upon them.
I promise you, the gods will never grant us such a blessing, no matter how much we worship and adore them.
That did the trick all right. And down it goes.
Ah, quite. A misadventure from my days as an apprentice at Blackstaff Academy.
Confusio!
Shadowed in name, but no longer in spirit. It suits you. This must be the spot they held Halcyon captive. Clearly, he didn't quite appreciate the accommodations.
You've seen it for yourself?
Let's get you on your feet. Your parents will soon be well again, and you will have much to catch up on. Something to look forward to once the world is safe again.
Blast!
Oh, even worse the second time around.
Didst thou mother sex a plague rat?
Looks like these people were trying to hide. And yet, now more than ever, it's important to recall what makes us human.
Iretio in sfera.
By figuring out his true intentions.
You obviously prefer Shadowheart's company to mine. Perhaps I should have taken a leaf from her book and remained an enigma, instead of letting you read me, cover to cover.
Need I remind you you're addressing a wizard? I know what's going on. It's happening to me as well. An unholy assassin. Is that better or worse than a holy one?
Makeske.
A Saluna idol? Really? You in need of a paperweight? Oh, I don't know. I can think of worse death than toasting to you all with a wyvern sour. Let's not. But a word of warning. Down here in the Underdark, few dangers ever truly die. Look, I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot here.
True enough. There's a reason such unwitting heroes have been the backbone of lyric and legend for as long as both have existed. I have no desire to end your life, you know that.
You can count on me.
Tibidopanas.
Look at that. There's a chest hidden in the hay. Let me make myself indispensable.
Tibidopanas.
Shadowheart? Gold for your thoughts? On my way. And look at that statue. A strange vista through that window. Unreachable from here, I'd surmise. But there must be another way down. This mirror once drew its power from the Shadow Weave. Even shattered, its dark power lingers. You could feed an army with an egg that size, if you found an intact one. The Hag's Lair again. Better be careful while Auntie Evil is still around. Who knows what shape these final moments of ours might assume? Not I. Not Mistra. Not even you. But whatever my fate might be, I'll be glad to greet it in such fine company.
I'll spare you the finer details, but it begins with a simple biological deterioration, muscle spasms, disorientation, a slight ringing in the ears, and, if left for too long...
Correct. But pay attention to the trach part. Ch is back of the throat.
Named after wizards. There's Ramazith, Elminster, Silverhand, and Karsus. The animals must be behind his door.
Your head's empty as a debtor's purse. Where am I? I don't like this dream.
And without so much as a stirring from our tadpoles. There we go. Sight from sore eyes. If I had any choice as to where to die, I'd rather it not be in the bowels of a ruined monastery. As keen as I am to survive, the option remains. We have vanishingly few others. I dare say none. Prayers, charms, battle cries. The harper's work. They were primed for combat. Betrayed by a drow commander of the Absolute. How unexpected a turn of events. You may be proven incorrect. Time is not on my side, I fear. Controlling an elder brain. Such power. A spell of sorts is masking the book's true meaning, but I'm sure there's a way around that. I like that about you. It's one of your rarer qualities, though I fear my ego can take no more of it tonight. A place like this must hide all manner of secrets. All the world's my stage, and you're just a player in it. Another clue about the adamantine forge? Unnecessary, now that the memory shard revealed its location.
Ah, transfusion. An interesting strategy. Hard to get hold of a god's blood, of course. But if one could. Such a force of destruction deserves to rust in a watery grave, and I've no intention of diving down to salvage it.
That chair leg could make for a fine weapon. Wonder what these grooves are. Territorial markings, maybe? I can't say for certain.
You'll have to forgive me, but I'm struggling to understand why you'd agree to just hand over the crown. Especially for a bloody hammer.
Chests unlocked. My prayers are answered. Too late did he realize what he had unleashed. It would have been the end of everything had not Mistral sacrificed herself.
Keeping me in suspense, are you? Come on, tell me. Do we have an agreement or not?
We have room at the campfire yet. Let the girl stay. I wouldn't want it said that I am any less than a perfect gentleman. Moonrise. We're getting close to the lion's den, and plenty of questions I have for the lion too.
I'm sure it would never come to that. Clip round the ear, perhaps, but nothing you can't handle.
I feel emptied. Like I've lost something important.
Mistress Dimples? What's that?
Woe upon the unsuspecting. Sincerely, though, I understand I ask a lot from you with few answers in return. But in time, all will be told. What more is there to be said? That statue. Seems they worship some kind of scholar?
Quite a potent-looking weapon.
Until then, best we speak of other matters. Was there something you wish to ask? Huh. That book mentioned Lathander statues that moved. With glee.
Halsin, you must have accumulated considerable wisdom on matters of the heart in your long life.
Free. For now. A fortunate find indeed. Allow me to take it off your hands.
Oribus tuniolupum.
That's not for you to decide. For a moment there, I swear I caught the stench of Altiethel on the air.
The effects on the mortal body of such unfettered magical exposure cannot be overestimated. She held back in order to protect us, to make sure I heard her.
I have to say, I don't know if agreeing to this hunt was such a wise idea. A valid and most astutely observed point. Courtesy is quite wasted on this fellow, I see. Loquis utibi placet.
Mind flayer anatomy, rendered in quite disturbing detail. The Gith clearly know their enemy inside out.
I understand. I harbour you no ill will. In fact, I enjoyed your company, even throughout this harrowing journey of ours. His tomb lies open and empty. Did anyone say undead? In for a surprise?
This is Elminster Ormar, the most famed and respected wizard in the realms.
Ah. Then I expect he's told you at least some of my story. Allow me to give you my own side for a moment. Looks like some kind of magical contraption. Now to get it to work. Kill me, and I'll destroy the city anyway. My, the local fauna sounds appropriately terrifying. A map of the Sword Coast. Whatever these Githyanki are planning, Baldur's Gate lies at the heart. I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry.
Vokovidei!
Sembian wine, Cormyrian ball,
Water Davian conversation. It's the little things you miss while on the road. Let us confer.
I don't know myself anymore. All this, it's not who I am. Around you, I'm not who I want to be.
The horns of a war devil. How does one even acquire such an item?
Perhaps we're not as well matched as I thought. I'm not giving up yet. But I have to warn you. I know when to walk away.
Broken. Must have been here a while.
You never felt the call of the divine, Astarion?
Not much to be seen. I've had a goddess, but you don't hear me complaining. This is surmountable, I'm sure. I'll protect you until you prevail.
A spot of bother. Let's have a peek inside.
So, Astarion, when exactly were you planning to tell me you're a vampire?
Resurges! I can't tell if this is a temple or a library.
A tale for the ages. With haste.
Yet another brain?
I may never look at a pickle jar the same way again. A rune? But for what?
Block from the other side. What choice do I have? More than just a goddess counseled my courage. Whole worlds hang in the balance. Whatever your decision, I will accept it. But you must choose. You cannot have us both. All this time, we were protected by a mind flayer. That is a turn-up for the books.
The art of the body. The exploration and acceptance of the self and the other. The art of the night itself.
We stand no chance against such a foe. We should get out of sight.
No obstacle too great.
Always a pleasure to share a moment with you, if not in the way I once envisioned. What do you need of me?
I'm sure you could have found your way around that with a bit of imagination.
I understand.
You are right to heed such doubts, however much sadness it brings me to leave you behind.
Oh, fine.
An event that came to be known as Karsus's folly. And yet, it's that statue that commands all attention.
I see few other options open to me. If I ever want to reclaim those parts of myself the orb snatched away. Don't worry, Minthara. Gale won't let you down.
Hear him out if you wish, but please, don't act in haste. You still have me as an ally. But anything beyond that was just a fleeting dream. One from which I have now awoken. I'll toast to that.
Inficio. Sine metu.
Nothing interesting buried here.
Bloody necromancers. Can't leave any tome uncursed.
Wouldn't take much to send that stone crashing downwards.
I do trust you.
More than myself right now. Perhaps even more than Mistra. This grave has been disturbed. Must have been an animal, or whatever lurks in this darkness.
Tolitros!
That's how I feel with you. Content. It's a rather unfamiliar feeling, I must say. Not something Gale of Waterdeep ever craved.
I worshipped Mistra loyally for years, and in that time she granted me the barest sliver of the power I was ready to wield.
Ha!
Shame they've wilted. These must have cost a fortune.
Te curo.
Another brain. These jars are nothing if not consistent. Time has rid these weapons of their bite. Must have taken decades. Scratches that size. Something powerful made these. No time to lose.
I suppose teleportation is beyond Scratch. Besides, grown quite fond of this merry band of ours, but I'd quite like to see what happens to it.
There's always one.
It is an altogether different form of magic, drawn from the negative spaces left in the weave's wake. It is Shah's domain, not Mistress.
Blessings from the Moon Maiden, and bearing the same symbol as that chest.
Or perhaps a certain parasite that's clamped its jaws into me. Regardless, you're right. Better to stay focused on the real world's problems and the fantasy of an easy solution.
No wonder this lava lake is churning. It is one with the elemental inside. Don't be. She has a good heart. Poor phrasing. She has a terrible heart. But she's surprisingly caring, considering it. This place was rife with Merregons, and they never travel without a commander.
You dare call this beautiful? Your vile art dies with you, then.
Something's amiss. Shadowheart, what happened? Why did you vanish like that? Whatever this place is, I think I'll take my leave of it. Right now.
I'm talking.
Well, that's very kind of you. If the roles were reversed, I don't know if I'd have your patience. Let's have a peek inside.
Whatever you want with this idol, I prefer we make it quick.
Not sure I'm comfortable catching Mistra's eye, even if it is made of stone. Incinerated. There's magic here, but it's of a rancid, impure form. Nothing like the true weave at all. Why confine ourselves to the pleasures of mortal flesh? There's but one stitch in a vast tapestry. Let me show you more.
Harder! Come on, put your back into it!
As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough sources, it remains quiet. Were it ever to fully destabilize, however.
Should I be in need of medical treatment, please don't bring me here.
Don't mind if I do. Ah, but that's not why you're here. What can I do for you?
Voco Avina!
Something just clicked up above. I wonder what. A magic mouth spell. So that voice must be from someone long deceased.
Most would think me foolish, deluded, even, for daring to pursue dreams of wielding Carsus's crown. I do not take your faith lightly. I will need to consume another artifact before the lightning strikes. There's no choice but to find more.
All those lives. Was it truly worth it?
Something escaped from this place, and its jailers didn't live to tell the tale. Looks like the goblins found her.
Take heart, I'm here for you.
Oh, you'll have to speak slowly. I'm finding it quite difficult to concentrate with my condition gnawing at my insides like a teething displacer kitten. We'll speak more on this later, but suffice it to say for now, that crown is vital to our purpose here. Locked to keep the evil in or the prying eyes out. Let's see. As for whether I should wield it, that would rather depend on the circumstances and how closely I felt Mistra was watching. Suit yourself? Like I said, I no longer require your assistance. They're going to call for help. Stop them. Odd. I know what I need. And I've spent too long trusting others to find it for me. It's time I shouldered my own burden and let you shoulder yours. May we both get what we deserve. Forthwith, allow me to make the following proposition. There go our best supplies. And I'm lucky to have met you, my friend. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Arabella. You were brave and fierce beyond your years.
The blood of Saluna? But what about the night song?
Your confidence in our existing capabilities is quite rousing, though. Perhaps that spirited enthusiasm will be strength enough to subdue the cult when the time comes. For now, our plan must remain the same. We go to Sorcerer's Sundries and learn about that crown, and pray the devil doesn't get there first. Rest in peace, proud druid. What a pity his death means the Sharan curse will remain alive and well. Let us confer.
Invisibilis.
Ill-gotten gains are still gains.
There's got to be another way in.
She deserved better than that.
Not from scratch. Unless you happen to have several pounds of the purest Netherese metals in that pack of yours.
The forge is ready. Now but to forge.
What are you doing? Stop!
That's every piece of him. Time to take this sorry jigsaw to the ringmaster. Lae'zel's one of us now. It doesn't feel right to abandon her. Its powers could prove useful, especially if turned against Ketheric himself. This button must have had a use once, but was it worth reaching so far down for?
No doubt you yourself have sought Mistress' wisdom from time to time. But to not only receive her blessings, but her love. We'll need to find a way to unlock the book first. Oh. Are you quite sure that's wise? We should leave this untouched and get out of here. No kind the world will suffer for the absence of. And, I hope, there are plenty on mortal soil who would regret my absence. This contraption is powered by magic, but its magic seems to be gone. Or dormant. As luck would have it, Faerun is full of them, though I do feel obliged to point out that items of power tend to be in the hands of the powerful. An opening in the metal. That mold should fit perfectly. The coward's root.
Extende! Vita mortis scario!
With haste. My, predicament has become rather urgent. I need a magical artifact to consume. Right now. Curious. Ghouls aren't exactly known for their religious fervor. Why does this one care for the absolute? Very curious. In all my readings on the effects of illithid parasites, I've never come across any accounts of correlating dreams between infected parties. But we've seen hell. It's real. And it isn't trivial. Always. It shall be done. If the fight should turn against us and we have no other option, then rest assured I shall unleash the orb. But I believe there is a much grander destiny in store for us. Hey!
Roland, unleash fire from the heavens.
Of course, the principle holds, but the practice should be handled carefully. Even Saluna's faithful are driven to the darkness in such a place. Green blouse, brown hair. Must be Benrin's wife, Miri. An audience with Elminster is never less than memorable. I fear mine is a dream for another life. But a fine one nonetheless. Looks like all those moon plates can be turned. Thou pyrite-loving tit! Help! Get me out of this thing before the whole place collapses! Kudo! There will be some practicalities to iron out, the guest list, the venue, and we will need to find a very open-minded cleric. At once. Book shopping? But yes, I was being quite sincere, I assure you. What a vicious-looking creature. Swear its eyes are following me. Nature might have provided for it. Too late now. On a more serious note, I do not wish to give you false hope. We're only treating the symptoms, not the cause.
Fulgor!
Shrouded in no ordinary shadows. What evil lurks within such darkness? No one's coming. The deal is done. Help's on the way. I think we've found two Duergar who are going to get spit in their drinks. I hope you and Minthara are very happy together. Or miserable. Whatever she prefers. I thought you understood that. But it seems I was mistaken. A broken trinket. Beyond repair from the looks of it. I suppose I invited that caution I hear in your voice. And I'll do my best to ease any lingering misgivings. We can't afford to let that happen. I've got to hand it to me. I managed that rather well. Stay with me a while, will you? Day will come all too soon, even in this place. Barely woken from his slumber, and already the Prince of the Githyanki demands one of us surrender our souls in service of him. All vellum, no venom. This tome's magic is exhausted. Onwards. To redemption, then. And whatever lies beyond. Their worst nightmare. Whoever controls the crown could reshape the world, if they can control it. One by one. Well, there'd be risk in such an endeavor, but only proportionate to the reward.
Whoever lives here has dangerous hobbies. These toys can't ever reach children's hands.
Death can't have me. Not yet.
Voss's psionic device is active. The Gith Queen's forces must be nearby.
Veritas credo oculus.
Another scrying eye, same as the goblins had. Someone's watching.
The great and powerful Eroican offering our humble group an audience. We are honored.
A vampire? I knew it! It was the teeth! Total giveaway.
Really am exhausted. Mentally and physically. Was there anything else you needed of me?
Kitius!
No sense dawdling. Karlak has precious little time left to her. We'd do better than to waste it. The forge is ready. Let the games begin. If our love ends here, it was no less perfect for its brevity. I will remember it. And you. Always. Still, there's no real harm done. So long as you can keep that craving of yours in check, I'm happy that our paths remain aligned. Well, could go either way. But we came this far. Should at least try. Could be interesting.
Oh. Well,
I hope I didn't make too much of an ass of myself just now. With haste. I'll wager this is what was used to kill Father Lorgan.
The way you stood in front of a crossbow to prevent a murder.
I find that a healthy amount of theatrics, a voice from the beyond, a magic flute, a friendly, if highly combustible magma mephit, tends to make for a more compelling case. There must be some way to turn this on. I've heard mind flayers feast on the brains of their victims. Apparently, they like them pickled, too. It's curious. After all the wonders and monstrosities we've witnessed, waking beside you seems more unreal than any of it. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a powerful magical item and absorb the weave inside. Allow me to apologize on Astarian's behalf, sir. His lack of tact is a burden to us all. An essential incantation. Almost. It's the purple seam. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Continue. Someone was exceedingly protective of what was kept in here.
From one perspective, I succeeded. I opened a portal. However, instead of pointing it at the first-year dormitory, I found myself pulled into limbo, facing a very irritated death lad.
It could be. Or perhaps the orb's hunger was fueled by my own, and my contentment influences it in much the same way. Tightly guarded treasure. Looks powerful, too. Dance macabre. This is not the kind of decision to make based solely on your own wisdom. You must discuss it. Privately. Something could fit here, and it might restore power. In Baal's name.
Te fideo!
But what then? What would I do with it once I have it?
I can't say that so far I've volunteered the entire truth.
Have a ponder on what your prize shall be, then. I'm still a touch winded from it all. Hardly the worst atrocity the Absolute's committed. All this time I've been travelling with you despite the tadpole in your head. Perhaps I should have done more. Been more charming, more flattering. Harder to reach. But I was only myself. And sometimes that isn't enough. A Githyanki text. Reading material ahead of the Sharan's hunt for the astral prism, no doubt. The token of my appreciation. But what does it mean? Why can't you fetch, puppy? Death is no excuse. I would have been compelled to offer a prayer to Shar here once, but no longer. You're slightly ahead of me there. As yet, my condition is stable. I've no need to consume anything. Oh. I had no idea you were so insensitive. Some rather diminutive footprints heading towards that cavern.
Gale! Dicarius. But nothing to worry about, right? She even offered me greater powers, the result of some manipulation of the tadpole's psionic abilities.
It's not easy to turn away from one you once loved, but now that I see our relationship with all the illumination hindsight has to offer, I mostly feel only regret.
Surprise, surprise.
I could simply tell you what you want to hear, then ascend by myself and take on the brain alone, you know? Missing. Zola. Rascal. The word missing seems somewhat optimistic, given those blood-stained collars I came across earlier.
I can hardly wait. That smell. Something died in here. Mistra is all magic. And as far as I'm concerned, she is all creation.
Clausus.
Faccio voco fere.
I've had a little stone caught in my boot the last while. Clearly, that makes for a better traveling companion than you do. Are you sure? I could conjure up any sight that you could dream of, and a few you could not. I could use the weave to make us feel sensations beyond reckoning. I could do more than woo you. I could wow you.
I feel trickles of weave. But where's their source?
Listen, you. Save him? And who's to say he wouldn't run us through at the first opportunity? No comment on a visit from the finest wizard in the realms. The famed Elminster of legend and lore? You are hard to impress. We've already done the finding. In fact, you have one in your possession. There, in the debris. Something else. Keep the stones, and you relinquish the very essence of your being, your soul, your emotions, your purpose. You would lose everything, and might live with such a loss for eternity. Another who didn't survive. Seems as though the Absolute's attracting followers from all kinds of places. Enough of this! Release yourself! Mind Flayer's dead. The imps killed it. I know this may not be the course you would choose for me, but before you protest, you should at least know what it is you would be advising against. Behold! A most noisy cuck.
Cupio vertus laicet.
Ooh, that feels good. Well, that was quite the load of gobbledygook, wasn't it? I think we've done rather a good thing here. A welcome change to gift this land a sliver of hope amongst so much despair. Wonderful. I was just thinking I was far too clean.
On it. Resistor accidum.
It is. Courtesy of my mother, the inimitable, dare I say it, sometimes unavoidable Morena Dicarius. Uncharted territory. The silence before the storm. Ah, revenge is a dish best served hot, it seems. At least when you're in charge of the menu. Githyanki armor. Not much left of the occupant. One of the original raiding party, I'd guess. You put the stars to shame. Let's sit here another while. I want to drink you in. Couldn't agree more. The girl wasn't innocent, but that doesn't mean she was guilty. I bow to your boundless kindness.
A little help from a friend. Quickly now. Good show.
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Ah, what an interesting question.
Ugh. Nocturnus.
You know this for yourself, of course. So, was there some other matter you needed to discuss?
Mundus volti cipi. Let's remedy that, shall we?
I smell a trap.
Lost in thought.
Only the most excellent and complimentary things. With some encouragement from us, of course.
Checkmate.
Merely Merrigans. However, their commander might still be at large. That was a rather unimpressive display of pettiness, if you ask me. Tight fit. I barely got through. That's the spirit. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry. Not yet. We must climb higher still before ascending the stem. The sooner we're back on solid ground, the better. There! A miserable pile of secretion. And so we descend into more madness, presumably.
Yes. Myconids are more powerful than you realize.
Oh, Mistra's delicate feet are ill-suited for the hardships of the road. Wish she were here for me to make a formal introduction. But I would never ask her to undertake such a journey. She's safer at home. The Shadow Curse is gathering its forces. Got to protect the portal.
This is the annotated version, of course.
The toys from the barn. This must be where they were crafted. A toll house. All passing trade would have paid their way. Once.
Quadico facce.
I know this is all unreal, but I created it for you. You must know that you're very special to me.
Even being in the presence of that amulet makes my skin crawl. It's like feeling the eyes of Baal himself settling upon us. Very well. Stand back, if you please. You'd make a fine three-dragon anti-player, you know? Further mention of the adamantine forge. Someone was dead set on finding it. What if it chose me? Were I a more superstitious man, I confess I'd be inclined to see a certain divine destiny in the greatest of Carsus's creations re-emerging at the same time as one another in the same city. I'm sure such an outcome is possible, but why risk it? If we ascend there and try to fight the good fight, well, there are no guarantees. We absolutely should. After all, I need to undo the misconception you've had better. If there's one thing I've taken from this adventure of ours, it's that some things are best left well alone. That crown being one of them. Ha! Nothing like putting in the right things in the right order. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. For now, I'm just a regular wizard holding the blueprint for greatness. I regret straying from Mistra's instruction. All the suffering around us. It is our fault. I am reconsidering taking a more drastic approach. No. Let me do this on my terms. Besides, I need someone left to sing my praises after I'm gone.
And pay attention to the trach part. Yeah, back of the throat.
And yet, if we indulge in the hypothetical for a moment. Good call. Looks like that's gonna bruise. There's something unspeakable about Shadowheart. But I mean that in a good way. She seems to me like a bud on the cusp of bursting into a rose. The hag's handiwork, a depraved competition in viciousness. Seems the brain's more reluctant to let go of the crown than we anticipated. That voice. Do you hear it too? A prayer sheet with the same symbol as the one on the chest. No ordinary lock. Something else seals it. First, threaten the Black King. Move your rook 1 square to the right. That leaves Black only 2 choices. Oh, not everyone is comfortable being alone with their thoughts. Though I never felt alone with a book in my hand. Or with her for company.
Essorio!
Even shaped by shadow as it is, Shah and architecture has a kind of beauty to it. I was not the first wizard to fall under her spell, nor will I be the last. I was an amusement to her. Mortal to be trifled with, amused and eventually discarded. I have power enough to share. Some gods may delude themselves into believing they care about their worshippers, but when it comes down to it, we're all expendable. Children to be appeased, not respected. Will's father owes him gratitude. I hope for his sake Ravengard is gracious enough to offer it, given how much it cost. A chest of transformation. Now, I believe we've a date with an elder brain to get to. Shall we? No sculpture or painting could ever do her justice, only the fabric that she herself is and embodies. Did you feel that? A word.
Tempora mutantor.
The hag's lair again. Sans hag, that is.
Resistor frigus.
We did this. Such depravity cannot be erased.
Amicus
animalis.
Your knight in magic armor.
That's Merkel's symbol.
Well, so much for my previous sentiment.
Yes, of course. Go to sleep. If another knife awaits in the night, so be it. Quickly now.
Not entirely sure I'm a fan of being trapped at the bottom of the Tiontha. Better get ourselves out of here. Quickly.
Fiat voluntas Dei.
Barrel stalks, full of poison, and under Myconid control, no doubt. On occasion.
The loss of a mind is a terrible thing. But this time, I think I'll make an exception. So falls the dragon Ansor.
Intactilis sum.
More owlbear eggs, already hatched. No point in taking these.
Tell me, Lae'zel, is it common for Githyanki to fall in love? Come now. Of all people, I'd think you'd see through his bluster.
What was that?
Isabel's final resting place. Well, not that final, once Ketheric came back for her. That hyena will be back, and it won't be alone. The orb's power is undiminished. If we do not succeed, I will not hesitate when the time comes.
These burrow holes must have been dug by some creature. Most likely not a creature I'd like to meet.
Rhizum teneatis.
Each figure alike in its pose, unique in its horrors. As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need. You threaten the Black King with your rook by moving it one square right. That gives Black two choices.
Ah! Mercy is not your strong suit, is it?
Time.
Time and again, Will's plight reinforces my decision not to pursue the path of a warlock.
Come now. This is a night for celebration, not suspicion.
Loroakan keeps his treasures well warded. Cut off the power to the wards, and these trinkets would be there for the taking. It was easier to stare at the celestial abyss than recognize the emptiness within myself. Easier to pretend my destiny lay among such stars than work to salvage a life on solid ground. You changed all that. There used to be a monastery in this region known for producing a wonderful ale.
Il voco te.
Dead. Good. Fine.
A nasty surprise. Caution is warranted here.
Easy, Will. She's no devil. There's no fight to be had here.
The weapon stopped glowing. Curious? Don't take this the wrong way, but I think I've just lost all respect for you. Voss spoke truly, both about the device and Vlakith's intentions. She is coming for us. I think it's best Shadowheart does the talking.
Maleus!
Ah, yes. Carsus.
Without delay.
Let me make myself indispensable.
Oh, but you meant beasts of the life-threatening variety. Yes, I'm sure it's teeming with those.
This is Ignan for What is my name? The answer is Kasitrak Ash.
Right. Bound to be more urchins to save around here. Crying shame to see such a curious piece of Githyanki engineering reduced to junk parts. Still, at least it wasn't you who ended up on the scrap heap. Am I?
Let's hope there's smoke powder inside.
A military fortress, perhaps? An odd sight in these dim caverns.
Tecure.
Ketheric is dead, but the shadow curse lives. It will be unwise to succumb to it now. They say madness and genius are separated by but a hair's breadth. Perhaps the same is true of madness and stupidity.
Thick as a glob of unguent.
I think it's about time you and I had a little chat. An honest one. Handing that crown to this devil will be like feeding gunpowder to a lava worm. Agree to nothing. Sod this for a game of soldiers.
Manos potentes paro.
Oh, feels like being siphoned, and painfully too. Ugh, no. Having seen what we've seen of those who chase godhood, I'm quite content with my mortality.
Abono disce omnis.
Please don't try that again unless I invite you to. Perhaps if there were considerably less of me.
Torre!
Oh, him! Huh. I've been thinking a lot about that. Gale of Waterdeep. Sounds a bit pompous, don't you think?
A magic mouth spell. Must be important. How many such innocents will die before the Absolute are wiped from this plane?
I would be more than the greatest wizard who ever lived. I would be a god.
Keep up. There's still a battle to be won.
More excited than I've been in months. I can't tell you how curious I am to learn more about the crown controlling that elder brain.
This depicts Ketheric Thorm grieving over his daughter. But did he shed tears too for all who fell beneath his sword?
The light of life.
The scent of Netheril hangs heavy in this place. The brain is close, as is the crown. I'm glad we faced such a monster together.
I am a fool. A fool to have trusted you. Leads into the Undermountain, you see, full of death, danger, and vast amounts of treasure. Hard to resist. Baldur's Gate lies ahead. A one-way journey for now. Better tie up our loose ends before we depart. Ask me again when the Illithid Scourge has been wiped from this city, and I'll have an answer for you. Until then, it's best not to count on anything. Exactly what I was about to suggest.
Better find a way out. I haven't come this far just to wind up in a cell. That's one scourge eliminated. A vampire with that much power would be a death sentence for this city. Pity Astarion didn't understand that. Or rather, didn't care.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
My. A pixie.
Not sure I like the sound of mostly.
I'm many things, but Koi's not one of them.
Two shadows are darkening my soul. The shadow within and the shadow without.
Unseen and unsightly.
Thank you. Oh, I was raised better than this.
A list of names. Father Lorgan's on here, crossed off. A kill list, perhaps.
Away! Eye-watering stench! Dissolve!
A trap. This place is more dangerous than I thought.
This certainly casts the butchery of Alfira in a new light, but we'll find a solution for this. You and I.
Must be the moon lantern, though it's dark as a moonless night within.
Gods! Even Dribble's pelvis was severed. His jokes can't have been that bad. Is that you, Mistra? It is you. Sing! Sing on!
Right away.
Look here!
No time to lose. Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage. With haste.
One respects life by fighting for it, and one respects death by fearing it. If there's heroism to be found in politics, I'm sure you'll find it. Somewhere. If there's heroism to be found in politics, I'm sure Will'll find it. Somewhere.
Selûne prayer book. Well, she didn't answer any prayers from this place.
Cages, shackles, whips. All prepared to mete out misery on captives.
Are you quite sure you wish to place all your trust there? This would all be over in mere moments if I ascend alone. I appreciate it greatly, but I can no longer keep you in the dark.
Non fit injure.
Weapon diagrams. Some blacksmith's passion project from the looks of it.
Not entirely sure that was a wise decision. Better the devil you know, I suppose. It's done. It's dead. Good gods, never again. I myself am a much more powerful artifact in your arsenal. Rest assured of that.
Your knight in magic armor.
You have? Oh, then I might suggest we pool our knowledge.
I've no sense in letting
Valuable first-hand experience go to waste. After all. That thing looks set to kill her! As you wish. You told me once to choose you. The one who loved me. That's what this is all about. Do you doubt me? It's just a choice between two deaths. Quick and meaningful, or torturous and pointless. Whatever these dark powers of yours may be, they serve no purpose if you cannot control them. Or yourself. What a terrible waste. Right. Well, far be it from me to stand in the way of true love. Or anything else Minthara wants, for that matter. A brain in a jar. Poisonous, necrotic appendage. High Hall's looking worse for wear. Won't be easy to reach the Netherbrain through this. I can do that. Most excellent. They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat. There's that confidence I like. Tekuro. I can feel the collar stirring in my pack. Something must be triggering the rune's magic. Back in the hag's lair. Good thing she's dead. Never seen a coin like this before. Most peculiar. Think about it. The crown of Karsus, the Netherstones, the Karsite weave. No more than a tadpole's breadth from being reunited. Weapon blueprints. Looks like this Sousa bark might come in handy. Quickly now. Doesn't budge. Maybe the mechanism's broken. I won't fail you. This is gibberish. Yet somehow I understand it? Odd. Decidedly odd. You sound like a man with the 9 hells at his heels. It is a valuable commodity to be favored so by the gods. How tedious. The ring changed color. I wonder why. A spell? But not one I'm familiar with. First druid and now last druid. Thanks to me. Quadico fake, time. Ah. Well, that's a rather long and complicated story. Odd. Someone's cut a notch in the tree there. No gloom, all doom. I have power enough to share if I must. Just trust me when I say it's all of vital importance. With haste, spotted bother. That's quite an egg.
Sio di dici pecto.
Yes. Yes, I suppose we do. Few things are more powerful than the will to live. Oh, yes. Long ruined, I'm afraid. No chance of a frothing pitcher awaiting us there, but still. At least your thirst for knowledge is quenched. My tale is at an end, but yours is not. Beat that damn parasite in your head. Win the day and celebrate the nights. I love you. More than I've ever loved anyone, mortal or immortal. And you've proven your love for me in more ways than even the greatest mathematicians would dare to count. I had no idea this was their mating season. I suppose a lake of blood counts as rustic in this illithid hell.
Te absolvo.
Devil's magic bristles within this pillar. A power not meant for mortal casters. I wonder what that did. Did your idiot mother beclothe you? To the rescue. Nethery's power like nothing anyone's seen in ages. They say magic led to the destruction of Netheril itself. Who needs to crack codes when you have enough ingenuity? Of course, as a cleric, your patron deity endows you with many such powers, otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift. Brought low. Naturally. Irenicus, or the Exile, sought to extract divinity from Baal-spawn blood. Needless to say, he failed in quite catastrophic fashion. Hence the cautionary part of the tale. She isn't my Tresim. She's my friend. And from the looks of things, it appears she's eating pigeons. Brace yourself. I thought I meant more to you than a sacrificial lamb. Clearly I was mistaken. I will not cast everything away, not when I know what's out there, almost within my grasp. Why smell thou of placenta musk? Was thou father a flounder? Not quite child-ready, are you? Take heart, I'm here for you. God, it's like trying to sleep with a mosquito in the room.
Crescat scientia.
I can see the answer in your eyes. And that's why I'm leaving.
Unless your word is an artifact infused with an unusually high concentration of weave, it's useless to me.
Merely planning ahead? Besides, never hurts to befriend a wizard.
Option 1. The Black Bishop can take your rook. This leaves your queen free to move 3 squares to the right and checkmate Black's king, your knight pinning him down. So long as I have her mission ahead of me, I suspect she'll not want to distract me with any undue moralizing.
To the rescue.
It's strange. But somehow I woke up this morning and realized the orb feels different. No clamor, no desperation, no hunger. My love, I hope you enjoyed our voyage through the cosmos. I was hoping you might have a moment to talk about it.
Let's explore.
For the seldom purpose of prayer.
I don't quite see how that's relevant.
More!
Someone sought to deface Shah, it seems. Though not with a symbol I recognize.
There is nothing more to be done here.
High time we left. At once.
Seemed Thorm's wife loved him deeply. Perhaps he was even a good man once.
I want it to be perfect. To bond with you in the way the gods do, intertwining our spirits in visions of the weave.
Of course, an establishment like that invites all sorts of outlandish entertainments.
Hand in hand, together as one. That's putting it mildly.
Like I missed a golden opportunity. And now I'm going to pay a far higher price for the same prize. I take it there's a more pressing issue you wish to discuss? That tome proved to be even more valuable than I ever could have imagined, for both of us. Speculation will get us nowhere. Let's go find him. I won't lie. I'll miss our group. Hells, I'll even miss sleeping rough in the wilderness, to an extent.
Let me take away the pain.
Let's light them up. Intelligente pauca.
The chosen of Baal? I can think of a few gods I'd rather serve, to be honest. As you're not willing to engage in a frank conversation on the matter, I think we'll leave it there.
Deadlier than ever. Wealth is to be shared, I suppose.
Resisto mortem.
As such, I'm feeling magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones. A healer is what we need. Shall we?
Resurges. Maquesque.
Into the fray.
If we can collect the crown's setting and the 3 netherstones, and with the correct invocation of certain spells and gestures detailed in these notes, I think I could reforge it. Karlak, a hypothetical question for you.
Sorry, but I'm spoken for.
You're all too quick to abandon the one you promised yourself to.
That is not a quality I admire.
And since when have we sought to avoid trouble, eh? Come now, the knowledge lurking between those pages could help us greatly. Don't be a hindrance after being such a great help. Benefits of a wizard's education, you see. Of course, my considerable talent didn't hurt either.
Thou roach-mox jester.
A new kind of being walks among us. One with teeth.
They fought well. Their peace is well deserved.
I've never heard something so beautiful.
Well said. This dream figure is no friend to us. Call me selfish or old-fashioned, but I cannot agree to that. Either we dedicate ourselves to one another, or this ends here.
Oi, ugly.
Oh, I suppose that will do for now. But none that pose the threat of imminent death or destruction. For me, or yourself, or anyone else for that matter.
Non fit injura. For all our sakes, help me up.
I can promise it will feel like less than half an hour. What is it?
Prick thy face, villainous prick. Yes, why not? Let's take a gander.
Huh? Oi! If I wanted a flaming mace flung at my head, I'd have bloody well asked for it. He's always struck me as the trustworthy type.
Ending the absolute with a bang.
New city, same ox. Why does it haunt our every step?
My bedside manner is beyond reproach. Give him 9 hells.
Fine. But next time you're after a midnight snack, consider me off the menu.
Still, though, I won't leave. There's a good person in there somewhere.
Silentium.
It shall be done. Use it wisely.
Stop that!
How dare you?
Still, I see no harm in learning what we can about this night song. And if we manage to find it, the harm will be all Ketheric's. So, well worth indulging our curiosity.
Your knight in magic armor. Another reference to the adamantine forge. No mention of a guardian this time.
That's the one saving grace. It seems the orb is now stable, at least until I get to where I need to be. Karlak, yes? You burn for each other in more ways than one. Can't be opened directly. Time to investigate.
I'd much rather gaze into your eyes than hers. Yours are capable of tenderness and feeling. No god could ever compare.
No, I'll have to try again later.
Clustered fires and tents. An army has gathered. Best keep my distance.
Whatever comes of this, we cannot allow the crown to be reforged in Raphael's image.
Whatever it is, the Absolute has a powerful hold over them. Looks like we're in for some bad press. As if my reputation wasn't tarnished enough. Pearls before swine.
Hostia manera.
This place looks like a battlefield. No time to lose.
There's always one.
The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it.
Thou quivering plague rat! Behold, the fool of fools! The futures unfolding for us would be infinite. Impossible for me to describe, but possible for me to show you.
Incommodum.
But it will not matter soon enough. Let us just enjoy the view, in silence. We will leave the world a better place than it is tonight. We have all the time in the world for that. But first, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. We should judge him by his actions, not his teeth. Unless his teeth are the source of the action, of course. Talking statues are never a good sign. Do you need anything else of me? So, you decided to bind yourself to your goddess, Shadowheart. Well met, stranger. Forged with Seluna's blessing. Yes, I can most certainly use this. Once I bring the crown of Karsus to her, I can put everything right. The orb, too. I'll be myself again. For all that's worth. Entrails on display? This circus doesn't think much of its customers, does it? A strange inscription on this ring. Some ancient language, no doubt. Though not one I can read. Victory is mine. The Guardian's fallen.
Essurio.
Most excellent.
Out. Foul deformity. Inexpugnabilis.
Zevlor, war summons you once again. Show me how you answer.
The slavers are gone. Near must be dead by now. Just need to grab his head. Piloted by a headless zombie. Then how are the Watchers watching? She took a few goblins with her, at least. A brave effort. Such necrotic power. I'd swear it made my heart stop for a moment. You mean the orb? You mean I sacrificed myself? All we've done is delay the inevitable. A delay that puts thousands more lives at risk. But those lives can be saved. Something unnatural is causing this lake to simmer and boil.
Signum arcanum.
There's an aperture in the metal surface. Perfect fit for that mold, if I'm not mistaken.
Why exactly would I choose that course now when I have so much to live for? The Blade of Avernus. Each corpse placed with such precision. Much ill-spent care was taken to create this abomination. That did the trick.
Now, even I am tired of the sound of my own voice. Let us venture forth. Agilius, voco morus.
Bring me back before too late. Must cast the spell.
I can't see a thing.
If I really must.
Consider this budding romance thoroughly nipped. Though I hope our friendship need not come to such an abrupt end. That pin's design looks familiar, but I can't seem to place it.
On my honor.
Your fate may be ordained, but your actions are not. Make each breath count, and what time you have with us will never be wasted.
Veritas credo oculus.
A spell a day.
It needn't. So long as you understand, my neck is very much off the menu. There's room for adventure, but no room for me, it seems. You have your fair share of followers already. No boar pursues its prey with such savagery. This was the work of an animal, but of a very different nature. No, not like that. I don't want to join them, I want to better them. A god's powers paired with a mortal conscience, a mortal heart.
Svaera mortis.
If the crown atop the elder brain was truly forged by Carsus himself, this book will confirm it. All we have to do is turn the page. So quick to turn on your friends. A sure sign of an unsound mind and a villainous heart. I think you're right. Not one to let emotions get in the way, I'd say. This whole place reeks of necromancy. Wonderful! The more the merrier.
Sio didici pecto.
Ah! This thing won't yield its contents easily. You listening? Back to the anus that spat you out.
Oh, not this again.
Quickly now. As for myself, I'm a pragmatic. I see the silence before the storm. You led me down this path. Not much magic left, though. Sun's too bright. To the rescue. Clown's bloody torso. No more belly laughs for dribbles. Swiftly now.
I think they're dragon marks. Better keep an eye out.
I don't know. Ao does not look kindly on gods meddling in mortal affairs. She may have no choice but to stand by and let events unfold. Caught on to that, did you? Might be the wine talking. We'd make better strangers. What's that symbol I spy? Oh, spare me the modesty. They should erect statues to you. Though they may frighten children. She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. A Netherese tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. I'm afraid my condition has escalated to the point we may be in some considerable danger. I must ask you to give me a suitable item immediately. As an expert on the subject, my dear lady, I'd like to point out that blowing oneself up is never the solution. I have power enough to share. My robes will get dirty. Impero tibi. Quite the view, isn't it? The outer planes are a place of profound, sometimes overwhelming possibility. Lae'zel did well to break free of Vlaakith's manipulations, though I doubt Vlaakith will let such insubordination go unpunished. It is the very antithesis of all the weave stands for. A magic of confusion and corruption, drawn forth only by those desperate or damned enough to accept its degradations. As you wish, quickly now, in striking distance. Well, well, quite the scamp yourself, aren't you? Luckily, they're more fins than fangs at that age. Steady. A hospital. Doubt anyone's been healed around here in a long time. Then you leave me no choice but to answer your folly with fury. Let's have a look at the loot. It isn't for your pockets only. Of course it's dangerous. That's hardly a unique quality when it comes to the purposes we pursued together. Believe me when I say how important this could be for me, for both of us. Potentially life-saving, so long as we can learn how it could be taken and used.
So they kept the blood of Lathander here? Easy pickings?
Mors animae.
Shah is no doubt pleased, though I'm not sure I care for the pleasures of such a goddess.
Are you all right? If you need me, just say the word.
I say we take a page from their book. I wanted to see you, while I still could.
Well now, a little spectacle never hurts.
You see, I'm not a big believer in fate, but I do believe in serendipity.
Risum teniatis? That's a rather jaunty hat lying in the mud there. And a sword, too. Someone must have been in quite the hurry to get out of this swamp.
These things reek of poisonous rot. Best keep a wary distance.
Not your wisest move, was it?
That door is like a cork. Pop it and we'll be served a firestorm.
Any opportunities for us to indulge our tadpole's capabilities are hardly on the same scale. Trifles, when one considers the bigger picture.
Vocoglacius!
Yes.
I can't believe she wanted to poison us. That she tried to put us down like dying dogs without as much as a whisper of consent. You have more faith in her than even I did. Understandable, though, when you have not loved her as deeply or known the depths of her affections. Only she used the last of her power to block him from the weave. His magic faltered. The great flying cities of Netheril plunged from the sky. Karsus's folly.
Their worst nightmare.
Seems like nature's provided a shortcut.
Ore and mold. But they still need the lava to bind them.
A short-lived alliance, apparently. Time to get to the transponder.
A gaudy display. This killer has a flair for the dramatic. I doubt this is their only masterpiece.
Mind Flayer script. I shouldn't be able to understand it, and yet I do.
Kudos to the tadpole, I suppose. Avernus, in all its bloody glory. Best viewed from the safety of this balcony, I think. Relative safety, anyway.
I certainly thought so. Sometimes there is great strength to be found in symbolism.
What's this place? It's been spared the shadow curse.
Ketheric Thorm has a lot to answer for.
Though I confess, the prospect of trying to outwit a brain the size of Mount Waterdeep is a challenge. Even for me. Nice to be on the right end of some divine intervention for once. Makes you grateful to be alive. The Elder Brain was already a formidable foe, but the Nether Brain is on the cusp of achieving a godhood of its own.
Look at that. Rock gouged like it was nothing.
This is a bad idea. That's certainly another strategy. A losing one, but a strategy nonetheless.
When you wake, it will be back at our camp. Back in our small, dirty, bloody patch of existence. But stay with me now. There are endless worlds out there. Countless ways to declare love. Infinite ways to express it. Too much for one night.
Must be in one of those chests.
Sicut gatus!
There was that magma mephit once. Nice fellow, we kept in touch.
Most excellent.
Aha, the magic veil has been drawn back from the Drow's book on flumps. Let me peruse. I am as honored as I am enamored. I'm not the only one who longs for you. Yet you chose me. I feel lighter than a Tressim's feather. Like I could fly away.
In trouble. Small wonder. There's endless wonder out there. Infinite possibilities.
Perhaps fate will bring us back together.
Before the universe dims.
Steady. You can rein this in. Nobody's getting hurt. You're a vampire.
Flaming fist. A face beaten beyond recognition. Ooh, there was some sick individual at work here.
My.
That contraption is going to explode before I do. Away from here!
Hells. Seems that book on flumps was not all it appeared to be.
Brains?
Diore.
I thank you for seeking me out. Amid all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it on my own terms. The Gur are certainly efficient. Astarion's fate will not be an easy one, nor painless. A well-equipped laboratory. This is a place for rigorous study. Though I hesitate to ask what. Careful now. You sound more a despot than a duke. If this is truly the authority you seek, you must wield it justly. If you desire conversation, please do find someone else. Well, we all have secrets in one form or another. So long as his don't come back to bite us, I'm not one to judge. Believe it or not, I can relate.
On the double.
Te execro.
Point well made. I see. I have the miserable feeling of being prey. Something's on the hunt. Well, that was memorable, wasn't it?
Tormentum.
Won't fight its allies. It's just what I needed. A golem with principles. Might still be stuck inside if you hadn't been attacked.
Onward.
If nothing else, I'm sure I piqued your curiosity. True enough. But an elithid pod? That would probably do the trick. Yes, my love? I see you've taken Shah's love of secrecy to heart.
Impero te.
Mistra won't be pleased. But perhaps trying to please the gods is a fool's errand.
This should do you some good.
And yet you ask.
Together as one.
This forge is very old, but it still looks functional enough. Nor should you. Far better to feel a cool breeze on your skin than whatever foul explorations blow through these halls. Orbs of dragon kind? Could it be? I thought only 3 were left. I'm not certain what's going on, but nothing good. Please, I need to think. I need to retrace my steps to a glade of calm and think. A Tressim. Call her a cat again, and I assure you, you'll fare no better in her estimations than she apparently fares in yours. What do you say? A common enough interpretation. Sickness has a nasty habit of making you feel trapped, if only within the confines of your own body. Looks like any regular weapons I have work here too. Mistra.
My bedside manner is beyond reproach.
How long has it been? A 10-day? Longer? I can't even tell. She did things to me. Such awful things. Even I don't have the words. She took things from me. The road to Baldur's Gate lies west of Rythwin. Our quickest route, if we can stay ahead of the Absolute's forces.
Morio.
Gotcha? Private? Nothing to do with me.
Fog!
Indeed. I'll guard my resolve like a lit flame in a gale. Commune with her as you see fit. I've no wish to stand between you and any inspiration she might deign to offer. God, you're obstinate. Are you quite sure that's wise? Nothing more to be done here. It was the end of Mistral, the end of Karsus, and the end of an entire civilization. Druids will always follow nature's purpose over any mortal threat. Halcyon goes where he is needed, as must we.
A spot of bother.
Yes, as raw and ancient as the veins of Bahamut. If nothing else, I hope it was a mercifully short one. At least it won't suffer anymore.
Use it wisely.
A disturbed and disturbing night for all of us, but worth it. With due diligence, your impulses will soon be mastered, or at least prevented from causing further harm. Undead trampled to dust. Their dusk is as eternal as Lathander's dawn. I'll be here in the meantime, idling away the hours. For a wizard, to have the love of the goddess of magic herself.
Ow!
Protective magic. Should have known.
Akidom!
Good night.
Condoning the slaughter of the weak. Not the most charitable perspective to take.
Willing and able. Say, where's Shadowheart? She didn't abandon us, did she?
Things are getting more interesting by the moment.
I don't think this is strictly legal. Footprints.
There may be even more that survived the crash.
These flowers. They're creating anti-magic fields.
These shadows made her something worse than her vices. What would it make of us if we stay here too long?
Just one chosen remains. Let's endeavor to make that none, shall we?
Excellent. This couldn't have gone better. No, Boo, it was not something I ate. Even the splendor of Neverwinter must be tainted by Raphael's influence. A moment's peace, if you will. I need time to process. These bones speak of some old, long-forgotten tragedy. Their equipment doesn't seem to be worse for wear, though.
Ow! We'll just consider that an accident then, shall we?
Steel Watch! Subdue these creatures! I command it! Aresque!
Dissera.
Perhaps it's just the thrill of our near-undead experience talking. Standing at your side through such darkness and disrepair. It only makes me want you more.
I don't wish to nag, but have you put any thought towards what I asked of you? I must consume the magic from a suitable vessel soon. Resistor frigus.
So we're traveling with a vampire, are we?
Of course we are.
Mistra, have mercy. What happened here?
No other choice, I suppose.
Too late for that. In her likeness, I used to read 1,000 stories. She was beauty, wisdom, elegance, power. She contained universes. But now, it's hard to see any redeeming qualities in a lover who condemned you to death. I can feel the storm abating. Yes, this will keep my condition in check. For a precious while.
I've said enough. Let silence do the talking.
Maledicte es.
Our guide suffered a harder landing than we did.
Heavier than it looks. Wouldn't be very comfortable.
I could drown in that song.
What an odd emblem. Don't think I've seen it before.
Vincere es vivere. The High Hall was once a beacon of promise, of wisdom, of celebration. Now, well, it's just a beacon, and for all manner of horrors and pity. If I could promise you one thing in return for your faith in me, it's this. I will use everything in my power to ensure we defeat this evil.
Akidom!
What do you mean? I've been waiting for an opportunity like this since long before our paths crossed.
Rope, tools, marks in the rock. Someone made quite the daring ascent.
Let us confer.
Another day, another god trying to make us her playthings. We'll have the whole pantheon interfering with us if we're not careful. I suppose you're right. No sense adding the all-powerful goddess of magic to our list of enemies. We have enough of those already.
Lae'zel was left behind. It doesn't feel right to abandon her.
Your wish is my regret. Knock, knock.
But you led me away from the edge.
All my pleasure.
I won't leave. Not unless you want me to, or until fate forces my hand. If your friendship is all we have, then I will be happy to have it. Eventually. Protective charms and prayers written by harpers before attacking their enemies. Githyanki disc, covered in writing, perhaps? Lae'zel might be able to decode it. No amount of contracts will save Raphael from the fate we forced upon him. A devil well slain, if I say so myself.
I've read about these creatures. They tend to be benign unless provoked.
Hells! Not a lick of damage. What am I missing?
Faccio voco fere.
Were our bond a little stronger, I might even have shared a moment of magic with you.
Such creatures are not to be trusted as a general rule, though this one does appear to have had a significant hand in our survival up to this point. The Netherbrain can only be dominated by an illithid. Time to use that tadpole the Emperor gave us.
Thoroughly magical. Let's have at it.
Looks like Orin took her time with this one. So many agonies inflicted on one body. It's almost personal.
Oof. My. This must be the proverbial lion's den. Or lion's abattoir, rather.
The Netherstones might prove more effective if we use them now.
Amor sanguinem.
I have upon my deceased person a magical item that can accomplish my return. But such is the value and rarity that it is protected by a multi-layered security protocol.
Drow. And worse. What were they doing here?
What joy to have found the nadir of common decency. Let's conclude our business here quickly and never speak of it again.
Minthara. To sleep with her is to dream of death. Plenty of that to go around.
Stop it!
Machine made them hostile. At once.
We should consider Orin's terms carefully, however distasteful we may find them. So there's a hook horror down here. This is truly the pit that keeps on giving.
Don't get me wrong. You did well. The somatic component, the verbal component, even the focus on the inner self that invites Mistra in.
Diem sapientiae.
Quite a view.
Somehow the second artifact hasn't had the effect of the first. It's somewhat relieved the discomfort, but I fear my hunger hasn't quite...
How about we both try a little harder, yes? That, or part ways?
No ordinary jewels. From the elven court of Soldanesselar, I believe. Curious to find them here.
The Hag's Lair. I think I preferred the swamp. A quick peek will have to do.
This will come in handy.
My tower in Waterdeep boasts an excellent kitchen and a wine cellar to rival Ondar himself. Not to mention a larder stocked with my homemade Hundor sauce.
Sigils of some kind. I'm not sure of their purpose.
That boar shows no signs it was killed by wolves or hunters. And yet there's terror etched into his dead eyes. Not only would this be a vile deal, it would be folly to trust a hag's gifts.
No mere temple. This was a monastery, devoted as much to study as to worship.
Looks empty.
Seize the day, I say.
More now than ever.
Myconids. That explains the voices.
As you wish. The Dark Lady's presence. She is here.
Unlikely. Had I stayed there much longer, the orb would have reduced it to rubble. Besides, think of all the fun I'd have missed out on.
Allow me on it. She's a pregnant lady in distress. We can't just stand by and pretend she's not here.
With the crown in my hands, I would be unstoppable. The cast I weave would be mine to command.
If that's the only way of putting an end to this god's forsaken mess, I will not fail you.
What a fine blade this is. Almost a pity to absorb its magic, but I do so have need of it. Rather sticky situation.
I suppose that's the last time any of us will see him.
And the last time I'll ever see the sun. Strange. They're leaving us be. Do they think we're one of them?
Expellote!
Then the fault lies with me and my inadequate words, please. Allow me to show you instead. Just close your eyes a moment.
Stay here and we'll be swarmed. We must keep going. Find a way through.
A waste of my talents. The lance board is set.
It needn't. So long as you understand, my neck is very much off the menu. I would be everything. No mere archmage, but the embodiment of a new form of magic. Raw potential dancing from my fingertips.
or in toys with us where she could destroy us. Whatever her motivations, I hope she reveals them quickly. She was dangerous, but I respected her passion and ambition. Her kin have done themselves a disservice.
Sio didici pecto.
I haven't the foggiest. No doubt through some nefarious means, the Crown's existence had been consigned to legend centuries ago. Ha! And how are you this morning, my bloodthirsty friend?
Outflank, outsmart. Let me recite their demise.
You might find some use for that thing if it's melted down for arrowheads, but that's all. I'm a large man, and that's a very small hole. Oh, that hardly matters. There's not much further I could fall in Mistra's estimation. But I'd like to at least leave her with something to think about.
Veritas credo oculus.
A waste of my talents.
And yet, now more than ever, it's important to recall what makes us human. Well, you know what I mean. Where did he go? And what did he put in my pocket? Maybe if I squint? Ugh, what a mess. Someone else should clean this up. After all he'd been through. Zevlor did not deserve such a death. It's packed too tight. I'll need a shovel. To stand on the shores of this sea of gore, it's enough to drive one mercifully insane. If Mistra were here, I don't think she'd be best pleased with me for doing that.
A little discourse.
Crescitaiondo.
Wouldn't I? I didn't expect to meet your kin patrolling these wilds so openly. Whatever they're seeking, they clearly feel no need to hide their efforts or their urgency.
Fine.
Charming. Seems like you can't even take flight to evade this shadow curse.
My life for yours. Certainly.
In spite of my admittedly fierce curiosity, I'll have to decline. My humanity, however frail, is rather important to me for now. I'd rather keep it intact, if it's all the same to you.
Nimble fingers. Ill intent.
I'll see that there is. Woe betide anyone who tries to stop me.
Help's on the way.
What are you? You're using the tadpole against me? An ally fresh from the hells themselves. Our company grows stranger by the minute, and all the better for it. Separating the crown from that monstrosity will be harder than we imagined. It might be time to reconsider our strategy. Followers of Mistra, those who call on the true weave, are expressly forbidden to indulge it. Back on mortal soil once more. I can't believe I saw her. After all this time.
No advantage is unfair.
A dragon is clearly not to be trifled with. Blood and feathers, leading towards the open-hand temple. No sign of tentacles so far.
Better get out of here.
There's no knowledge in a glimpse of darkness. My secrets are still my own. Please, at least consider my offer.
A silent spell.
Whatever for? I rather like this new you. I think not. She's furious I refused her, of course, but she wouldn't deprive the realms of my abilities at such a critical juncture.
Macte fortute.
A real Githyanki creche. Few outsiders learn the secrets of such places. Fewer still live to share their observations. A keen eye and a quiet tongue may serve us well here.
Impero tibi.
The forge is not budging quite yet. I must be overlooking something. I notice now your gaze settles on something, or someone, much closer. You must know. Our relationship is the brightest spot in our otherwise bleak endeavor. A ritual circle. And for what purpose? I haven't the foggiest. Oh, it was quite easy, really. I took note of certain abilities you possess, certain aspects of your behavior, depending on our environment. And those teeth of yours. Quite the pair of canines. An adamantine forge. Think of the masterworks that could be made there.
You did well to break free of Vlaakith's manipulations, though I doubt Vlaakith will let such insubordination go unpunished.
Lovely day, this. For now.
For now, we've learned all we can. You're right. There aren't many wizards who'd care to be mentioned in the same breath as him, or his folly.
Il voco te!
No, not you! Glad to see I'm not the only one on the wrong side of an omnipotent authority figure. This map. Shapeshifter's locations, Father Lorgan's name. The killer was here.
In my name.
The Outer Planes. This is where gods dwell. They observe us from afar, where they make playthings of us. Lae'zel had the makings of a formidable ally, if one prone to acts of impulsive violence.
Perhaps, but that's certainly a fight I won't soon forget.
Not this again.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
Ex textura!
I'll gladly carry a pair of rancid breeches on a stick right now, if they kept aflame. As do you. But I assume we're not here solely to exchange compliments. So why am I here? You'd give up her location just like that? You're not actually considering betraying her, are you? Failed to get the crown after all that. And if the embarrassment doesn't finish me off, Mistra might. That was underwhelming. It's broken, which means we've nothing to protect ourselves from the curse up above. A dead drow. Took quite a pounding, too. Speaking of which, I assume you came with some other subject on your mind.
Oh, not this again. Arcane lights. Of course.
Missing. Rascal, brown puppy, Jagoda, black and white cat, Zola, the list goes on. Bad place to be a pet, this. Overly optimistic to hope there were never any tadpoles here? Thought as much.
No other choice, I suppose.
A clown's severed head? I'm no expert on circuses, but I can't imagine them getting a lot of laughs out of that. You have my thanks. Though unless we find a treatment soon, you won't have my full strength.
My best is yours.
You were an excellent friend, Scratch. And that's coming from a cat lover.
Don't mind if I do.
Besides, such a sacrifice won't be necessary if I claim the crown of Karsus. If worst comes to worst, I will be long gone before the curtain falls. What's done is done. But we should check the corpses for valuables. Against all odds, we cured ourselves. Free from the parasite, free from the prospect of ceramorphosis. I can hardly believe it. I will not become an accursed illithid.
Insultos purchore imperio! Damn! The bruise acquired a spark.
Who's to say who's the real villain in this tale of devils and masquerades? That may well be, but we can't just invite danger into our hearth like that. We must be more careful. You're greasier than a warg roast. Oh, refreshing.
Mutatis mutandis.
You remind me of her somewhat. You share her pragmatic streak.
No, she's no one, really. I was just practicing an incantation.
Ad lapidem.
Shouldn't be too much trouble. There'll be plenty of bark, but little bite left with their leadership gone. A summoning ritual by the looks of it. I dread to think what manner of creature she called out to. Jaheira made her choice, however unwise it may be, to divide our efforts at this juncture. Shame. We'll forge ahead without her.
With haste. Quickly now. Indubitably.
Conjecture? Yes. That much I concede. The sylvan pinions of an Avarial. No easy task to capture their hollow delicacy in stone. Saluna prayer book. As if I need this weighing me down. Freedom is freedom. No matter the form. I hope he finds peace with his newfound nature. It's the least he deserves. The Weave is a highly sensitive, magical network threaded through all life on this plane. Any shift in magical energy, no matter how small, is akin to a beacon, alerting Mistra to its cause.
Aqua pura.
This was one of those memorable encounters I'd love to forget, but it will save my life, even if only temporarily. Better to wait for Shadowheart. She'll want to hear this. And I can pass water without thinking, but that hardly makes it magic. Right now I need nothing more than a kiss. Then we'll face what is to come, together. And claim the crown when the time comes. The injuries on this drow are consistent with a fall. A very deep fall. An elf seafarer alongside a dragon. Quite a pair.
Ah!
I must admit I am surprised, not to mention flattered, elated, and a little frightened. Such stiff competition. And yet you chose me.
Manos potentes sparo.
Please know I've no desire to pry into anyone else's past, especially one that's left its scars. That old woman was certainly memorable.
While the iron is hot.
I could simply tell you what you want to hear, then ascend by myself and seize the crown anyway. You know?
In nocte consilium.
Good find. Very well. But it does not serve us to tarry when a summons from the heavens is waiting.
Punge bedecorato.
These tadpoles come from an ancient colony down below the tower. Whatever we do with them, we must deny their use to the Absolute. Adorable. Perhaps Tara would like one. Fear not. I shall do nothing to embarrass you amongst your peers. Where you lead, I follow with good humor and the hope we might yet lead with both dignity and spleens unpunctured. Ooh, ouch. And a more deserving one this time around.
Nothing can harm Ketherick as long as Nightsong is caged.
The Society of Brilliance has quite the reputation. Even Waterdavian academics refer to their works from time to time.
Mors carta.
Nothing a bit of magic can't solve. You will. But not until then. Now please, I prefer to be alone with my regrets. Enjoy these vile revelries if that's your inclination. Certainly isn't mine.
With pleasure. Lead on.
Let's get you on your feet.
My best is yours.
What's the alternative? I allow the Absolute to have its way? Die in vain along with all its victims? Or flee and live on in shame? This architecture. This can only be the work of Shah worshippers. Yes, but that doesn't quite explain little old me now, does it? And what of Shadowheart? It took a lot for her to open her heart to you. She'll not exactly be pleased if you decide to break it for her. I'm going to say something I'm confident we're all thinking. Was this your doing? I've never seen this language before. Who was worshipped here? Klausus. Gods! A living nightmare is this. This must be the god they worshipped here. Can't say I recognize him.
Inductilis sum.
Well, it wasn't in his published archives. It was merely a sketch. He invoked Mistra's guidance on how to complete it.
Without delay.
Tell you what, I will answer one question that you may have.
Cupio vertus laicet.
I, once read a book that explained in some detail the effect a brush with danger has on one's desire for, other forms of stimulation. Unleash. I'm sure we won't have to look very far to find what I need. Faerun overflows with magic-infused treasure.
Step to it.
Glad to hear it. I'd rather leave that creature's memory firmly behind us. What do you need?
Resisto venenum.
Gods, don't tempt me. I'm finding it hard enough to resist you as it is.
Hand in hand.
Might as well be gibberish. You've brought me back from the grey shores of death.
My turn.
I didn't want to die. And when I saw the crown, I thought I might not have to, if I only understood its power. You spherical git. I think it's best we close off this little chapter of ours and focus on writing the rest of the book. Though if it's all the same to you, I'll be skipping the romance.
Non compos mentis. Ale me.
You dare call this beautiful? Your vile art dies with you, then.
Something to sleep on. We should get some rest.
Even the Githyanki's finest must have succumbed to the curse. Ugh. Fouler than a hag's bathwater. Think I'll avoid a dip in that particular pool. I've had my suspicions about you for some time now. And there you go, confirming them with truly audacious gusto. These tadpoles are no ordinary ailment. It might be wiser to keep the specifics to ourselves.
An iron flask teeming with magic. A fortunate find indeed. No getting through. More's the pity.
It doesn't do to keep a wizard waiting, especially one of Elminster's reputation. Not to mention appetite. We should join him in camp at the first opportunity.
Glacius!
Hate's too easy for my liking. Let's take the high road on this.
Let's give this a try.
Bene corato!
Thank you for trusting me. I assure you, your secret is safe with me. Sometimes I wish I were a more selfish man. Life would be so much easier. But, alas.
Voco videai!
This stuff's ancient. Abandoned to the elements for a long time, I'd say.
Huh. When one door closes, another opens. All I need to do is find it.
God, we truly are hopeless. That goddess of magic was reborn as Mystra. She ruled on while Netherese magic was reduced to mere fragments of what Carsus once wielded. Artifacts, the most powerful of which appears to be his crown.
Fiedlax!
Oh, aren't we precious? Far better to encourage such glimmers of light amongst the darkness. Who knows where they may lead?
Ah!
What's done is done, and what remains to be done allows no great periods of introspection on such matters. Unless there's something else to discuss, we should press on. Spores that can raise the dead. These myconids certainly are fascinating creatures. The answer was to try, and the outcome was to fail.
Corpses. These creatures did battle with Dwergar.
Out of the black and into the bog. Hardly an improvement. Looks powerful. Perhaps they were wise to take extreme measures. No sculpture or painting could ever do her justice. Only the fabric that she herself is and embodies.
Don't make me go all Edwin Odessaron on you. I was given powerful magic to consume when I needed it most. Mistress soothes all pain.
I recognize this. American wore it. But they won't fight without a commander. If you'd rather put such power in the hands of a devil than in me, your trusted companion, well, that companionship might prove a rather fleeting one. The day will come when I lose control of the power within me anyway. There's nothing you or I can do to stop that.
A hidden laboratory full of abandoned experiments. Color me in my element.
Prayer book won't be much help to us in this place. We should leave it behind.
Careful! She's about to lash out.
So, this is the seat of the Absolute's power? Every bit as vile as the cultists who flock here by the looks of it.
Interlocking circles with moons and stars. This must be the seal mentioned in that journal.
Mortalis!
Any expert will agree this is abnormal.
Flaming brew! This battle's taken a heated turn.
Well, somebody had to. You weren't exactly forthcoming with any offers of help. An evocative name. More suited to poetry than the Absolute's perversions. The tadpoles, the orb, these threats to our existence. The gods could aid us if they wished, but instead they cower behind Io. So let us act ourselves.
Let me take away the pain.
Rambling nonsense. Why someone would be drawn to this is beyond me.
These are no ordinary lights. Yet there must be a way to turn them on. I didn't think.
What's this? The skull is vibrating. We all have those from time to time. Nothing too taxing? Now, let's see what was so worth such protection. Think of it as tribute. The kind a king might pay to a more powerful neighbor to avoid invasion. She expects those who seek to use the weave to do so honestly and with respect for its potential to destroy, as well as its potential to save. I'm not opposed to a bowl of something mysterious and rib-sticking, but I certainly don't identify as one. I can feel it. Ever since we set foot in this strange, corrupted land. The closer we get, the heavier my own heart becomes.
Give them 9 hells. I'm indispensable, aren't I?
Huh. Where's Will? One touch and this will fall apart. Oh, don't compare yourself to Kelban. He wastes far too much of his time dying.
Signum Arcanum!
No doubt she came to the same conclusion. We're healthier than we should be. A wise man learns from his mistakes and strives not to repeat them. I shall bring the crown to Mistra.
Kithius!
If you prefer me to follow my own course from here, I understand. I've no desire to put you or what's left of this city at risk.
Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations.
Not too soon, I hope. I've a craving for a soft bed, a hot bath, and a large glass of Arabellan Dry. None of which I've ever found hidden under a log. A distillery. A little premature for us to start celebrating, I suppose?
Plenty left to see. This should give me an edge.
Imagine being able to picture one's life ending in something other than a cataclysmic explosion. What a treat. Are there no flowers in Tunarath? These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. Exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself, the Lady of Mysteries, the goddess Mistra.
You can count on me.
Direct me, crusty rogue. I see? Sweet that you care enough to murder me. Mind if you don't? And with company to match. There is nothing better than leaving in a blaze of glory.
Get to the brain! Act now, or we're all doomed!
All I can say is whatever choice you make, if it leads us to taking the crown, it will be worth it. And I will ensure you are well taken care of. Not the roaring success I was hoping for. The Dark Lady, defaced by some foul mark.
My little keepsake.
What in the hells are those?
The sigils are written in a curious mix of tongues. Ancient Kalashite, Netherese, something else I can't quite make out. If I'm reading it correctly, it was used in the creation of moon lanterns. My head's pounding like a war drum. Ah, Wyvern whiskey. Nimbrel's finest nectar. Haven't seen a bottle of this since I was last in Waterdeep. On my honor, I'm not sure yet I can say the same. These burrow holes have all the markings of being dug by bullets. There's trouble afoot. A poetic image indeed. The fabled Arnsor, slumbering beneath a city he once protected, though obscured by the sands of time. Such a legend may yet carry a grain of truth.
There are some markings on the ground here. Not that they tell me much.
He's scarpered. And I suppose it's up to us to find him. I'd no idea you held such aspirations. Can't say I share them. Understandable. And you won't be. Not if I can help it.
Interesting.
These grounds look like they've been trampled by an entire horde of beasts. An army passed through here. Please, some light. Dispel the darkness. In any case, don't blame yourself. Mistra can be a fickle mistress. Coy to a T.
Et alibi!
Remain steadfast. There is nothing to fear from what awaits me. In fact, allow me to show you. Words alone are not enough. I might just be about to remedy that. Just a bit of late-night humor for you. Your input will be most welcome. That's one worry I can leave behind me at least. Perhaps later she'll be too late. I would urge you to reconsider, lest the opportunity prove to be a fleeting one.
My need is more urgent than ever. I must consume an item soon. Cannot stay in the company of good people otherwise. Too risky.
I believe you. You never look so beautiful as at the end of a stirring battle. Your cheeks flushed, gaze bright, muscles glistening. The Karside weave is primed for godhood as soon as we have the crown within our grasp.
To the rescue.
I'm glad to see you're so well stocked on suitable relics, but I only need one.
Knight to King 5.
Your cheeks are flush. There's a twinkle in your eye. But I think I am no longer the cause.
Another illusion. Is anything real down here? Have it your way. I can only hope your memory stretches further than your patience.
Mundus volte cipi.
If we plan to open the doors for these poor souls, we must do so quietly, or risk joining them.
Twit, twat, twerp. I've decided to drop this whole Gale of Waterdeep business. It's a bit pompous, don't you think?
Certainly.
Lose the Netherstones, we lose everything. So pick them up, please.
Can't see a thing from down here.
The brothers. Guess they didn't find their sister.
Mistral was reborn as Mistra. Upon her return, the weave returned with her. Very well. Then I think it's about time we ascended. Don't you?
Oh, well, that was invigorating.
My best is yours.
I see. Then perhaps we see each other in the same light after all. A resplendent one, flush with warmth and anticipation. But one which I must shy away from, for now. A doppelganger? What devious trick was it trying to pull? Looks like Zaris' missing shipment. It must be hiding quite the treasure. But perhaps fate can yet be defied. You possess great strength of will to resist the lure of such powers as Cazador sought to wield.
Oh dear.
Githyanki patrolling these wilds is an unexpected surprise. Whatever they seek, they'll not hesitate to kill us if we stand in their way. The circus has packed up. The show must not go on, apparently. I promise you, my offer is a perfectly sober one. So, what do you say? The Githyanki are departing in peace. Curious sight in a day already full of them.
Yeah!
Good. We'll put that little outburst down to the shock of the circumstances and move swiftly on. Of course. I find them to be almost the same quality as my own.
Share? You're not a loaf of bread to be divvied up at supper time. I thought what we had meant something to you.
His intelligence may yet prove the key to unlocking the artifact's secrets. We shall ensure we follow up when we reach Baldur's Gate.
I'll enjoy myself well enough from back here. You go on and do the rutting, or what have you.
I hope that the glimpse you caught of my condition convinced you of the urgency in treating it. Can I count on you to give me the artifacts I need? The necromancy of Thay. Sounds ominous.
I feel sick. What in the hells did that druid do to me?
Useless. Unless I find a way to activate it. This icon bears Shah's likeness. No doubt Shadowheart will be interested in it.
On it. Let's take a breath. The odds are stacked against us if we try to pick a fight now.
In that case, let there be light. Mistra's domain is the weave and the magic that courses through it.
Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now.
Very well. Curiosity is a trait we all share.
The Blade of Frontiers!
Of course. In Baal's name. An invisibility spell works too, you know. My turn.
Forget it. Milk's already spilt.
Configo!
I felt a hubris once before and landed myself with this orb. Think I'd rather not make the same mistake again. Find me at a more private moment, and I will provide a glimpse into what the crown could mean for both of us.
Ow! Perhaps I should have clarified? Hmm? A helping hand? Anyone? That flowery motif. It's the same as on that strange key we found. Whatever it unlocks must be inside.
Lae'zel! You can't die like this!
Mr. and Shah have a rather tense relationship at the best of times. It's best for everyone when they stay out of each other's domains.
Dance macabre.
A lot of spilled blood. Perhaps this is where Father Lorgan met his demise. The instructions were easy enough, weren't they? If slightly elaborate. Can't you feel it? We're almost there. Now here's a strange little tadpole. It's like it's calling to me. This depicts a man grieving over a lost one. Wife or daughter, most likely. I don't want to imagine such pain. I can't imagine Mother Gith would approve. Doesn't she prefer us lesser species enslaved? Or eviscerated?
Be with you in a moment.
I need to get off this roof, and I better not dawdle either.
Gods above. What happened?
The Absolute's forces have taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers.
Cupio vertus laicet.
Yes? What is it? The Adamantine Forge. The wizard Durn was set on finding it.
Hells! I need a magic item now. Anything that the weave flows through.
Wait. What I have to say? Well, there may not be another chance. Please.
I suppose some help is in order.
What just happened?
Very well. Whether I condemn this world or not, I choose you.
Yes, yes.
After so long with Mistra, I have to say the pleasures of mortal love are much sweeter than I remember. Though perhaps that's simply because it's with you. I've got you. Either way, these corpses prove one thing. This is the city Halcyon mentioned. You have my thanks. And fear not. Your implicit trust is well placed and will be rewarded with any and all means at my disposal.
Gone with the weave.
Yeah!
That was revolting.
They won't be back here anytime soon. Thanks to us. There it goes. I suppose a blow to the stomach upsets the weave as much as it would me. That feeling of jubilance. It's gone. Oh, what a relief it is to return to a state of appropriate dread. No more prayers. Only silence. Must be lonesome to be a forgotten god. Moonlight, guidance, tides. Oh, how fascinating. Consider me converted, Seluna. As you say. Perhaps others could turn the other cheek, but I'm not that sort. It's for the best. To spare further heartache.
To the rescue.
And I'm flattered, I'm sure. But it seems you're traveling with a substantial amount of companions already. Maybe later, yes? Let's not get into another scrape, shall we? Still catching my breath after the last one. Elminster's not around, so might as well. A rune sign, but not one I recognize. Its meaning eludes me. Buried in the Selunite manor, though hastily. Defeated by Shah's chosen, no doubt. I suppose you're right. We still see only a part of the picture, however much our visitor claims to show the full vista of options at our disposal. We didn't just make love. We bonded, body and soul. I got lost in you. Even with the fate of the world at stake, she had little more to offer me than the means of blowing myself up at a more convenient time. She's done nothing to help us. First, we have to find it, and I suspect he keeps it very,
Very well hidden.
I am dangerous. Not because I want to be, but because of an error I made in the past.
That's certainly one way to make them behave.
Time to die.
He sacrificed his soul to save your people, Lae'zel. Surrendered his very being to prevent the grand design. I'd say it's a tad ungrateful to murder him for it.
Nocturnus, plue, aresque.
My word. It's Shadowheart. How very tragic.
Best be on our guard. Present company excluded, of course, but the point remains. We cannot afford to trust your kin will react well to us. The reality of the matter is that a lone wizard with a chronic impairment such as my own is not in the most ideal of situations with regards to self-defense. Is that so? I assumed there to be little time for frivolity amongst all the fighting.
Here dwelt a man blessed with impeccable taste in literature.
Amnesia? A side effect of a lithid infection, perhaps? Though I've never seen it recorded as a symptom. That was truly remarkable.
Secreti umbrarum.
As for your current predicament, doesn't matter to me who holds the Netherstone, so long as they're mine to claim once the brain is dispatched. Tell me, what can I do for you?
Fulgor.
It merely drizzles. The embers still sizzle. The fire remains undefeated.
A hand.
Strange marking. What's it mean?
I assure you, the hammer Raphael offered is mere scrap metal in comparison, whatever use he claims for it.
Damn, that burns.
Oh, this does not belong to me. How many more of us must be found dead at your feet? You've tainted this camp long enough.
Umbrae.
I wasn't sure if we'd lose you to that darkness entirely. I'm glad to know you found your way back to us. I'm sure whatever's on your mind poses no such risk, but caution is to be advised. Now, what can I do for you?
No more prayers. Only dust and silence. Lovely. Brings out the color in your eyes. We woke something. Most likely not from a beauty sleep.
Perhaps.
Oh.
A hag's lair, I'd wager. A rotten presence thickens the very air down here. What fools these mortals be.
Another tank. Not for brewing, I presume.
Vito excolato. Voco areniae.
Make me proud. Spectators don't normally possess the ability to petrify. Something's not adding up. Far be it from me, of course, to question your tastes.
Infernal alloy. I may just be able to put this to good use one day.
Lux in tenebra.
Good night indeed. The fairest I can imagine. Lost in the shadows all this time. He must have left some part of himself behind. Something we can use.
Omnia mutanto.
Oh, something you're undoubtedly familiar with.
I see. Fast as in right now, I assume, rather than first light after some sleep fast.
You better tell me all.
I will consume the magic inside. What was a powerful artifact will be rendered no more than a trinket.
Hang in there, dearest. No time to lose.
And you're a bad liar. I lived the life of a hermit for some time before I met you. Safer for all, but not conducive to pleasures of the flesh.
Shadow druids. There's more to Korga than meets the eye.
Intelligente pauca.
I hope the end is much farther away than I had suspected. I hope that night meant as much to you as it did to me. And I hope we all have more time together. Together. Alone.
One by one.
I knew you had some dark secret to hide, but a vampire spawn. It wouldn't have been my first guess, I'll put it that way. When you've loved a goddess, as I have, people often think you less experienced in the ways of romance.
Resisto.
My pleasure. Let's put on a show. Mine is the advantage. I could have struck a blow instead. How tedious. The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Can you use it? I had been hoping you'd say that. To be an object of pity. I couldn't live with that.
Nothing. What you saw was merely mental disorientation brought about by your intrusion.
God's damned if I'm going to let it be for nothing. If Mystra gave me one purpose, it was this: to destroy Baldur's Gate and the Absolute with it.
Seems like they put up a struggle. In vain.
I'm in love with you. Fair enough. Though in the end, we're still playing the same composition. Where are my smelling salts? Oh, the iron is hot.
I'm afraid this is where we part ways. My conditions deteriorated beyond even my capacity to salvage. Their efforts weren't enough, though. And they paid a harsh price.
A grim sight to behold when you're as bone-weary as we are.
Amos sanguinem.
Not treading carefully, then. Out with a bang it is.
The Merrigan's leader might still be around here. With ease.
So long as he sates his appetite elsewhere, I'm happy to give him the benefit of the doubt. I see you waste no time pursuing your quarry, Astarion. Oh, true enough. And somehow I doubt that's an order Mystra will be willing to rescind, no matter how many times I impress her. The stakes are simply too high.
Vokovineai.
Stay ready. Something isn't right. Forthwith. And yet, there's too much a few answers could undo. I see that glint in your eyes. You've a strategy in mind, the same one as me, I'd wager. Deep grooves in the mud around that rock.
And you're so sure you wouldn't have fallen for her tricks? She might have been a raving lunatic, but she knew exactly how to lower your defenses.
Silks from Cormyr. Alas, pilfered.
Is something on your mind? You could always unburden yourself with me. If you don't find solace at the bottom of a bottle, try a barrel, I suppose. I always imagined what it would be like when you finally got to meet her. This wasn't quite what I pictured.
Means nothing to me.
He would seek the power of gods for the pettiest of reasons. His own gratification. At least I seek them for the better of all.
By the hells! What is that?
Want, need, deserve. Choose whatever word you prefer. But it is what I'm going to do. Wild shaping must sprinkle some spice on your love life, Halcyon.
Looks like this marks the base of Moonrise Towers.
How bothersome. At once.
Timask. The spores confuse the senses.
The Mind Flayer won't like that. If we take that road, we'd better be very, very sure it's the right one.
You've actually caught me at an inopportune time. Blasted dust in my eye. Excuse me.
Perhaps we'll be afforded the chance to avenge them.
Thank you, but I'm more wizard than warrior. Not sure my scalp would stand up to such a platter.
My pleasure.
I need a shovel to dig this up. Locked in. That's rarely good news. Pitying, not insolent. You chase one power without knowing an even greater one lies within my reach. The crown of Karsus.
Easy enough.
I don't know what to make of this. 3 artifacts is a positive glut of magic. Yet my hunger only grows. After you, it's I who should be saying such things. Do not think I leave you without a heart as heavy as your own. But I owe it to myself to follow where destiny leads. The ball play can wait, I suppose.
Perhaps it was indeed wise to dissuade me from the crown of Karsus. A jumped-up wizard drunk on promises of power is not an enviable company.
Get confused by one, blown up by the other.
There's a darkness coursing through those vines.
We've a city to save. I think it's about time we got started.
Intactilus sum.
The long-awaited question. Now, if you please, Elminster, for the too long-awaited answer.
Aqua pura.
I don't dare to imagine making such a decision when there's the small matter of the enormous brain beneath the crown still to overcome.
Curious. I feel like a new man.
The summoning channel Mistra has provided is one only I can enter, no matter how much I prefer not to face her alone. That said, despite my return to the land of the living, my predicament remains, and so, of course, does yours. Relieved. Drained. Proud of myself for summoning the courage to go to her in the first place, and, if I'm being totally honest, a bit lightheaded.
All's an illusion. Hiding what, I wonder?
As always, I am grateful for your enthusiasm. And yes, it will require some amount of brutality on our part. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It's only a matter of time before my craving returns.
Strange. It looks healthy, but it's stone dead.
Ingende!
Go, enjoy your evening. Nothing better for the heart than a good night's rest. And mine is gladdened to know I'll have the pleasure of your company again come morning. I deserve the chance to live my life with the raging inferno I love. If that means relocating to the Hells, so be it. I've heard Avernus is quite lovely this time of year. Oh, poor Pooch is worn out. That's it then. I can't jump any further. A perfect fit. I just need the raw materials. I'd give a lot to be able to kiss you right now. But your presence itself is more than enough. A night stargazing with you is the greatest gift I could ask for. It has. And a pleasure. A privilege. A tale for the ages. And if I'm being honest, the very best time I've had in my entire life.
Damn. Back to the beginning.
I see you understand. The end is nigh one way or another, and our options are dwindling in both quantity and quality. You look comfortable? I'd no idea you were inclined to such contraptions. Whatever oils your leather, I suppose? Surely you should be reserving your foot for more deserving foes. That poor creature was harmless. He must have returned to the Grove. Still, such conflicts will not serve our party well in resolving this little parasite problem of ours. Best we cast from the same spellbook from now on.
The lesson is death.
Could mean anything.
Wyvern poison. It's lethal stuff. Let's hope we won't have to sample its delights. If it takes the death of a god to stop you, I'd say your ambition has gotten somewhat out of hand.
What was that place? To the rescue.
I see. Then we should rest the topic for now, then. Perhaps the dream will yet prove true. Or I'll have to wake and face reality. Perhaps it would have been better to keep that particular opportunity between ourselves. If you think it's best. But I hope you're confident in your powers of persuasion. The last thing we need is another enemy to contend with. Babe or crone, coward or hero, death is assured. Mistra's forgiveness is not. If you knew the end was near, would you not want to ensure it had meaning?
Sinemetu.
The crown lies ahead. We must dominate it. We must cast the spell again. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, before we were abducted. It is time. Victory is assured. So gentle. You think saving him will stop the bloodshed? It won't. Massacre. A spectacle of slaughter. And I participated. I won't let you down again. When the Absolute is vanquished, I will surrender Karsus's powers to you. You have my word.
Magis amica veritas.
Gods, who knew such a vile abscess lurked in the bedrock of the city? The very stone reeks of misery and despair. Down in the pits, no less. Sounds ominous among creatures that love blood sports. Better step to it. I will be.
Soon. I am perhaps just one hard day away from being without any troubles at all.
Make me proud.
Remarkably well preserved. A little glimpse into the past.
Just empty shells. Best to just keep the unhatched one.
Vitus escientia. I know that what I ask may seem unreasonable, but I promise I only make such a request because it is so incredibly important. Hardly the intelligent way to solve your problems. I suggest we seek out their healer, then move swiftly onwards. We'll best deal with them, or their healer will be kept very busy indeed. It's certainly one of the more unsightly shape-shiftings I've seen, but we can't all be blessed with the elegance of an Asimar transforming in the heavens, can we?
Indeed.
No more than what I had to. And that's all I'll say on the matter. Good night. Yes, good night.
I've heard that in Baldur's Gate, wizard is also a term used for one who eschews their more carnal desires. Is that true, Will?
Saw Lae'zel giving you a look over. Great minds think alike.
My magic is infinite, wizard. Archmage, wielder of the weave.
A petrification ray. Someone addled that spectator.
It's a summoning channel. The kind Mistra once used to call me to her side. I only have to reach for it, and it will take me to her side. Video veritatum. Regard this spontaneous flatulator. This prayer bears the same symbol as the chest. I think it might just be the key. Gladly. This magic is the very antithesis of all the weave stands for. The magic of confusion and corruption, drawn forth only by those desperate or damned enough to accept its degradations. As long as we're possessed of our own free will, I venture to say there's hope for us yet.
And what might this be?
You urge me to this point, and now you falter? What would you have me do? Sacrifice myself and hope that Mistra eulogizes my ashes? The power of Karsus would be in my hands. Mistra would certainly exercise caution were she to make her presence felt in these cursed lands. But if she wanted to do so, even Shah couldn't stop her. A spell like that couldn't keep a twig blight at bay. A metaphorical demon, I haste to point out, but no less dangerous, and no less bound to wake up again to continue its ravages. Such is the nature of all monsters. Irretio inspira, evanesco. Oh, well,
The right tools for the wrong trade.
The weave here won't budge. Must be a powerful spell that keeps it in place. I wonder who or what those chains are for. Give a light spell a try. That should get us into that chest. You truly are a soul that steals my own. From all my new rallied heart, I thank you. Time and again, your plight reinforces my decision not to pursue the path of a warlock. Interlocking circles with moons and stars. That Salunite's journal made mention of such a seal. I'll have to disagree with you there. Having not one but two parasitic entities within your body does very little for one's faith in one's personality. Corruptus! Invenium vium! A thing like that could swallow each of us whole, raw or incinerated. A dead tiefling. Arabella's mother, no doubt. The horror of her end I daren't contemplate. Tiring business, isn't it? All this traveling and adventuring. Ostende secretorum tuorum. Use it wisely. Merely to share a glass of wine, I suppose. To toast to victory, and to offer you an invitation. Hang in there, dearest. Impero mortos! At once. If Gortash is to be believed, then even our camp isn't safe from Orin's influence. We might want to confirm the veracity of his claim, or at least clean up the mess. Quite. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess? Oh, the puzzle is coming together. I could just picture it. This is hardly the time. When she resurrects, she'll have no interest in helping me. A flaming fist?
Someone beat her to a pulp.
At once.
Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? And I suspect that suits her rather well for the time being.
A wizard's quite worthless with a tired mind. Sleep beckons, and I would follow.
Live by the sword, die by the spell. That's what I always say.
Blooded tracks. Quite small, too. A gnome found some trouble here.
We're short a tiefling. Where is Karlak?
So, the devil himself is pursuing the crown. Of course. But that doesn't make the shadows less dangerous. I'm seeing exactly what's before my eyes. If you prefer to keep yours closed, that's up to you. Indeed. Exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for. It's Lae'zel. Or what's left of her. Now the shadows have done their work.
Sorge!
A puzzle for the mind I'd solve quite comfortably. Unfortunately, this is a struggle for the heart.
A great deity needs a great name. Looks like you're off to a good start. Should it come to that, I will not hesitate. But I think a different destiny awaits us. Hells! Something just woke up down here. Couldn't agree more. But if you use that knife, I will incinerate you.
Sahuagin? They wouldn't normally wade ashore in search of a fight.
Ah, that's better.
Damn hells! Are those tremors?
We need to learn more about what we saw. An artifact as powerful as that crown must have been documented somewhere.
No. You don't strike me as quite that boring.
Perry!
Strangely, no. Once, a mere glimpse of her face would have been enough to turn my insides over. But not this time. Quite cruelly, too. We are all sensual vessels. Illusory magic lets us sail farther and feel more deeply. Amid all this grandeur sunk into squalor, I wonder what dismal corner we'll find Halcyon in.
Peculiar shape? Must be some other purpose to this.
An easy proposition for the Emperor to make, become a mind flayer. It has no soul to sacrifice. Having a wizard like me around is quite the boon when facing the perils that stalk these lands. It'd be far harder for me to assist you if I could barely stand upright.
I will await that death.
Alone.
Let's remedy that, shall we?
True enough. The gods can be loath to tread on one another's toes, claws, wings, and so forth. But they think little of controlling mortals. I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
More! Ve victis!
There is no need for me to bark. My actions will speak for themselves. In time.
Ever a dull moment.
The very plates of the earth have been shattered by the magic of the shadow curse. Utterly fascinating. Unless you happen to be standing on it, of course.
Amor sanguinem.
Upon completion of the tune, a magma mephit will appear, which will pose the following question. Ist cha tist naga? Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must speak with Corilla. If anyone knows the way, it will be her. I've been dreaming of our enigmatic visitor again. She told me our purpose was to take on this cult of the Absolute, to infiltrate its ranks and bring it down from the inside. It is time we part ways before our enmity spills over into violence. Orin happened.
The Mind Flayer's dead. Good riddance.
Looks like that's going to bruise. Must be what that kid was talking about.
Venustior.
One touch of magic coming up.
Draws power from a host. About what you expect from illithid technology.
Where am I smelling salts? You made me hide. Don't make me come seek you.
Tormentum.
That said, I assume you have some questions for me. Brimming with parasites. I dread to think how many these could infect.
Locked in. That doesn't bode well. I won't fail you.
Agilius!
Curiosity must be satisfied. I'm indispensable, aren't I?
They can hear the tadpole speak to them, and they think it's a new god.
There were claws at work here. Magic, too. Hallmarks of a druid. Our friend Halsin must have been rather keen to return to his grove.
It's one thing to make such a sacrifice in the pursuit of such a pack, but to do so in order to escape one. Truly, it leaves you with nothing. Not budging. There must be something here to unlock it. I can't risk destabilizing the orb. It can't be me.
Nimble fingers, ill intent, willing and able.
The weave is constant, but its users, anything but. We must be on our guard.
These tracks. Goblins?
Ah!
Not without its mother by its side. What now?
Or some other fortune altogether.
Take me by the hand.
Out of my head, hag! Flagra!
Can't see a thing. Thank you for the offer, but the treatment for my condition is very specific.
If you'd be so kind.
Head's missing. Safe to assume foul play? I trust you to know the course we must take, but my offer stands. If none wish to shoulder the Illithid's burden, the orb would achieve the same ends. As I said, I'm willing to move past the whole exsanguination issue, so long as you can promise to keep that hunger of yours in check. Finally, the heavens are on my side. Or at least, one very irritated Asimar. Much as I enjoy our conversations, I think it's Elminster we should be catching up with.
Exploration merits companionship, though. Shall we?
It's not your fault. I can hardly expect you to understand. But nor will I relinquish this chance because you're unwilling to imagine a world where I succeed. Pigeons, gulls, sparrows. These streets make a fine hunting ground for a Tressim like Tara. Curious to find an Orthon here. Perhaps there was an untold tale behind that. Please, trust me. Your help could be the difference between life and death.
Rather worse, actually. A Sharon crossbow. As magnificent as the Dark Lady herself.
It's not a demand he wanted to make of me. As mistress chosen, he had no choice but to deliver her message, however much it pained him to do so. You remind me of her somewhat. You share her fierceness and her passion.
That was no ordinary bear. Better investigate the corpse.
So if I stand, the power's gone.
Sedentary magic, I suppose that's called.
The battle of wits.
Ah! Nulla salus.
There's always one.
Nemesis.
At first, I wasn't sure. Some of your behavior doesn't exactly match what my traveler's tomes describe of one of your disposition.
Never fear.
Now, unless you've any other deep, dark secrets to own up to, shall we continue on?
Arcane lights. How delightful.
I know that look. It's your heart, isn't it? Not to worry. You have one of the finest wizards in the realms at your fingertips. Damn you. Damn you for giving me so much to care about. Our friends, our adventures. This would have been so much easier if it was just me. But it isn't.
Kaido! What in the hells is that?
Ugh, forget it. It's blocked from behind. Say, where's Lae'zel? She didn't abandon us, did she?
In short, I've grown to trust you. All right. Let that anger out however you see fit.
Right? She had no right.
Do not dismiss the truth of dreams out of hand. They can be portentous to quite alarming degrees.
Quickly now.
It's a process known as ceremorphosis, and let me assure you, it is to be avoided. That Githyanki officer didn't come here merely to fill our ears with idle gossip. Who resides within the artifact, I wonder?
Without delay.
An animal indeed to inflict so many cruelties on such an innocent.
The brothers in arms have perished. Never did find their sister, I suppose.
I know how much power rests within me. Enough to turn Baldur's Gate to ashes. Its memory to no more than a children's fable.
There's a mark on that tree. How intriguing.
What in the hells was that?
However, it's something best experienced in more intimate surrounds. Once the revelry is ended, and the stillness of the night has been restored. Velustio. Oh, of course. Oh, sometimes I forget who I'm traveling with. It takes some getting used to, walking amongst peers again. I've read it's one of the nastiest poisons in Faerun. Starts burning in the small intestine and works its way through the blood from there. We're up against the greatest threat Faerun has ever faced. I don't mind getting my hands dirty if it gives us a better chance of surviving. Having a vampire in our midst will only end in betrayal. I merely took the initiative.
The bark is in place. Now what?
To threaten the life of a child. Truly. Orin will stop at nothing.
At the ready. Thank you for spending this time with me. I think I want to be alone now.
Clag-bottom coward. Perhaps I'm not conveying the urgency of the situation. It's incredibly, world-shatteringly important you give me a suitable artifact. Please. I heard a risk coming here, however tentatively. And she came with good reason. Because of what she asked of me.
It's mask after mask in here. There are speckles of something or other in this slag. Could be anything.
Perhaps they do. Would you begrudge me the chance to make things right, Elminster?
I had hoped my eyes were deceiving me. But no. You were with her, weren't you?
You could send an elf to sleep.
I'm almost certain I've seen that ox someplace before.
Oh, much better. The weave makes me feel like a new man. Ignis! Not an eventuality I'm entirely unfamiliar with. Cum motuis in lingua motua.
At once.
No joy. Should I be using something else?
One heartbreak was quite enough for me. But to experience it as many times as you have must change a person.
Imprisoned for want of a key. How apt. You had no right. None at all. Have a good mind to turn around and depart this little company of ours immediately.
Jealousy is in the eye of the beholder, or something along those lines. The wine might be befuddling me a smidge.
Very well. Let's not speak of this again. Given my condition, I'm not sure it's wise for me to invite undue stress upon myself. I'll need to keep a careful study of it, make sure it's not suddenly destabilized by proximity to a rogue pair of neathery sandals or what have you. But I think it's dormant.
Something hidden, but not from me.
That crown sits on a gargantuan elder brain bent on destroying us and everything we hold dear. Understanding its true nature might unlock the means of our victory. However, my sentiments are all I can offer at present. With my condition as volatile as it is, I wouldn't want to indulge in any undue, excitement, so to speak.
The old ways, then. If that is what you wish, so be it.
Oh, a little respite does wonders. The strangest dream. A relief to wake from it.
Trickles of weave radiate from that chest.
You have to remember that the weave is a living thing, both the embodiment and the extension of Mystra herself.
No obstacle too great.
I'd wish you a bright future, but since you cannot escape your own company, that would be a futile gesture. Nulla salus. Voco flagella. Influence, yes, but for better or worse. Until we know, I recommend a cautious approach.
The other part of that shattered ring from before. Reminds me of an epic tale I once heard. Best fit this back together. We'd best not disappoint her. The thought of a scolding from Jahira's ghost is not one I particularly relish. Onward. The blade of Avernus, forged by a cambion, whetted on a dragon's hide. Those devils won't know what's coming for them.
Frange!
A harper rune. Signals a hidden cache nearby, if I'm not mistaken.
Whew, quite the rug pull, eh? A mind flayer manipulating us this whole time.
A shrine. Looks forlorn. A key. For what? What I want is a life I could share with you, but alas, knowing you're still out there will suffice for now. Shadow druids have taken root in these parts, and whoever Korga is, she's their agent. To the rescue.
Manos potenti sparo.
I'll save his history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. If this adventure has taught me anything, it's that there are things in this world far more valuable than power. No devils here. That's a myconid. And it seems to be warning us.
Mistra's willing to speak to me again? Was this your doing, Elminster?
So please, go. Enjoy the festivities. Anticipation will only make our reunion the sweeter. I've never seen a tree like that. The bark must be a rarity.
Your quite significant loss. Farewell, then. And good luck. Far be it from me to second-guess your decisions, but I'm not entirely convinced setting that scamp of a goblin free was the wisest of ideas.
Careful. I may just take you up on that. More importantly, why are you soaked in her blood? It's clearly not your own. Curious artifact, isn't it? Ancient, beguiling, cryptic. The ABCs of mystery. Wouldn't take the stuff no matter what. If I'm gonna go, let it be in a blaze of glory. Adventure awaits. I strike with precision.
Worse? It could be the best thing that ever happened to me. To us.
Almost there. I just need to insert the mold.
Against all odds, we cured ourselves. Free from the parasite. Free from the prospect of ceremorphosis.
I can hardly believe it.
We will not become accursed illithids. Pay attention. That is a lie, and you know it.
Take whatever time you need to consider. I hope, when the reality of my condition sets in, you may yet be convinced to change your mind. Not until this moment, but I can't help beginning to see such a destiny unfold before me. And what comes next? Clearly you can't be trusted. Hang in there, dearest. It's not exactly the outcome Elminster hoped I would achieve, but it's the best I could do with the time his charm bought for me. No ordinary collector would have such jewels. This is a diabolist treasure. Wildflowers in bloom. A welcome sight, but a strange one. Right. Let's keep moving.
Confusio.
Perhaps she needs a moment. Chin up. We'll best this. Well, whatever it is. That may be. But has it put a stop to the absolute? Or cured us of our tadpoles? That name doesn't ring a bell. I've found myself in something of a quandary. Yours is an opinion I'd gladly hear on the matter. I think it's a mistake to hold that conviction, but I cannot force your hand. Hold on. It's not too late to settle this without bloodshed.
Slim to none, I hope. Mistra has no right to prevent another ascending to the Pantheon. Only Ao can decide that.
He hid from the Hell's forces, but they still got to him.
Secco! No, Karlak, stay with me, please. We've shared too much to part like this.
You've brought me right where I need to be. I have no right to ask more of you. It's time I spirited you to safety. For this is a fate I must face alone.
Netherese magic. So pure, so complete, and I doubted what I was feeling at first. You're okay. Thank the heavens and hells and everything in between. I thought the brain would take you from me. The summoning channel Mistra has provided is for me alone. No one else is permitted to enter it, no matter how talented a user of the weave they are.
But what is happening, or rather not happening to us, is entirely undocumented.
Ah!
Whatever business Will has with Mazora, it will cost him dearly. Or worse still, it will cost us. I hope we can afford it.
Dialino!
Oh, looks like a necromantic ritual of some kind. One long abandoned, judging by the smell. Indeed. Under other circumstances, I might have been subdued or ashamed. But after what we saw, I must admit, I'm excited.
Oculus tempestatis!
This mirror dates from the times of Gorothir, a Netherese Shah and of foul repute. A portal onto the Shadowfell itself.
I regret the way I hurt her, of course I do. But she would have seen me destroy myself to earn her forgiveness. There's no love lost between us. None at all. If my suspicions are correct, the crown currently perched atop the Elder Brain may be one of Karsus's design. And now we hold the very tome that could confirm it. Whatever ancient purpose is imbued in these halls, it may not welcome our presence here. We should be wary of whatever lurks beneath the dust. We should find him. Maybe he can help.
Ancient dead, rife with shadows. This must be the stronghold Halcyon spoke of.
What an ugly doll. I'd only give this to a child I didn't like.
Thine eyes? Pools of tepid piss.
I see tracks there. Or footprints. That's worth a look.
I stand here, on the precipice of divinity. Of course, you encouraged me to pursue, I might add. And now you come to tell me to blow myself up?
A little pick-me-up.
Dollo.
An eerily chilling scene, this. I suspect many a spectre was present at this blighted feast. Kill or be killed. So it goes down in the Underdark.
There is, of course, one more course to consider.
The orb. None need shoulder the Illithid's burden, if that is what you decide.
Talking statues often herald trouble, in my experience.
We all have our hungers to sate. Some just happen to hunger for blood.
Not for me, thanks. I've seen more appetizing fare strewn across the floor of a goblin abattoir.
It tried to control only a fraction of the magic that was unleashed that fateful day. I merely sought to return one tiny diamond to an imperfect crown.
Scorch marks. Hints of weave, too. There might just be trouble afoot.
Lae'zel, don't!
Look at this place. The evidence is clear enough.
I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well beyond the borders of my body alone.
On my honor.
Flagra!
There's danger underfoot. Best be on our guard.
I've given up on myself. But Tara never did. It was her encouragement, her research that led me to my treatment. Once we knew that magically infused items were the key, she went out to find them for me. She saved my life.
The Elder Brain. But more importantly, the crown that it wore. Even without seeing it for myself, I could sense it.
Infernal gems, straight from Anauros. Rare, to say the least.
An unlikely place for such a fortunate find.
Hang in there, dearest.
A little help?
Karlach, please! I'm not ready to go on without you.
Flesh met horn. and flesh lost.
I've no wish to cast any aspersions on our existing skill set, of course, but given the perilous direction in which our journey is headed, the tadpole's powers might be a welcome addition to our arsenal.
Oh, come now. You're hardly in a position to cast judgment on that score, are you?
Yes, of course. Keep up. There's still a battle to be won.
My skull, my mind, feels like it's being carved open.
Help's on the way.
A little relief, but not much. The weave seems fainter somehow. Is something amiss?
Let's get you on your feet.
Admittedly, that's not saying much given our ongoing predicament. Nonetheless, I'm glad I woke up when I did.
Spot on again. I don't like the look of that mushroom. I should stay clear.
Its purpose is served. Nothing left to transform. Arthur's got some curious hobbies. Better see if he donated any toys lately. She appeared to me as Elminster. Came to our camp while you were gone, telling me of a Netherese artifact he'd found. One he thought could turn the tide in our favor.
A rough tempest I will raise.
So be it. Lead on. Sense your resolve falters, so allow me to provide some encouragement. We are not going to lose, and I am going to get that crown. It appears the parasite has bestowed on us the ability to influence others. It gives me some courage to think that you see greatness in me. Hope I live up to your expectations. Queen to H8. That's the upper right corner. Then to D8, 4 squares left. Doppelgangers abroad in the city, as if we didn't have problems enough. Please! This has gone on long enough. Don't. Would face very poor odds if you start a fight now. Interesting spear. Deadly looking. But interesting.
The lesser foes are a distraction. Dominating the brain is what matters.
As we've established, few enough can. It's not exactly a common affliction.
West Baldur's Gate, East Elturel.
Without delay.
As do our packs, as a matter of fact. We've such an item already in our possession. Primed for the moment the need arises.
I tried once before. But it seems Baal has too tight a grasp on you.
Where's our Dream Guardian?
Let's make the most of this. That makes me dangerous. Even in death.
Hells. Beautiful merfolk these are not. When? I'm glad you have such confidence in our endeavor. I confess, my own's not constructed from such immutable materials. The Blade of Frontiers. A fitting title for one so steeled with purpose. Well, we all have secrets in one form or another. So long as his don't come back to bite us, I'm not here to judge. Oh, no, that can't be comfortable. Especially for the corpses. I think we taught that Inquisitor a very valuable lesson. He won't be ambushing anyone else in a hurry, or doing anything else, for that matter.
Gods, what's happening? But no matter. What's one more kill but a fitting coda to a day of carnage?
No need.
Maledicti es.
Was this once a man? The shadows have corrupted him beyond comprehension.
Behold, the fool of fools.
There he is. General Ketheric Thorm, leading an army of Sharan warriors. A fallen paladin if ever there was one.
I need light. The darkness is consuming me.
More than just lip service. How tedious. No obstacle too great.
That was rather inhospitable. She could well die out there. We should go after her.
That's odd. Flame won't go out.
The Emperor will no doubt seek to pour honey in our ears, talk us round to its way of thinking. It would be remiss of me not to remind all that there is another way. Get to the crown and cast the spell. I'll buy you what time I can.
Butchered. They didn't stand a chance.
A portrait of Gortash. Can't say I'd want him watching me eat my supper, but each to their own. An excellent source of arcana. Its magic should come in quite handy.
Well, that was interesting.
Well,
Fine is fine. Nobody weeps because the weather is fine. No monarchs were overthrown because their ruling was fine. No artworks were burned because they were not masterpieces, but merely fine.
Oscuro.
Not for me to stand in your way, then. You two will make a fine couple. I can picture it already. Good move. I'll let Mistress show her flight, and then I can see how strong a chance we stand of winning the gambit. A word, no time to lose.
True. You wouldn't have had the grit. Viam sapientiae. Voscuro.
At last, we stand on the cusp of victory. A narrower precipice than I hoped, but it's our destiny to traverse it nonetheless. You wish for my opinion on some other matter, though. What is it? This really isn't my forte. What was that thing inside her? Can't read this script. Mistra won't be the one issuing the orders for much longer. She'll know exactly who's coming for her. I love this time of night. The inevitable has been delayed far too long already. No more, I say. It's time to make a stand. This place reeks of death. Oh, that reeks.
Like a summer's day. Thou art sweaty.
I'm happy to stay as your friend for as long as you'll have me. Though I'll keep a safe distance from your new lover. That's all the same to you. Now, did you seek me out for a reason?
I make it to my mother's recipe. Packs quite a wallop.
As does she. A great ask indeed. You've given me much to think on. As you always did. Curious? What are those marks there?
Seco.
I can't imagine how Astarion must be feeling. The terms of your own condemnation carved into your skin. A monster's actions. And monsters do not deserve such power as that ritual promised. Though not, I think, my methods. I hope the city doesn't seem too small and quaint to you. Now you've caught a glimpse of what lies above and beyond. I must admit, the crown of Carsus has occupied my every thought since we learned of it. As the child who would be a god was turned to stone, his empire came crashing down around him. The floating cities of Netheril were no more. Bother. You're the first person I've spent any significant time with in a year or more. Spending time in your company, I realize that I may have left behind the greater part of my wit and sensitivity in my tower.
Sio di dici pecto.
Not again. A little boat voyage, that's all. Indulge me. Recognizing this glimmer to be magical in nature, I reached out to it with a weaving of words and found myself on the other side, as it were. Still, it might be wiser to keep an open mind on the matter. Our visitor's promises of aid might yet bear valuable fruit. Proof that all that glitters is not, in fact, gold. Please. It's broken, but not too badly. I should really have that amulet with me. The mad monk will want to see this. Now come. Best keep moving. We have many more shadows to face before we reach the heart of the Absolute. Fact 1. There's something very strange and very powerful about our tadpoles. I wasn't gazing, merely observing. Though that can hardly be said for a certain someone else. Let's get you on your feet. Impressive webbing. Though I should probably worry about its creators. Gods. This is bloody uncomfortable. A dismal place for an Asimar to spend her existence. Especially with that necrotic toad for company. Too trusting for her own good. Dame Aylin's Lorroacans for the taking now. A withered creature, consumed by the shadow curse. A fate I hope we don't share. It is unsettling to know we have such eyes as Orrin's upon our party. Ah, Lanceboard! Why, this might just be the highlight of our misadventures to date. What strange surrounds are these? Indeed. The curse is still present, of course. Just veiled and at arm's length for now. Not a trick I can repeat often, but tonight is different.
These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize a Night Singer's blades anywhere. I knew the orb was no ordinary ball of magic before it to be Carsus's malignant creation. Gods! How did I not see that? Pessimism like that is hardly going to improve our chances. But I will begrudgingly admit that circumstances have somewhat changed.
Maio, fortio.
No, it's nothing like that. Magic isn't a narcotic to me. It's quite literally a lifesaver. I can do that. It's far from the fate you deserve for the scale of your sacrifice. But I understand why you feel the need to do it.
Should be concentrating on the enemy.
You've not taken this power for yourself. So I can only wonder, why offer it to me? From the Underdark to the swamp. Lovely. Consider our nascent spark of romance thoroughly extinguished. The wizard is out of the picture. I'm no cleric like you are. It's different for a wizard. Quite the fortifications for a wandering band of goblins to try and breach. What drove them to it, I wonder? Exactly. The bark's like iron. This is a waste of time.
The path less traveled.
My words, my actions, my award-winning smile.
Ferio.
Trust me, it will take a lot more than a few gold pieces and some fervent thoughts to convince Mistra to break her silence. On my account, at least. The crown! The one the Elder Brain was wearing. A defiant little fellow. Seems oddly purposeful. I'll make my way to your camp and embark upon a succulent slow cook to be consumed upon your return. This pillar. There's something unsettling about it. And it's not Raphael's poor taste in architecture. An elf seafarer alongside a bronze dragon. Quite a pair.
Te adstringo linguam.
Floric's fate may not yet be sealed. If we care to intervene, I commend you on your willingness to take such a risk. Now, let's hope your new illithid fuel prowess tipped the balance suitably in our favor. Wait, that's Arabella, is it not? Looks like she's got some new weave up her sleeve. Truly horrendous.
It's no use. This army of the dead is an endless one.
Very well. A little longer won't hurt. Actually, it might, but I shall try all the same. Let's never speak of this again.
Tore.
With that said, I'm more than happy to continue onwards, but no more hiding things from me. Agreed? While two devils fight over a bone, well, we should just run away and let them sort it out amongst themselves. Yes? Oh, yes, of course. I can see how the hammer we didn't know existed until Raphael generously enlightened us would take precedence. Quickly now. She won't extend that invitation twice. We'll have to figure things out ourselves from here. Research notes on the nature of the shadow curse. A most fortuitous find. Mistril, she was called then. Imagine what it must have felt like. To be a god. To know yourself to be untouchable. To be mistaken. Tormentum. If I must. Of course this place is rigged. Now to find out the manner of our imminent demise. No further treasure to be found, I'm afraid.
2 left hands, I see.
No. It cannot be cured. And I assure you I've left no page unturned in reaching that conclusion. Poxy pissed pervert! A Sharan artifact, and remarkably blood-free. A rare thing indeed. I've no doubt she has the power to do so, but as for the permission, Ao would not look kindly on her meddling in mortal affairs. Divine intervention has a tendency to make things worse, not better. I'd be lying if I said it wouldn't take some getting used to. But what could a few extra tentacles do to a bond as strong as ours, eh? While I'm adept at most forms of weave manipulation, druidic magic is not my area of expertise. He will make for a most useful option to have in reserve. She preferred it when we were alone, curled up before a crackling hearth with some ancient, esoteric tome between us. Ink glinting in the firelight.
Another of those gems. Yet their purpose still eludes me.
How dare she snuff out life with as much thought as snuffing out a bloody candle?
As a Githyanki, it's no news to you that this parasite will soon turn us into mind flayers, an outcome I'd rather like to avoid.
Something's off about that mushroom.
Best keep my distance. That will make getting word to my mother rather tricky.
Let's let cooler heads prevail. I'm not sure I like our odds if we pick a fight here.
Looks like quite a place.
Tara,
I don't suppose you're responsible for the missing messenger pigeons.
if it managed to murder a group of Sharans, we had better watch our step.
Once again, I find myself grateful our acquaintance is a more recent one, and less visceral.
Annihilate?
A fragment of it was caught and sealed away in a book. No ordinary book, mind you. A tome of gateways that contain within it a bubble of astral plane. Thou inglorious hog! Looks like that box has taken a shine to you.
So unconditional, isn't it? The affection of inanimate objects.
I finally had the tome I needed. Such knowledge, such power contained in such a small object.
Diminue.
Very well. I'll drop the matter. For now.
That expression must sound curious to a Githyanki ear, given the way they're birthed.
Entirely unnecessary. Though, if they are so inclined, I might be convinced to share a stanza or two of my own for inspiration. Would be wise to fear the trees themselves. It feels like the forest itself longs for our destruction. Oh, please, I do not need to hear of your joint aches and privy sorties again.
It's now or never.
A vampire and a fugitive. You've got everything going for you, haven't you? There'll be nothing left of this ship soon. No time to slow down.
Necklace has a harper sigil. Why were they here?
An ogre and a bugbear. Ah, torrid tryst indeed. Oh, I'm fading. I need a pick-me-up. Something with the essence of the weave. I promise. You'll have your fill of divinity at my hands, and I at yours, I hope, but only in the metaphorical sense.
Aren't we precious?
You've a visage fit for letter writing.
Without delay. Yes, yes. And once I have, I'll take it to Mistra. Quickly now.
That Orthon shows some artistry in his corpse arrangements. I suppose he had time to kill.
Very chuva me.
Gods, I hate spiders. Let the hunt begin.
Oh, a common misconception. Even the simplest of flavors are elevated by the choice to appreciate them. Don't deny yourself such pleasures.
Is that Volo?
We must claim the crown of Karsus for ourselves, before anyone else does. There's no getting through.
A guardian of faith spell. Strong is its faith indeed to linger still in these ancient halls.
You used that thing against me, and you saw after I told you? Sounds like the door to redemption is open at last. All I have to do is walk through it, carrying the crown of Karsus.
A pixie? What a darling little ruffian.
I swear to you I wasn't. But I've no choice but to admit I am now. Perhaps it would be best if I leave and put as much distance between us as I can before the orb erupts. Just the sort of chap to have a chat with, I reckon. Technically, of course I could dabble in such practices. I've yet to find a form of magic I'm not a born natural in wielding. I'm sure she at least stuffs her fingers in her ears to muffle my invocations.
Te absolvo.
Rascal. Jagoda. Pet names. These must be their collars, which does not bode well for them.
Thank you, Magic.
Almost worth the subterfuge. How much longer will this take?
Speaking of Githyanki, what about you, Lae'zel? Will you be joining them?
I suppose some help is in order.
She let me run. She likes the sport of it, and told me I could earn back what she cut off. My trophy, she said, if I could outpace her.
That's quite a fascinating design, though the version created here is a strange corruption of the Weave Pasha's original intent. My condition likes being ignored as little as I do. I must consume another artifact. And soon. We're down one vampire. Did the hunter take him?
In excessus.
We've been traveling together for a while now, and I think it's safe to say we don't always see eye to eye.
What the hells could do that?
Up for debate?
Oh, you think you killed her? You will need to do a lot better than that.
A shame, but can't be helped. I am trying. Believe me, I am. The path is set, and I will not stray from it, even as my heart quakes.
Congratulations. That was hard fought and well deserved. You're free.
Ira!
Worry not. I carry my regrets wherever I go, and am used to their weight. One more will not break my back.
You know of my condition and its challenges, but those are but the broad strokes.
Seems the Githyanki came to blows with the cultists. Let's hope they keep each other busy.
Not much use anymore.
Gustas Dalkis. I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
Yet it is life's most worthy pursuit, in my impartial, if not humble opinion. Bad form, isn't it? Grave robbing.
Lapis root? Sapphire? Rare to see these so far north.
That's them seen to. Onwards.
Charitable bunch, these Myconids. And he's more so than Korga and her pet snake.
Councillor Floric, Baldur's Gate requires your protection once more.
Oh, but I see you're traveling with plenty of company already. Perhaps I can join you later instead. If so, we have far more to learn about the powers at play here. Our ignorance as to the exact nature and intent of our saviors is hardly cause for celebration. Think of it as vampirism. You need blood to sustain yourself. I need magic. Why do I get the feeling the punishment will be far, far worse than the crime?
Pretty.
Invoco te!
Ugh, stuck fast.
Tara, no!
Never felt an earthquake in Baldur's Gate before. What the hells?
Give them 9 hells.
Whether she spoke the truth or not, well, I think I require a little more evidence before taking a fantasy at her word. To detonate the orb, you mean?
Oh, a sight to nourish the soul. Now, let's sit down and nourish the stomach. I won't fail you.
She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges. But I suppose I can be smooth enough for two.
Mario!
Yes, of course.
Looks like some sort of jar-grown life form.
Mystra cannot destroy it even if she wishes to, but she can try to ensure her followers resist its temptations.
That chest. I can feel its magic.
I've not seen infernal flames like that in quite some time. Why go to Avernus when you can bring Avernus to us?
It is a strange experience. Each time anew. Like a lost soul is spelunking through the darkness that is me, only to be sacrificed on the dread altar of the heart.
Wherever this House of Hope is, we need to go there immediately and destroy that contract. We must speak with Helsik. She's the only one who can show us the way.
Hang in there, dearest. Help's on the way. A little pick-me-up. An essential incantation. A sovereign with no subjects. Glut won't be mourned. With haste. Ah, the Drow Corpse spoke of this book. Disguised by magic, it seems. An icicle through the heart would have been kinder. So much for the law of the land. Well, I've never seen sleight of tongue quite like that before.
Caveat incantato.
Mistress soothes all pain.
You almost said that without smiling.
You're right, of course. But, well, I'll miss you, friend. Your companionship has been quite the education.
No, you're not the first. Though you are the first since my relationship with Mistra came to its ignominious end.